such extreme pain and such a bizarre state of mind, which matched up perfectly with some of the Catholic when they arrived. You look at a lot of religions from Mexico and see that they've been kind of like a perfect culture. Okay? Catholics are not Mexican people. They're not really honest. Jewish mosque. Showing up every day. That's a big part of what they also did. Humans first. They use a lot of people like most of them make an exaggeration. It's like propaganda. And then you do like film commemorating actions of the good companies in the nations of the fields just peg people, sacrifice people on top of their there was one step at the top. Never experienced that's sacrifice. I mean, it makes sense in the way that in the ordinance you can't think that. Most people would think you go to a rib cage to get a door because of the diaphragm right down here. So it's like there's a lot of depictions of some of these gods like because the quality would just behave more in the way sometimes it appears to be with a skeleton split sitting on his hands and knees with his torso faced toward them. I imagine that a lot of these things that we do for children, there's very different things that they're not right now. I know with what essential and it was an essential shepherd, it's one of the things you can make. And a lot of the artifact side of things that came into the country that came into this area just intermingle perfectly. They were talking about a god and those all in the corner with the fingers or two. The capital of Mexico is right there with a big cathedral behind it. And there's the major temple of the Aztec Empire. And there's a lot of just called because that's what they would have as a violent sorry, I butchered they would have this relic skull on top of the pyramid. The central pyramid. What was the story? What was the completion of Pinocchio? Pyramids where they set up the house, the slaves, over like numbers of 50,000. I can't figure out those numbers. Right. But we do get accounts of some of the Spanish companies that made the smell. If you were to get a house, what is this system? It's like it's uncanny. I don't know something about it. That smell. We're monkeys and we probably have some genetic memory of what that smell is. Somebody's pyramids when they finally got into the city. The city, just don't get me wrong, yes, it could have like Spanish that boat or like strong of your think that, that was the thing that I was kind of puzzled about why they were that feeling they had. But when the conflicts kind of finally kind of subsided, culture became allies of the you're now the title owner of the area and the royal decree. That's 60,000 channels. Actually, several people. It's like a fighting type of sacrifice. Intelligence, cruelty, bizarre. So, torture, just what do for just pure. Just show cruel, uncaring, warm in front of everybody, cutting people's hearts out while they're still alive. Just keeps everybody on possession. This is a show where I talk about AG1 for years, and usually I like to talk about routine. Don't get me wrong, routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily routine that can help you feel healthy and get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, it's nice to switch it up a little. Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original AG1, it's introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I've been working on AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes all 3 ingredient flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical, citrus, berry, or the classic original. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG3, AG2, and AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe. This guy's going, I'm sure. Yeah, so yeah, but I get the same where peaceful. You took me in. That's one that really first me. There's so many analysis of North America, how many people had evil, which for sure they were, and they came up people who were just living off the land. In fact, they were killing each other. That was their favorite thing to do. Here we are right now, the Comanches. All those motherfuckers did it with email, so they didn't have any artwork. They didn't have anything other than bows and arrows. That's all they made. They made TVs. They made bows and arrows. Their favorite thing was to go to the restaurant and kill everybody. That was their fun time. It would cheer people to the most of the wonderful ways in the summer moon, which is amazing. And they would take people to capture. They would cut their arms and legs off while they were alone. So they would look down immediately, pack their arms and legs over, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wait. this. That makes sense. I think that's just memory. 6-7 son of a child message on a Mexico City religions. What part of Mexico is this? I think it's because it's just too many just don't wait for the cartels. This is an interesting thing that I heard from somebody. One of the first jobs I did was cutting somebody off a bridge. One of the older guys was like horrified, but like 16, 17-year-old kid told me that we kind of what's kind of somebody hit from a fucking bridge naked. His family. So it taught me that was an act of kindness. So having somebody be in it is so it's even yeah, because they have no life. There's a lot of coffins with just the head. Not even that. Buried in the ground. Which is insane. It has to where hanging someone from the bridge is an act of kindness because it makes you find money. It is the evolution of what is considered. Actually, look at John. Get displayed in this work. Just put it to work. Yeah, and that's the scary part. I think for most other people is how there's not that's not enough thing to hear something. And this is not in terms of America, our understanding of Mexico and cartel culture. This is not something that was never talked about when I was in high school. It was never talked about when I was a young man. It never came up. It wasn't a thing in the news. Cartel violence was not. I think the first time people started getting like an inkling of this was in the 90s. The phenomenon of this guy out from It's not so happening. This was like this was in the Texas Juarez area. He was they called it the narcos. They called it the state narc. He was a practitioner of something. He would do ritual like and he started making part because he was successful at social media and basically what he did. And at some point he started leaving him and he instructed some of the members of his gang to adopt an American because he needed a brain for his cauldron where he would do some of his rituals. And I think that's the first that Americans got like a small glimpse of underground brutality, monster, religious, and just torture and murder that has been going on down there for but it has that in the past 20, 30 years. So this is always been going on. In ways, there's brutality in Mexico, but cartel brutality. When did the cartels really start getting about? I think the 70s and 80s when they start seeing the formation of large organizations and federations that are working to produce and to traffic substances through Mexico into the United States. Was it originally marijuana? I think originally heroin actually was at the start or the initiation of and where were they getting? They were planting poppy in the UXC era for the Americans because they were running out of morphine. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like grow this here. And so this is the Vietnam. That's something in Vietnam where that's when you start seeing the initiation of planting circles in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 50s, yeah. Well, it's like Vietnam itself is connected there. Because that's the dirty secret about why we were interested in the area of Vietnam. That was the trafficking area. Yeah. And coincidentally, a lot of people got insanely rich because it has to do with so that it is Mexico that they believes that it's years and appear right. And then Democratic period. Now we have other parties coming into play. Mexico called for it. This is the problem. The abrazos no balazos. That's how they start. It's not bullets against the cartels policy, which a lot of the group is super effective. It's not bullets. But this is coming from Mexico's levels too, I guess. Mexico's three things. Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's rural. That's where it's just that's where all the general pronouns get issued into law. That's where we have violence against specific feminist side is now they can't lock on her law. You can kill a dude, you kill a woman, that's way worse. So that's where a lot of that comes from. And then Mexico, I guess, conservative. That's what all the factories people that kind of like things that used to be the case, but now Mexico was retired from the drug war that had been going on for 20 years. And I was part of for 12 years. They said, anything could bring the military to fight the cartels. And just keep your child behind. He really didn't kick off. He had the idea that if you just put the military out, we're not corrupt. They were this guy's gone, and just this area. It's just basically gremlins, turn into the war live. You cut money off and hybrid. It's just a bunch of heads coming down. So maybe through that for and this president comes in, and a little bit of with this plan of just and they'll stop because we'll probably how that works. He is one of the season his main he criticizes his handling of it. He badges him during his administration. We saw in his administration politicalization. They were already in politics, but now they're reading about it. The candidates running for office, the mayor of a city and the police members and the police killings because there's a bunch of John F. Kennedys out there that are trying to change things. Right? It's because that cartel is right now. And this cartel's found candidates. So that sounds about that's what it is. And these criminal organizations they figured out that how can we operate in this region up in too much issues. Let's make the mayor right. So here what happens is that what we do for drug companies sponsoring is they and these people get in for this specific understanding of what companies need to push through, what kind of mandates you need to make in terms of mandating the use of certain medications. It's a different type of corruption. It's never not corruption. It's still drugs. Yeah. Up to 60 politicians in the 2024 general and local elections. 60 politicians are saying in terms of campaign periods. What's going on in America? Are they doing crazy flags? Right now, episode is brought to you by your career. This carrier does not know about this because this is the experience. I feel like no confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense, just fast fees, great coverage, no cost for festival, and live artists with monthly powered by prizes for $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month for what? Wait 6 months back. No hidden fees on top of that. IFC, join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent, so visible. Now you know. Switch today to visible.com/room in terms of prime. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. And it is a clear sign that we're on division. People have their hands on this organization. They're out political stuff. Something kind of last year. To your west, one of the biggest original in history from Mexico. The White House. He was arrested in Texas. People went to a private interview on interesting thousand things and then some more authorities. He was arrested there. I mean, kicked off on the flight. So there's different stories around it. He's told it. He's actually talking about this. And something like speaks about it. He was a good not really. That was a federation. A lot of the reports of the cartel kind of thing by this figure. The one is about 150 years. They were arrested. God would hear about them deeply in certain circles, but everybody knew. The bigger basket of that, which is a federation. It was not video. Right? They are in this operation. Operation Silk died in a few of them. And he was finally arrested. Conversation probably happened with the United States while he was in the U.S. His sons probably figured out that if they were get into a deal, he probably was going to deal. I think, and the theory is, the deal would probably include, longer. I was about it. So he was on for 2 decades. He was taken because the FBI played in Texas airport with Guzman son, Joaquin Lopez. Guzman Lopez is pleaded not guilty to federal drug trafficking charges in Chicago. His brother, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pleaded guilty last month. Lada said that he was kidnapped in Mexico and hauled to the shady stuff there. Ohio gets going into a meeting and see a lot online by looking at this. He is not really into the drugs. He's not some of the Japanese products that the drug trade. He's kind of okay. So it's helping me because of deal. And this deal, I'm going to get this guy on a plane and fly him over, and make a deal. That's us. He has a lot of control. He come out of the law. Just people. What was in it? Who was a member of the country. Some investigation. Still in power. Between him and a man who was the director of the university and some sort of appeal in the line of being done. Sinaloa cartel development comes 2 weeks after federal prosecutors said they wouldn't seek the death penalty against him. There's a deal there. And they still have the same person's claim. Same jogging. There's a deal coming. There's this sense in the West, these organizations, there was an expectation that was going to see military action reason. But what we see is a very calculated, surgical operation. And like, I don't know, you see, they took out the head with no longer has been ever since. It is a warfare between the sons of God and the sons of light. I've seen videos. It's bananas. How so strict. So that's a little video channel consists shocking what is working between these two religions. It's, because cars would get jacked, get burned, and put in the middle of the street. Companies loans and water organization. I mean, the organization that had tons of money. Exotic cars being sold in stores, dealerships. They have them playing by music in the places. Seafood, exotic seafood places. This economy is so crash. It's the Mexican government comes out, president comes out and this state being on fire. Here, no one knows about Mexican national. High treason. Shooting luxury houses of torpedoes. These guys are using protection. I think are fighting judgments. No hearing protection. A lot of them have severe he talks to drug dealers and the cop tell people from life. And so, yeah, we talked that was 6 months out. Currently, I think primary the new generation cartel, a lot of these that's been going on between the single factions. Business for them. So, down there, he visits his firstly on. He was involved in tank warfare on the between police They're big, if you get your truck stolen up here, it's Mexico. They're making separatists, basically. So even they are, that's it's cool. It'll pretty cool. But what they did was they make these tanks, and these used to be in the back of one of these with a 50. So what they do is you get into a dirt road, and dirt trucks like this, their backs to the dirt. And I was like, why don't you just run over the engine will go back of the truck. So they'll just go into like this destruction of the hills and shit. That they do basically. And 50 people so first be in the regular truck, and they're like, well, go down, and they'll just somebody's out of you inside the cabin, talk to Colton, what's going on, and they'll jump in. How come no one's figured out? Like they put in their ears. I've seen that. They put like plastic in their ears, but realistically, they don't get shit. They expect yeah, like ears on Amazon. It's not that expensive. You know, this kid away from his group, work life where he protection is got to the first person that denied his blood. And when he was because he killed him. What you say? Hey, dude, you have it. God. He's so hearing loss from when you went. This is they're fighting over drug amounts, basically. Close to each other. It's seeking out or at like 10-foot distance. The drones are this because why not? Of course. So it's an Uber driver. This kid, normal kid, 23 right now. Looks like crashes into somebody. Doesn't have like this is like what am I gonna do? On TikTok. And he sees an advertisement on TikTok. We're like, hey, how much do we pay? Cartel advertisement. The cartel uses TikTok. Yeah. Yes. Facebook, TikTok, of course. Specific TikTok is one of their biggest recruiting business. And that's in the open. It's not like, hey, you have to access this. So he called this number. It was like bus station. Because it's like a bus station. They put him in a car. I checked him. He has phones. Will be tracked. They drive to a place where they will get trained. That's what he said. And then cops stop him on the road. Beat the shit out of him. After they got the people, so that was what it was for. So it's just to see if you were and it's not like I remember seeing the 8 or 9 games where the guys on the business. These are tearing down that are in the theaters. special operators from Colombia, special operators from Mexico, some from America as well. There's rumors, and again, that we're going to talk to it today. That's a bad item. At least American specialists themselves, the forest and seal. But there's a clear indication of technology. IEDs are a thing. IEDs are things. Come over here is not from an Afghan. I can come in here and do IEDs. Some sort of that has some experience and know how to make some leads. That's one place where they were learning their craft. Another one is Colombia. Colombia's operators have been showing up in great parts of the world. I mean, they're in the Ukrainian war right now, right? Definitely some of the operators from Mexico that went to fight in the Ukraine in Mexico showing what they learned about warfare in the Ukraine war. So this is going to where it's the army, people marching, people going into this training camp and like, hey, let's see if you're worthy. And they'll give you a gun and like, just kill some random person. Yeah, that's kids. That's the first thing to kill. Dude that was trying to have you. Just drag it. Because it's I mean it's crazy. It's like the military, but there's you it is job. It is like a structured job. You get up, you get one, take it on the consent of 15 days, at the end of the month, get selected for certain activities, selected for to fight the our people get selected to be to manage some of the drugstores. But it's a giant thing. So this region, this new generation, one of the largest in the past. Now operating recruiting people on tip. It's not, you don't have to search for it. It's there. It's people smugglers. They'll have videos of people here in Texas that went through the border recently and looked at the newspaper. Like, hey, they live in Texas. Look at the newspaper. Like, they were like a few hours later, before with that newspaper. So what's the biggest thing about what they're under again? Because the world was like, this is on TikTok. It's an open. Why? People don't realize how big of a tool it is. Propaganda tool as well. That's what we do each other. This kid get out. He managed to prove himself. Managed to get the and he told me, I want to be here. Don't come back. But not everybody gets it. So it's just the way. He got that organization. Eventually said they wouldn't get back to you. Is that because how long was he? I think he said something about 6 or 8 months. What he went through between that territory. It's basically other corridors up into Mexico, through Mexico. So that's people. It's funny. So things are unknown. He's a Mexican kid. Health insurance. I talked to him about it. He's like, that makes sense. You drink, yeah. Like, drink shit. You know, nightmares, yeah. Like, we're like, great. Yeah. You know, yeah. PTSD. So you, thousands, traumatizing. But there's no, they talk about what they did. They're in trouble. There's no real battle there. So we formed this life. This is fucking damage. He lost his family. When he fought so much, they did that. Because, this is once in a tragedy. You go to all these they have around these coins, well, there's somebody's missing. It's horrifying. And then it's like one of those zombie movies where they have all these people missing because zombie outbreak happened. It's like that, except it's over 100,000 according to official numbers of Mexico's missing. It's gone. That's another aspect of this. That's what more than people don't realize. The numbers are scary, because there's no confirmed dead person or how people were. There's a body. Mexico has become getting rid of these cultures in Mexico. I was in Coahuila working with a group out there. They showed me the different regions of ways of getting rid of things. Some just kind of jump away the fuel on it, see if they can burn the country. Will heat up with diesel. With diesel get ignited. And that's what they put the bodies inside. Basically, essential business. And there's it's what they do. Even though my hometown people had no call diesel to dispose bodies. Yeah. People that were phenomenal. Don't get rid of people. Caustic soda, stuff like chemicals that you could find in hardware store. They would make people into big slurry and they just dump the big slurry and just cover it up. So like the worst, the disease worse. Yeah, there's it's not a real number. It is a place where we went to some towns and there's just a bunch of old men and females. You'll see like these abandoned ranges in some places. There was a poncho lady. Some of these there's these organizations all over the country, grassroots organizations that were basically just dedicated to finding clandestine bodies in places. That's the people were trying to make it seem like this was like an extermination camp. High concentration of just the presence of like crematoriums. Yeah, not at the Auschwitz thing. But yeah, they're definitely burned there. So they're just killing people all the time. Yeah. I mean, body just to a level. There's nothing like that. You don't want to play where you're worried about the government can't. But this is what we're on. Territory that I'm worried about the body. There's no forensic services in some of these places. Like, here's some despicable nonsense from this world. This hill shoots these giant hill cases at the end. This is evidence on it, right? There's no kids on the arms. Imagine you're dead. Flash, Georgia, he's very recently, he's very much exposed himself in almost recently, and the federal police really took off his security and the operation together. It's the second time he was almost arrested. He's the biggest target recently of Trump's authorization of utilizing military action in general. We've been all the way up to Mexico, and you can hear this short like how it's a military operation, and I don't think it's Asian. There's issues that politics are compromised at high level. Recently, the rest of the say about this joke you see the device as well. So including Trump as American force that is trying to Trump in this country is excuse me for this designation and who we trust now. Flight tracker. One of them said this suspicious American drone flying over the state of Mexico. And they dropped it. I think I was one of the first ones. And the first briefing happened almost immediately. We asked it's not a military problem. Yeah, that's right. I don't think it knows what's funny. I don't know what it is. I think it knows whether there's a drone flying over or not. I don't know. Like either. Or either. This didn't happen any time. Recently, a drone just flying over the Mexico. Clear. Drawing a map. So it's not like a Mexico. What is going to look like? It's the question. I don't know. Speaking to somebody like Mexico, he was especially and there's like, what is the military? It's like we're going without your if you start fighting the cartels with Mexico, sure, organizations such a freaking fight. So it's just an interesting theory. That seems like it. Yeah, because there's like anti-U.S. sentiment already. It is signals closing of the borders. It's a perfect. I mean, Trump is in Mexico. He has been trying to experiment clear again. This is the enemy. You know, that's just if you're politicians out there. It's pretty easy to just like inside someone. You know, why is Mexico has pressed them. The U.S. is United States doesn't do anything. How much bigger can the cartels get? This is the question. It's like, what is going to happen to just this entire country? That's what you have a lot of conflict happening in the world. This cartel operated very efficiently. You know, politics don't shit for you. Politics you slowly change this when brutality aspect of shit changed in Mexico. There was an incident. Members of the Zaire Felix come to the Tijuana Cartel or in the Chapo organization. And they had this incident. They had this incident to create sort of one of the Chapo guys, Obama. He seduced this doing what Obama. I mean, it was almost happened after that. Before that, I think that set on some point you start getting the signals coming in and more force, which basically said, I know we can start putting cartel. A lot of them were put in control. Some of them went foreign nations back over to the Reaper Course, and then they go back to Mexico, and then as soon as they get back to Mexico, go right on the street. So, at some point, all of this military money against gang violence, which is like very reminiscent of some of the stuff that kind of happened up here during the gang era, or some of the Al Capone era, you know, the shootouts between people. The Zetas changed the game. They started bringing guerrilla warfare tactics into this realm. They started doing all those torture videos and cartel execution videos. That comes from that. They realize that, you know, part of a guerrilla warfare campaign is propaganda, and how can you make propaganda of shooting a guy in the field? So they changed that game. They started realizing that, yeah, it's one thing having a kid with like sneakers on the back of a truck with an AK whose dad was part of the organization and he brought his kid in. But it's probably a better idea to have militarized or paramilitary groups working with us. You know, so they started getting these evolutions of ideas of what criminal organizations should be. And all that, you know, the members of the new generation cartel that are now kind of like dominating Mexico started off as a Zeta hunting force by the Sinaloa cartel form in Jalisco. And they said, like, well, we can do this for ourselves now, too, as well. So that's how they originated in a lot of ways. So this organization has taken the textbook learning process of all these other cartels and is now this cartel with all this foundation, educational foundation, as far as how to set up an organization, how to set up all these transnational groups, how to operate on both sides of the border, how to augment their capabilities constantly through technology. Drone warfare was first seen, I think, in Mexico. You saw drones dropping bombs and shit like that in Mexico before the Ukrainian conflict. But they got really good at it. The Ukrainians have fucking taken that shit to an art form. There are Mexican nationals fighting for their foreign services, their foreign brigades in the Ukraine. And some of them have gone into that realm, drone operators. And some of them are coming back. And you started seeing this sudden sophistication. It used to be bomblets dropped on these commercial drones and the explosives in them were probably lining up explosives. You start seeing these bomblets made. They were more reminiscent of Colombian explosives or IRA era explosives. And now you're seeing these coordinated drone attacks on military forces in Mexico. I think they recently got some high level army official. They got him with a drone. I think they killed him, but they almost killed him. So we started seeing these drones being operated as scouts. So you can't get close to them because these drones are in the sky. So now you're seeing drone cartels fighting against other cartel drones. So now you're seeing cartel guys with these futuristic anti-drone guns. And they're seeing those things, yeah. They look like space guns, but they have the cartel guy wearing like sandals, which is what the fuck's going on with these people? So you start seeing all this augmentation of capabilities. This single cartel now has all of this history behind it, all of these lessons behind it, all of this training behind it, all this technology, and it is poised to punch a hole right through its territory and go up north into the United States. Right? There are no segments of the border wall currently that are actually controlled or a city that is controlled by the new generation cartel that is on the border. That's not the case now. But there are places that are starting to maybe look like they're going that way. Tijuana being one of them, where I'm from. You start seeing the last remaining sons of El Chapo, who's when they're free. Archibaldo was the strongest one. And his faction, Los Chapitos, as what they call themselves, this past year announced that they had reached an alliance with this new cartel, this new generation cartel. So it's a cohesive force, and they had historical ties and a part of the border that they owned already, that they inherited from their dad. So that nightmare scenario, having this cartel now having a clear doorway into the United States is pretty close, if it's not there already.
And how wild would it be if the border was still wide open? Because they've cut down on illegal immigrants by some high 90%.
Yeah, it's way down. They're still crossing so well. It's really expensive. It's really expensive.
You gotta get that guy off TikTok.
Yeah. There's a bunch of ways they do. I saw one where they were like, hey, they'll grab a portfolio full of copies of IDs, and like, oh, you look like this dude, and then they'll give you, let's say, like, just get really drunk before you cross, and they'll pretend you're asleep, and they'll give you paperwork that looks like the dude, that looks like you, and that's how they cross some people. It's very expensive. That's how they cross you. Fast boats, There's a bunch of videos online, just boats just arriving on the beach and just dudes jumping out. It's a classic. Running. There's like
they're in.
There's a shortage of those wave runners. There's a shortage of them in Mexico because they just buy them just to.
Well, a short trip. I mean, if you get on one in Tijuana, you hop over to San Diego. Yeah, it's not that far.
No, and they'll swarm it now. They'll do many of those boats. And if you were in TJ, you can see off the coast. There's a bunch of Navy ships now off the coast there. So which is a cause for alarm for a lot of Mexicans. When I say Mexicans view any sort of intervention by the United States with fear. Although they are also fearful of what happens if this is allowed to continue in Mexico and they don't see any solutions from the government.
So it seems like the opposite. It seems like it's going more and more towards the cartel.
Yeah.
So what would happen if the United States didn't infiltrate? If the United States didn't attack? If something didn't happen? If they just stepped away?
I think we're already involved. This arrest of La Zambada, this designation that allows a lot of things, safety's off, that type of thing against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico and in the eyes of the Mexicans, I guess, the fact that there was a promise of no negotiating with terrorists, or at least it's something that is assumed. You don't negotiate with terrorists. It's like a thing. But all of a sudden, one of these factions just made a deal, and now they're negotiating with them, and now all these people are crossing that border. Their family members are crossing that border now with the safety of the United States. The dude that the United States made a deal with is responsible for the death of a few special operators that were part of his arrest. What are they going to tell their families of that loss and why they died? And also
piles of bodies that were around after both of the arrest attempts. So there's distrust on both sides. Mexicans don't trust the government to solve it because
What's the deal with your president? What's her deal?
Shame on woke, very woke, very to the left. A few guerrilla forces in Central America have come out and said that she was one of the resistance fighters with them. Jewish. That's kind of odd. It is very odd for Mexico. Very loved by large segments of the population.
What is there about it that she's loved? Like, what is about her policies? Or
I think she's feeding off a lot of the love that they had for AMLO. AMLO was our Trump. That's the best way to describe him. Populist guy, trained to swamp rhetoric, like all these other guys. The conservatives can go, gone, we're going to win this. He won by a landslide. But he kept talking about conservatives and the previous parties, but all the Morena party is made up of all these other politicians just switching sides and joining his party. Sheinbaum came in with a big job on her hands as far as security. She immediately reversed the whole balazos. I mean, there's balazos on the table now. I recognize that. She brought into office with her man.
What did you mean by that? What are you saying, balazos?
Abrazos no balazos, like hugs, not bullets. She got rid of that, and now there's a lot more. There's a lot of balazos. There's more bullets now. There's a man in power right now, a security official named Omar Garcia Harfuch, who has a sordid history in Mexico. He comes from people. He has been in circles of people that have been involved in some shit, but he himself has not been. There's nothing on him that we know of. And what is he? A super cop is what he calls him. He's very well loved by his men. I actually talked to a few people that work directly with him. He seems to be like a guy who's willing to go up to task. And he's receiving all this pressure from the United States that, like, we need results for you guys. Like, what are you doing? So he has been heading up operations against some of these organizations, specifically in Sinaloa. And we've seen record-breaking fentanyl seizures and high-level politicians being caught up in some of these things. And specifically, the interesting part of the operations he's conducting all over Mexico is he's actually going after municipalities. So he's going after, like, municipal presidents and some of the local governments that are basically all corrupted. He realizes that, hey, where's the cartel here? Oh, the cartel's a government. Local government's a cartel. Oh. So they do these mass swarm operations on some of these places where they arrest the police chief, they arrest the mayor. He realizes that this is the front that he has to now fight, because the cartel isn't just these organizations out in the hills anymore. They're inside, they're infiltrated, they're in politics, and people think about drugs only. But drugs don't. These cartels are fighting for what you call as well fuel trafficking. There's a family avocado. If you go to Chipotle and order extra guac, you're putting money in the pockets of this new generation cartel or the Familia Michoacana. It's wild, and it's fuel theft. And the fuel theft part of it, what you call is what they call it in Mexico, is interesting because that catches that puts in a lot of people in the United States that are involved in it, taking illegally siphoned fuel from Mexico by some of these criminal organizations, putting it on a ship and flying, and doing a lot of magic with the paperwork, and then it ending up in the U.S.
Welcome. How are you, Juco?
So that's another side of it that people don't.
What's up, Pim? How'd you find out about me, son?
I didn't see you in the other group chat, in the other shit.
Word, dog. How's your day going?
It's going good. How your day going?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah. It's going good. I'm chilling.
Amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
All right, well, it's essentially people who have their entire life on camera, and that's what mine is. It's essentially a time capsule for society or a timeline for society. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want you to be able to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds good.
Excellent. So I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. What are you up to?
I ain't doing nothing. I just joined your server. I see you in the e-girl world voice chat. I was wondering what you was doing. I just see you on your phone scrolling.
Word, dog. That's what I do, baby. That's what everybody does, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So just chilling. It's early. Do you have any plans for today?
I'm probably going to the state fair later on.
Oh, that's amazing. What are you going to do there?
You go on a couple rides, grab some food with a friend. Probably just chill for the whole day.
Dog, that's amazing. Are you going to eat like
Yeah.
crazy foods?
Hopefully, yeah. You know it's expensive there, so
Yeah.
hopefully I'll probably spend about $100 to $200 there.
Oh wow, you got deep pockets. All right, good for you, man. What are you gonna?
Yeah,
What are you gonna? If you had to eat something crazy, what would it be?
probably the corn with the Cheetos with the hot Cheetos on it.
That's your
Probably
jam.
like a spicy corn or something.
I got you. That's your jam.
Yeah.
Word, dog. Excellent. All right, so you've got the flaming hot Cheetos corn dog, right?
Mhm.
What else would you eat if you could?
It'd be hard because I'm not like I'm hard to pick food. Like even if we was to go out to a restaurant, I would not know what to pick.
Okay, what are your favorite foods?
What do I like? I like chicken.
Oh.
I like to eat. I don't like pizza, hamburgers.
Hold on one second. Why don't you like pizza?
It got played out.
Oh, dude, it's classic though.
Yeah, probably like from Little Caesars. I'll probably eat some pizza.
All right, so you like Little Caesars pizza, the hot and ready?
Yeah.
Word. Okay. Do you like sauce with it? Do you like ranch or buffalo or butter?
Nah.
No, just plain.
Nah.
All right. Do you like it with just cheese, sausage, supreme, pepperoni? What do you like?
I like pepperoni pizza. Sometimes cheese if I'm in a mood for cheese.
Word, son. All right. So you like chicken? What kind of chicken do you like?
Fried chicken.
Word, dog. All right. So do you like it really crispy or do you like it not crispy?
Really crispy.
Word. Excellent. Okay. Do you like any sauces with it? Oh, he's gone. He's like, fuck your food questions, Rabbi. I'd be like, dog, this isn't fucking 20 questions. That's cool, though. I hope he has fun at the state fair. Hey, Rabbi, if you could eat anything at the state fair, what would it be? I'd get that crazy shit, like deep fried pickles. If you could eat it, everything was kosher at the state fair. They should have a national fair. That bitch should go everywhere. Anyway, there used to be world fairs. I wonder what kind of crazy shit they have at world fairs. Like, we fried sushi. Anyway, cray in a good way. All right, what else would you eat? You could eat anything. If they had like turkey bacon that was kosher on one of those fucking like a turkey leg with turkey bacon all around it, I don't know. I've been to fairs and things, but we never ate at them. Alright, but if you could and did, what would you have? I don't know. Every year, the deep fried Snickers. That seems like it's a thing. Fried everything. How about French fries? God, I hate French fries daily. I have yet to have anybody come in here who's like, oh yeah, I saw you on Twitch. Let's check out how many views we have. What do you think? Do you think you have any but 10? Maybe 6. Whispers. Dude, you could spam Spotify. What's going on? Nobody's checking that shit. Views, high to low. Wow, one got 33. Why didn't I get an award for it? Sucks. That's good. Dragon Balls. Alright. Watch, they consider pushing people on my YouTube to be fraud, but pushing people on my Discord is fine. That would be fucking hilarious. Dude, I'm surprised no one just sells breading. Just straight up breading. Like, just breading. I can fucking eat breading. Dude, how many do we have? The goal is to get 1,000 on one. If I got 1,000 on one of them, we'd be in Baller World. What's Baller World? That's pretty close to 5th, though. Oh, you little bitch. Fuck. Is that it? $285. That's good. All right, let's check the next one. What's your favorite animal? Unicorn. Creator dashboard. I have to say everything about. Ooh, what's this? Notifications. You're not eligible for the games battle for Fortnite. Doug, why wasn't I eligible before? It should tell you, oh, because you did this, you are now eligible. You are now eligible for the games thing. Well, like, why? What did I do? Shit doesn't get explained. I need explanations. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. I never. Yeah, I want to hear this. Tell me why. I can't believe Instagram forced you to have 1,000 viewers or 1,000 friends. That's so stupid. Three. But these bitches are gonna marinate? Cool story, baby. 2 chains. This motherfucker off the chain. It was off the chain. I'm off the. Hey, there she is. How you living, girl? Hope you're having a good day. Hope it's amazing. Tell me why. No clips? Come on, baby. Give me a 10. 9. Okay. Tell me why. I never did that. Oh, Audie, you're muted. Oh, no wonder. You're like, hey, why do you mute me? Girl, 'cause sometimes you talk goofy. Yo, can you hear me? How you living, girl? How are you? How's your life been? What's wrong?
How's my life been, Rabbi? Come on, man. I've been struggling every second.
Okay, can you get to a shelter?
I'm not going to a shelter. I'm not using a community shower. I'm not sleeping in not even beds with people that don't fucking bathe themselves. That shit is. I can go to a shelter where literally it's everybody showers in one big shower. I have to bring flip flops for that, and I've already been. Some fucked up shit happened. Okay, I'm not trying to go to one of these places. I'm telling you. The other option is the other thing is assisted living, which is for people who have mental illnesses. And technically, I could do that, but I don't have to do that because a law was passed saying there's plenty of people who need help, but they don't need to be in a fucking assisted living shit thing. That's fucking stealing their rights. So I'm waiting for my fucking diversion funding, and that's how this is gonna happen. Other than that, I will be in the car and I will be meeting with those people on Thursday. How did court go? Absolutely fine. These people lied on me again. Do you know what they said? They said that his father, it appears, has done more than you. And I said, oh, this has to be a joke because he hasn't even completed an assessment to be able to visit the child. And by the way, this is not a competition, but that really fucking pissed me off in the courtroom. You must be absolutely nuts. He literally doesn't even, you don't ask him anything because, Jesus Christ, everything's going fine. It's going fine. I want to be in the car. I explain this. Some people understand because they understand what I have to choose from. That this might be the best choice for somebody. Okay, so I'm happy when I meet those people who understand that I'm making the choice to be in the car for my safety. I'm not. I don't know what I'm a smart, but evidently I am not that smart. So I'm trying to eliminate a lot of issues and garbage that could come about from associating with the lowly. Pardon me if I have to say it out loud. Okay, thank you for this.
Certainly. Certainly. Okay, so we've got something on Thursday. I'm just asking, just a question. Do they have any women's only shelters you could go to?
They do have women's only shelters, but I'm already so close to this. I mean, literally the lady that I talked to on the phone yesterday, the one who is the manager out of 5 of them, that will visit me and shit. Yesterday she told me that we've completed such paperwork, and although she's new to the program, and to her it could happen any day. She just needs to wait for the response. I mean, life is just it's what it. How much longer can I take this? I don't know. Obviously, I cannot be in here when it's cold.
Right.
So my master evil plan is I need to get my driver license.
Yeah, you
It's
do.
been so long I need to take the test. I need to Uber in this man's car. But he won't like let me do it like already. He's so stingy with everything. Anyways, he only wants to buy me things if it's food. He barely wants to buy me soap. And at least he wants to buy me food things to taste. What the fuck do you think this shit is? You're gonna starve to death? Anyways,
All right. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and
desperate.
I'm just going to tell you what I would do if I were in your situation, and I had nowhere to go. I was living in a car, and I couldn't do that for the rest of my life. I would start escorting.
For the rest of my life.
I understand.
I'm about to call you this man's name because you're telling me some stupid ass shit right
Hold
now.
on. Just hold on.
I have a son.
No, I understand. But I would be
The point
escort.
was to make my car work, and at the same time, I need to find some place to live. But there's only so many jobs a girl can take before they give her the thing that's in that fucking program. I will just have to wait a second to meet with Don. I think she was trying to speedy order and focus on some paperwork for a second. Then my ass went to the hospital, and they're doing this other shit like, are you okay? To here, let's go get your medication for you since you're hanging in shit.
Yeah, I mean that's really probably what you need is mental health care.
I have mental health care. That's the problem. I see a therapist once a week, and everything's fine, but this guy over here, so, if I give him any type of, just, I'm telling you, man, it would be very simple shit, like, I need to eat, I need to bathe myself, or you're not gonna fuck me because you didn't let me do these things today. You are an asshole, and you talked about another woman. And I'm not talking about another woman from the past. I'm talking about another woman that you're trying to fuck right now as you're fucking me, telling me that I'm not clean because you can't wait for my second doctor's appointment. Thanks for listening. I always started complaining about this motherfucker. But I have a big heart, I really do. And I will make friends with just about anybody. And so, for many reasons, I do not need to go to a shelter because I will not be able to focus on myself. Not only that, but the shelters and assisted living, they have extra graduation classes. You can't leave whenever you like, and then it's just like another barrier for me to get to my appointments, which is I have to get to my appointments for my mental health in order for me to see my son. Because my mom's trying to make me out to be crazy, not feeding her son lady. And I snapped at these people, and they seen a side of me that they said that it's not healthy. And I said that it's not that this isn't healthy. This is a regular snap because you just didn't do your job for one whole month. I don't see him, and you want me to act like everything's normal. And now you're telling me that I need to do parenting classes. And guess who hasn't found me parenting classes? It has been over 6 months. And this is the second agency that is supposed to be facilitating the visits. Before I went into the hospital, the last time I was supposed to have a FaceTime call with my son, I was so excited. And, they're like, yeah, you, because basically I don't have to go to therapy. They just want my medication prescribed by a psychiatrist. So this last time, yesterday, I just literally told the lady, oh yeah, by the way, if you're going to be about it, I'm not on Prozac anymore because I was getting side effects. So now I'm on Zoloft. And yes, I'm still taking the Seroquel as needed, and I'm still on the medical cannabis. She wants to pull some shit with me about, well, you were recommended to stay off of cannabis because it caused psychosis. I said, that's absolutely not true. Who told you recommended it? Because you're still telling me that you haven't talked to any of my doctors.
Oh, so you're talking about the first time that I went to the hospital when we started working with DCFS. Oh my God. Are you talking about Dr. Patel? Who I asked if I could use the marijuana while I'm on syrup. Well, and he told me, you already know what he told me. Listen, I didn't have to tell her that part. I'm like, yeah, when I prescribed it to myself, and I agreed that I'll take that to help me sleep. And I said, why don't we also add the Prozac? While we're at it, doctor, I'd like to add the Prozac. Well, trying to talk to me. Yeah, and by the way, I never talked to your primary care. Why did you never call her, bitch? Because the fucking lady from the first agency talked to her. At least she did that, right? Oh my fucking God, this is actually crazy. You know what? I'm actually going. These people are actually evil to the point where this isn't. I have to actually give the judge all of my evidence for real because she's really about to knock me off of their word. But basically, everything is jacked up because I don't have a psychiatrist prescribing my medication. And for that reason, and the reason the lady won't give me transit classes, I can't see my beloved son.
I understand.
This is driving somebody crazy.
I understand that. Okay.
I'm not a crazy person
Look,
either.
I understand. I understand. I understand.
Because I keep threatening his father with, I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to put you in jail. I'm going to put you on child support. Who is Kiara and Erica and Colleen? And what the fuck are you talking about? You want to go inside of my body after you think it's too gross to go in there? How about this isn't even what is supposed to be going on, and you have made me into a whore.
Audie, listen.
Yes.
I'm just asking. Okay, so my advice is to get help. I know that's easier said than done. So if you can't do that right now, just hold on. If you can't do that right now, I'm just asking. You're between a rock and a hard place, and if I were in your position, do you know what something called private delights is? Okay, so it's basically a place where you can escort. And I'm not saying that I think that's the best thing for you, but it will get you out of this situation.
Don't even talk to me about that.
Okay, well, you need money, and there's no like way.
Yeah, also, I have to survive as myself.
Okay.
That makes me feel disgusting that you would even mention it to me, Rabbi.
Well,
and you should know better than to give me recommendations that are against my good interests.
It's not necessarily that. Look. It's not necessarily that. It's not necessarily that. It gets you out of this situation. And I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life. I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life.
Hard work and patience, and apparently, according to Mr. Aquarius, prayer, even though I told you I ain't supposed to be doing that. Besides saying thank you for not sending me to jail this time, and I now don't have a warrant. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so if that's out of the question, that's what I would do because I'd be that desperate. Then go seek the people who.
Then you won't look anymore.
I absolutely will. I have known women who have had to do that. And I still respect them.
I don't want to hear about that.
Okay, I still respect them, and I think it's. I honestly don't think it.
See, you're so fucked up.
I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. Look.
Respect my struggle, Rabbi.
Look. Listen to me. I respect those people more than I respect a lot of other people, and here's why. Basically, you're in this.
Respect me more, just like this. Watch this shit. I'm never doing that shit, Rabbi.
Okay.
I'm worth more than that shit. Are you fucking crazy? I give a fuck what anybody who they think that they are, if they need somebody to talk to about it. I am the bitch that will slip up, Rabbi. I know myself. I can't do that.
Okay, I don't.
And I'm not a fucking whore. And watch how real quick and accidentally went across the street, Rabbi. And that was not consensual, Rabbi. No. While it's happening is not consensual, Rabbi. And I'm the person who has to live with that and deal with that. I'm the person who has to question, why did that happen out of desperation? Do I want to create any more situations like this? Absolutely not. Ew. That sounds like a trap. That sounds like a money trap to me. And I don't want to get lost in there.
I understand. Audie, you're basically doing that now with one guy in a car who's barely provided
Yeah,
for you.
but
And I'm
the
saying you can
thing
become.
is that we have a child together, and when I do this, I increase his life for him to be with his son. So right now, that's correct.
Okay.
I am only having sex with the father of my child because it's sanitary, and he's forcing me to.
See, that's
So why would
the
I
thing.
go to somewhere else where I'm going to be forced to be gross?
Because then you can get a hotel room, and then you can get on your feet.
Yeah, but here's what a hotel room is. I have all the things outside of the hotel room besides the microwave.
I understand,
And
but that car is going to be unlivable in a few months.
yeah, in a few months, I'm not going to be in this car because Jesus loves me. Okay, and I have paid the price for at least to get up from the basement. I'll be in a heating and cooling center. I'll be sleeping in a shelter if I don't have a place to live. If I can't make this work,
Okay.
then I'll be living in a shelter. I'm not about to freeze to death.
And we don't want that. I don't think that sex work is anything to put down. There are many people who have to do it, and it gives you an.
Well, if I was going to do sex work, it would be more like actually having sex with people that I actually want to have sex with.
And that's what I'm saying.
And then
And you can do that.
But I want to have sex with, they don't want to pay me.
Wait, hold on.
And they're like, oh, this isn't real. Or what am I supposed to do? I'm just supposed to have sex with people, and then I'm supposed to ask for stuff, right?
No.
The problem is I'm not used to doing that.
I mean,
Usually I just have sex with them, and then I'm like, thank you.
You can do that too. I mean, it's whatever. I just think that. Hey, look, you don't have many choices. As I said, a shelter, mental health, that's the way to go. But if you aren't going to do that right now, and I understand, I don't think that there's any disrespect in considering sex work if it is a way out of your current situation.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying.
No, I'm not going to do an escort.
Wait, but it's not that bad. I mean, I know that there are some aspects of it, but you don't have to do it forever. You do it for a month, and then you can buy. You can get a driver's license, and you can start to Uber.
Well, I can do that now. I just have to let this nigga give me $30 and I go get my license.
Okay, so about that, isn't it possible to go to your social worker and get a a pass for a free driver's license?
Free one?
Yeah.
I already asked, and no, I can't because, well, basically because my license is expired. And I have to. Honestly, I think the guy's just being a piece of shit. You're right. I should ask these other people, where can I go besides this place? Because this dude is he gave me a hard time just to give me a hard time the first time. And he was nicer to me the second time. But the second time is when I went to go get my birth certificate and my social security number. And I had asked them, and he said no. And I really feel like he was lying. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you got to go back and then just try again, and ask them to speak to someone else. So you
No,
don't.
I'm gonna make him pay for it. I already told him he was going to for weeks, so he can pay for it next week. I got 2 doctor's appointments on Friday. And tomorrow I have to take the paper to the Social Security Administration.
Okay. All right. Well.
The positive thing about if I stay in this people, then I actually have a right here to do anything that I want. Otherwise, for instance, if I were to be in the shelter and have to have gone to that place and then be directed to another place, that would be so much for my body right now to walk that fucking far. Like, I really think I would like have a seizure. Because I need to have my weed. You know what? I had a seizure in the hospital and realizing that it's because I start to come off my weed when I'm not in the right way. Like, tapering is something different. But
Can't your social worker give you bus tokens?
yeah, but you know how far the fucking bus stops are? You don't understand. Man, this shit is terrible.
It's true. I'm not familiar with the Chicago bus system. But
First of all, we call them bus tokens. This is not 1950.
okay, well, whatever they're called, bus credits. What are they called? I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
You know what does matter is the fact that I can't smoke marijuana right now. I just can't do it.
Okay. Well, I'm here to support you with whatever your decision is, and I want the best for you.
Best decision ever. Are you fucking crazy? I'm not about to be talked to like I'm a piece of shit.
I'm not talking to you that way. I did want you to know this isn't.
It's called That's Never Gonna Happen.
What's never gonna happen? Okay, so
Sorry,
that's fine.
I'm never gonna sell my time and attention or my fucking. That's still selling myself. That's weird. I don't like that. I don't feel comfortable, and it's not. I'm not saying. I'm saying it's something I wouldn't do because it's something I'm uncomfortable with. And if I would be comfortable with it, I would consider it. But for those reasons, that it makes me feel super gross because I can't do that. I might be a little wild, but I can't just be in that situation and entertaining anyone's energy. That is totally against my will and against. I will not be nice. I will slip up and I will fucking tell someone off. And they will not like that very much.
Okay, nobody wants that.
You're supposed to be nice to your customers.
I just want you to get out of that car. I want you to get out of a bad situation. And
I know. You know what I have to do is I have to become a record.
you're going to sell exactly 0 records.
It's not about selling records. It's about fucking record my own city.
Okay. I mean, do whatever you want to do. If you want to be a rapper, I'll support you to be a rapper. Alright, so I added this thing to the server. It may not be important to you, but I just want to make you aware. It measures everybody who's been in here the longest time. And because you've used 2 different accounts, you don't have the highest amount, but if you combine your 2 accounts, you're just about at the highest amount of any person in here. So you should know that you are doing well on that tracker, and I appreciate the amount of time that you spend in here, and I'm always here to support you. And if that means that you go get mental help, go ahead.
Is that what you would tell your fucking sister or your daughter?
I would. I was just thinking about that. I'm going to tell you this. Wait. You asked me a question. You asked me a question, and I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. If you had absolutely no opportunities, which I think you do, that's why I said you could go to a shelter, you could go to a women's care area, whatever. But let's say that wasn't available, and she was living in a car with an abusive person, having sex with him for nothing, then I would say to her, you have no other options if you can't go work at McDonald's and you can't go Uber and you can't do these other things, than to create a profile and start giving hand jobs if that's what you have to do.
I would say, why don't you get your ass back over here to the house right now?
Wait,
then I would not be my mother. That's what would happen.
wait, but I'm saying that if I didn't have the opportunity, I'd give hand jobs to be able to help my daughter.
You're not in charge. This is why you guys don't make the fucking rules. You're stupid.
I understand, but you just don't have a lot of options. And this will get you out of that car. It will get you out of an abusive situation.
Patience is a virtue.
I understand, but it's going to start to get cold. Good. And that's the advice I would give to my daughter, or to my sister, or to my mother, or to anyone around me. But if they weren't going to do that, I would tell them that I would still respect them, and I would still understand the position they were in if they had to basically just go on dates with people for money. I don't see that as that immoral at all. Especially, I don't see it as immoral at all if you have no other choice.
Is that immoral either? Like, I could have a conversation with one of these people, but are they gonna be my best friend? No, because that's not the best decision actually. I mean, it's a decision that could have been made, yeah. That's how I feel about those people. They're okay. I thought about being a stripper. Okay, I went as far as applying many years ago, but now we're not thinking about that. We're not thinking about that. We could be a cocktail waitress, but we have to actually take actual pictures of ourselves and we look good, because that's what they're gonna fucking ask for, and that's about as far as that shit will go. But other than that, I'm not going to be an escort and allow myself to be one-on-one with some fucking creep, because I don't want to. No amount of money is worth that. I don't care if somebody was like, I'll give you $1 million. They'd have to give me $1 million. They'd have to give me $100,000. They'd have to give me a lot of fucking money, and they're not ready to give me that much. I'm not talking about in the hundreds. That's what I'm saying. This is much. You must not understand. I gotta erase this shit from my memory when I'm done with it, because otherwise I'm gonna be sitting there not laughing and acting like, listen, I'm way smarter than you, and I don't give a fuck how much money you have. There is a disparity in this land, and I don't even need to go to school to prove that I'm fucking smarter than you. The problem is that I'm in before you right now. That's what's gonna happen. I'm not saying I'll scream, but I can't do it for me, because that's not me. Me doesn't like that. Me wants to touch who me wants to touch. Me wants to be around who he wants to be around. I don't want to be around many people at all, as you can see, to begin with. Why would I want to be around weird people who want to give me money so that they can be in my vicinity and try to possibly give me more money to put their pee-pee in one of my holes?
You don't have a lot of options, and if you were rejecting going to seek help, and you're in an abusive situation in a car right now, it's a way out.
I'm not rejecting help. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Is right now, it is as if I'm in a assisted living facility, but I am doing the process for applying for that same funding for someone who's in a mental health crisis and needs housing. But I will be getting it funded to me, and they're going to help me find a fucking apartment to go and apply the housing towards.
That's great.
And I will have a lot. But I have to wait for that process. And essentially, by me doing the interview for the assessment for the assisted living on the phone, because I took the time to do that, and I thought, well, I'll at least do this assessment. Once they told me about the graduation process, I said that I was not interested. But the fact that I keep going in the hospital and that I was working with these people has made that process so much quicker. So I'm fucking gonna wait until that fucking happens. And in the meantime, I'll be figuring out if I need to go into a shelter where it is, like I said, community showers and where I don't want to be. But if that's where I have to go in the winter, because I can't live in my own car in the winter either.
Right.
I've thought about this, don't worry.
I'm sure you have.
But you're talking to the girl who wanted to live in a tent outside this summer and the previous summer, but everybody wants to be an asshole and let her cook in the car instead. Okay. Thanks, Lois.
Absolutely.
Being nice.
Absolutely.
You have to understand, you can't just force somebody into sex work. That's called sex trafficking. It feels like that's what you're trying to do. And you should know me by now, Rabbi. Actually, you should know me very well by now that is not something that I would do. Rabbi, when somebody says they're prude, they don't do that. Come on now.
I understand.
It's like
You don't even necessarily have to have sex with the people. You could just spend time with them. There are men who will just pay you to spend time with them.
I know, Rabbi, but you don't understand what it's like to be me. And sensitive and all this. And I don't want anybody looking. And I can read their brain when they're looking at me. I don't want anybody that close to me when that's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a date.
Exactly.
I am not a whore. It's still whoring yourself out.
It gets you out of a car.
I don't like
It gets you out of a car.
okay, right. Into a hotel room alone.
Yeah, but then you can get from a hotel room to an apartment and then eventually get a serious job and get on your feet. That's all I'm
I
saying.
have to get a job. I thought it was going to be on public assistance for the rest of my life because I have mental health issues.
Or you could do that. Well, okay, so that's an option.
Which one am I, super smart or a whore?
Look, I'm just gonna say that there are a lot of people, both men and women,
which one I am.
who've been in your situation, and the way that they are able to get out of it is the way that I suggested. Now, because of the issues that you have you sought disability?
Yes. You know what? I need to go online and I need to create my new account because, and I was just in the middle of that yesterday, but the car wasn't moving, so I wasn't able to do my ID. But I need to get access to that because my phone number has changed since I started the case.
Okay, well, why don't you do that now? Why don't you do that now? That'll be $1,000 a month. That'll help you. Okay, you do it on your own time. Look, I just don't want you to be in a bad situation, and you're not currently in a good one, and I want you to have options to get out of it.
Yeah, I'm seeking all the viable options. I'm trying to live. My spirit has to live in my body. It's going to kill my spirit, and I'm going to not be able to do something that I don't want to do. It's going to put me in a bad mood. And then it's going to ruin my child's relationship with his father. And I don't want that to happen because, I mean, it's to the point where I'm telling him that I have kids with people. What if I have kids with somebody else and I come back to you? And another kid with you. You know, his response is if I'm going to cheat, I'm going to cheat on my boyfriend. Not like we're going to leave me and can't leave or nothing like that. Alright, I think exactly what I thought. You don't love me. Okay. Well, you know, I don't have to feel bad. I mean, the signs were right here, but I didn't know. Maybe you just didn't know how to treat somebody. No, you don't full well how to treat somebody. This is not it. So, On the bright side with that is that I have pretty much like I could just leave that any minute. It's not gonna be. I mean, like, yeah, he's gonna be upset. He did just cry on the video. So it was some weird shit because I don't believe that after everything that I've been treated like during this process. And I feel like there's nobody to run back to or hug after everything happens to me. And so the point I'm trying to make is if I, you know, disrespect myself, his dad isn't gonna be as involved with him because he's not gonna wanna involve and talk with me because he's not about that lifestyle. And then when he does spend time with the child, you know, I didn't have to worry about him bad mouthing rather than us being, um, you know, like extended family to an extent because of the child. Um, I can't do that. I can't be a whore. Like for my son, I can't be a whore for myself. I don't want to be a whore. You know, that's all the same thing to me. And
It may be. I don't consider those people whores, and I don't think being a whore is that bad at all. I think we're all whores in our own way.
I'm like, you're not here either. If I had the ability to do it, I would, but I don't have that ability. I
Okay.
don't have it.
I understand.
I want too much of it.
I
That
understand.
I actually am not about to even get that close with my energy because that's weird to me that somebody would pay me for my time.
Okay.
And you're not. This isn't like. You're not supposed to do that. That's weird. That shit is weird.
It's not weird. It's the oldest profession in the world.
It's not. The oldest profession in the world is not that. The oldest profession in the world is motherhood. Okay, and I'm trying to make babies, not just spend time with weirdos. Now I'm about to make another baby with this nigga, I guess, because I don't know what else to do. And I'm not anytime soon. It's not even soon. And I'm gonna be old soon. And I'm not gonna be a baby. I was born at a time. So I actually, like, I took my baby children. Just kidding. Actually, I thought about it. I did technically did. But you know what? I get scared all the time because it's like not to be from my vagina. In my vagina, why are you even in there if you don't even love me? You could be another baby in there? Crazy, right? So I just gotta be okay with it. And I need to think about it like, he is a victim. And like, I can't leave the children. Does take good care of them. I'm not really upset with it. That's what I'm doing. The children would be beautiful with them. At no point that we actually sit in and look at a child. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So, I can be real retarded, or I could just look at what's before me. Don't let that guy do it. Actually, at the end of the day, I just lie over like a dog, stop crying, and I act like I'm in love with this nigga. After all this bullshit. Yeah, how about I just do that too, Rabbi? Yeah, sounds like bullshit to me as well.
What's
yeah,
it? What's that?
Sounds like I'm not doing either of those things.
What's that?
What?
What are you saying?
I could just, you know, stay with this man and have another child with him. Because I thought, how bad could it be? Like, I can make him be nice to me. I know how to act right, to be treated right. But listen, things have been said and things have been done that are irreparable that make me go absolutely crazy. And I'm not in love with this person. But you don't need to be in love to make babies. And babies don't come from love. Babies come from sex. And you do sex with anybody. And I have to do sex with this guy. Chance of making a baby all the time. And does it scare me? Yeah, because I don't have nowhere to put the baby right now.
Exactly.
But if I knew another one, wouldn't they be beautiful? Yes.
It would be a terrible situation. It would be a terrible It would be a terrible situation for you right now. I'm not saying in the future, but you don't want to bring a life into this world. You can't take care of the first one. You don't want to have to do it with the second one.
I can't take care of the first one. My mother lied on me. Don't even go there.
Audie, you can't take care of yourself at this point, let alone a baby.
Oh, I'm taking great care of myself. What are you fucking talking about? They wouldn't let me out into the world if I wasn't able to.
Okay, that's fine. I'll support.
Just because I don't cry very much, don't mean that it don't hurt, Rabbi. You know, but you come to me with some hard shit, for real. Talking to me as if I'm not. How am I disabled, but you're gonna talk to me like I'm not disabled?
Well, that's why I said, if you can get disability or support or anything like that, that's the best option.
Okay, well, we're trying everything all at once. Last time the lady asked me if I ever fucking hit my head hard. I said I don't remember. And of course I have a lot of times. What the fuck? That lady was a bitch. Swear to God, she just didn't like me because I was light skinned. These people don't want to do their jobs either, Rabbi. I'm telling you. They don't like me. They don't like Autumn. They don't like what Autumn has to say. Autumn comes in with no opinions. All she thinks about it all like a terrible situation. Then they don't want to give her the fucking beat. They want to. Some of these people are absolute demons, you know? And then others are not. Others are just right there with you, like not beat off. And that's what tells me that I'm not crazy at all. It tells me that nothing is wrong with me. I'm just fine. And even though it might look like it's a weird decision, like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if I lived 15 minutes away at my grandma's house. This guy is not going to be on time for my doctor's appointments and shit. But if I sit in his car at those doctor's appointments are how I'm going to see my son. And I can't trust him to come and pick me up at the shelter because the day that I was raped, he was supposed to come the next day at 9 a.m. and he wasn't there. And I wasn't until the day after that I went to the fucking hospital. So.
Can you live with your grandma again?
No, I cannot because there was an order of protection, and I just went to court the other day for her. And they asked her if she wanted to shorten it from a year to 6 months or a year. She said, yeah, I'll only get her. So that's good. Both my mom and grandma's order of protection will be up around that same time. My mom has no evidence or reason to grant on me. And I will absolutely get a fucking public defender to open up a new other case as to why the fuck are you doing this to me when you have my son. This is illegal and I'm kidnapping.
Okay, so when is your mom's order of protection done?
It's up in August of next year, and so is the one for my grandma.
Okay.
Now my mother, I just saw her at court yesterday, but I'm not allowed to talk to her and stuff. When I left, I said bye to her. She tries to avoid eye contact. But I did tell off the caseworker that was sitting right next to my mom, and the caseworker lied and said I didn't answer. I turned around and I said that she told me not to text her off the phone. The worst I told her is do your job in all caps. Yeah, I've been trying to get parenting classes from her at this quote-unquote neighbor girl location. I asked her about any state of Illinois. She spent 6 months. And my therapist doesn't understand because she previously worked at a DCFS entity. And she's saying, you know, this lady doesn't make any sense. You should be doing both of these things at the same time. Absolutely. I don't need to see a psychiatrist and get my medication prescribed by a psychiatrist when there's a doctor that's fully incapable and is doing it. in the meantime that I could be saying, she sent me like 4 or 5 different resources that I called back on. One of them, she told me that the lady was going to call me back, and I called her, got information. It's not, none of these places do those parenting classes. Only one of them actually did those type of parenting classes. And they didn't serve this age group. She lied to me saying, oh yes, she is going to call you back. So days later, when I was asking again if she had any new leads, she tells me, I said, oh, by the way, what happened with that other lady? That yes, she is going to call you back. I'm like, well, I'm sure she didn't just explain to me a bunch about something that doesn't exist and tell me she has no idea why you would say that for no reason. Anyway, so that's the caseworker who's supposed to be sending me pictures and videos of my son, and she sees him every week. Yeah, she sent me pictures, and I'm fucking 10 seconds ago. One time. Yeah, and, I can only do as much as I can do, but these people are, like, deliberately driving me crazy. What are you talking about? I didn't answer. I turned around and I said, you sent me one email thus far with medical documentation about my son and talking about how his vaccine waiver needs to now be notated by a doctor. That's all that you sent, one email. And you only started emailing because you don't want to text me anymore. What the fuck? This shit was so crazy. And then they're like, yeah, she's made unreasonable action towards him. Last time they said I made reasonable, I'm like, I'm doing the exact same shit. This makes no sense at all. But whatever. Absolute garbage. How do they fucking keep their jobs? I gotta talk to that building's boss. I got her phone number.
Audie, can you apply for disability? Like now?
Yeah, I already did.
No, you
I
didn't.
already applied for it, and I did the interview like back in June or July. So
Okay.
now it's at the point where it's just gonna wait forever, and then during this time, I need to get some tests ordered by my doctor and hopefully by my psychiatrist because they're gonna have like 6 months while they look at it, and so I'm gonna get that documentation in there, and then what happens is they give you kind of have like an agent where you can call them and let them know, like, hey, I've just submitted new documentation. Like, you can give them documentation directly, or I guess you could tell them to like look for it, like, at this date at this facility or whatever, to help like prove my case.
Okay,
Besides,
didn't you say that you had to?
going to the
Didn't you
hospital
say?
over and over and over?
Didn't you say you had to upload some document to the website?
No. Oh yeah, that's like because you can go into like the Social Security administration website, and there's like you can check like how much like you've worked like towards your retirement, and then you can check like when you're applying for your retirement and disability. There's like a little like time calculator bar that fills up, and it lets you know what percentage they are done looking at your medical records. Yeah.
Okay, so can't you work on that process?
Yeah, I told you I was going to do it tomorrow, which it looks like it's today because it's sunny. But I thought I was going back to sleep for a little bit first.
All right, you go back to sleep. You do that.
As the region that the Arabs call Jebel Musa, or Mount Sinai. Of course, we're not sure that is the specific designation of the great biblical Mount Sinai, but yes, it's a reasonable possibility. And then moving their way up through that is. So they've all left Egypt. The amazing Egypt, they turn the location. Halachic dilemmas that I will read, but indeed, class Jewish civilization Spain, several show long for this side. So Mary says, there are several references to Isaiah, Jeremiah. Okay. So it's the upper Nile part of flows from the south to the north. There are restrictions on the river banks. So very difficult to progress up the river. This requires uh, to stop. Sometimes a word crack water there the problem heavy necessary David to not recite 70 charge them translate comparing the results of the work all translate identically, including messages. Imagine don't let America.
rises to the top of the heat. Well, it's funny, dude, because since the last time I've talked, this has been kind of like the knock of me. And I'm waiting now, is it a comedian? There's a comedian. There's a comedian. That's right. And the other thing, I feel like I'm smart to me. Feels weird doing this with F-Dot, to be honest. It seems kind of weird. But essentially, it's like the knock is you're acting like you're an expert. You're just a comedian. It's like, that's the point. That's always been the point. Like, yes, I'm just a comedian. I'm not an expert. You can still be an expert and help me your favorite wrong. And I'm tear them to shreds because it's actually not that hard. Like, these people aren't really experts either. Oh, there it is. These people that are talking about this and start coming up here, not experts. Well, they're not experts. There's, still got to create English. But there's all these different people who, expertise in one area that is pretty much outside geopolitical, politics and international relations and chaos and war and industrial conflicts. These are very complex, sophisticated discussions that we're talking about. So many different factors at play. There's so much money, there's so much bullshit in terms of like what's the truth, what's the narrative, who's pushing the narrative, who's being paid to push the narrative, which is really weird. There's so many of these fucking online influencers that I don't even think are really human beings that have like prominent accounts. Yeah. But then there's also it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss how
first thing is just flip over everything funny to me. So like phase after last time.
Welcome. How are you? What's up, Cat? How you doing? Can you hear me? Hello? How are you? Cat, can you hear me? Yeah. How's your day?
Good. This is this.
Oh, excellent. How did you find out about
It was being family with a just
me? Amazing. Okay, very well. Well, apologies. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, my friend?
yes, very interesting. Seems very interesting.
Oh, it's very interesting, Cat. Thank you so much for being here. Again, apologies for the spam. My spam.
I apologize.
Okay, I'm Rabbi.
Correct.
Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. Absolutely. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of a young, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Pat, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family, all become financially independent if you're not already, that you can have generational wealth, and most of all, that you're able to start 30 some philanthropic organizations to help the world. How does that sound?
It sounds quite that way.
Absolutely.
Actually, it's streaming 24/7 for all
Really,
years.
yeah, actually pretty close to 4 years.
That's fine.
Absolutely. And not just
Must be like 4 years.
absolutely, and not just on one stream. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously.
That's interesting.
Absolutely. And if you see in the corner, upper left corner, you'll see some red dots that say 24/7 YouTube stream. If you look that up in YouTube, you'll see it. I'm having this conversation on 22 different YouTube streams, 360 degrees. So that basically it's archived in perpetuity.
So we have 24 devices or it's a stream. We don't have something device or
Great question. I have like 33 different devices. So they all basically have, a lot of them have different angles. Some of them have multiple, and then I multi-stream as well. So I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on Twitter, I'm live on Rumble, basically everything but things. And I talk about things about the world. That's why I do this. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help this world through. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for shot technology and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump red seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those ideas sound to you, Kat?
I have here about Rothschild, really interesting, at least revolutionary. Like this might actually be the future, but I'm not like definitely enough of this subject to actually say much about that.
That's okay. Absolutely. I understand. I talk about other things that I feel like I'm a futurist. I'm someone who studies the future, futurology. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, space tourism, things like space elevators and terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar travel, things like perhaps anti, um, anti-aging properties, things like perhaps quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibis, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company on the Dallas Fed founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They made it their goal that within the next 6 years, and by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant circus, which I just think is an incredible opportunity. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, following the introduction of the woolly mammoth, which I think would be really exciting to be able to witness. They recently made headlines with the direwolf project, where they brought 3 direwolves that are about a year old now. Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things to help you and your friends and your family. If you want, this is only 30%. Everything I say is 30%. Things like life extension technology. When you were born, average life expectancy for you is probably about 80. I want to increase that to 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, neurogenics, nootropics, things like gene therapies, and perhaps erosion therapy to increase your life expectancy to be about 120. But eventually, you might be 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, I remember in that conversation when I first met you, all the things you said came true. It's been a wonderful life. But what's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent if you want. There's something called mind deployment technology. If you want, we'll be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system. Whether you're download as an android, a person, or a cybernetic being, clone yourself, a robot, a ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But it's what so you may have an opportunity of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I mean, just because keep doing it.
Yeah, basically, you're in the top 1% of the world. You may not consider it that, but to be in the top 1% of earners on Earth, you just need to make like $32,000. And I know that you have internet, I know you have a device, I know that you have social media.
Yeah.
So all those things really put you at the top echelon of human society. And the fact that you had the courage to come in here and learn about what I do, means you're recorded on the street, and you'll essentially be seen as a hero in the future.
I have one different question for you. It almost like sounds like much knowledge. There's so much information you can get. What do you like learn all of this information you're talking about right now?
Yeah, great question. Well, I've been using large language models, really ChatGPT, since its launch, November 30th, 2022. In fact, I was in grade. I am a rabbi, but additionally, I'm a certified project management professional. I have certifications in big data. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies that basically integrate international projects. I am someone who has learned a lot, certainly from artificial intelligence in general, and looking forward to artificial superintelligence. Um, Specifically, where did I learn that which I discussed? A lot of it has come from large language models. So what I like to do is whenever anybody comes into my stream or into this Discord and they have a question and we don't know the answer to it, first thing that I do is go to ChatGPT and ask the question, and we get the answer. So I've learned a lot through um, this, this, I would say, journey I've been on in my life. And so that's how I learned a lot about futurology. But other ways that I learned about futurology, I am an advocate of like alien life and perhaps alien disclosure. And so I study a lot of science fact and science fiction. And when you learn about how those types of civilizations exist, if they do exist, I learn about what kind of technology that they have, and then do my best to utilize that, best to utilize it, and how we could uh, use it here on Earth.
You actually have a dream.
100%, absolutely. I daven or pray on stream. I like fill in. I've got my fill in right here. I'll do that in about 45 minutes. Currently, if you came in, I was watching Jewish history lecture.
Yeah, I saw it. It's actually interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do everything that I can. Really, Rabbi my distance teacher, and so in addition to teaching
Yes.
on some religious topics, I certainly teach on some scientific topics as well. But at the heart of any teacher, we're learners, so I like to learn with people as well.
That's very important. Like, if you want to progress in this world, you have to like should do other things, not just the eat, you want to learn things like you're doing that.
That's
Very interesting concept, actually. And another question is the surname from Rothschild. Like, you know, it's very prominent. I mean, it's like actually related, or is it like marketing strategy, or why it's surname?
there are about 3,000 of us in the United States alone. It's a big family. So do we share the DNA? Yes, but my
Also, it's actually your legal last name.
it's my legal last name.
That's amazing.
So that's what I do. Um, the way that you were able to find out about me, I've created quite a few different types of social media. So I'm live on 100 different, or I have over 100 different YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Facebook accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. And more social media than any person ever. I'm basically the most. Go ahead.
No, I can listen. I can.
Certainly, I'm the most archived person in global history. I'm the most videotaped person in global history. I'm the most photographed person in global history. And I am making my mark on the internet and for the future of society. And I do that one person at a time, basically. The way that you found out about me, I created robots that automatically create accounts. They create clicks on people. They follow the person and they spam the person, and then they move on to the next person. And if they ever ban one of them, they automatically create a new account the same. So you're quite effective.
Do you like face a lot of job tests? Like I know something about automation, but I know that on social media there's a lot of job tests. Like do you step in something you pay for, or do you go to do a job test, or how do you do that? Because you have a lot of bots, so how do you
100%.
upkeep that?
Yeah. So I have done more captures than any person in global history. And when I say that, I mean it. For the last 6 months, just recently was doing them on different platforms. I got kicked out. So one of the reasons why I utilized kick is because it doesn't have captures. It does have email verification. It does not have captures. Yeah, it does not have captures.
That's interesting.
Yeah, neither does Twitch. So those are two opportunities to really automate. Um, what ones do are a lot of times YouTube will, a lot of times Instagram will, to some extent, a lot of times TikTok will definitely. Um, Twitter has the most difficult one. So Twitter definitely is. Blue Sky, that's the one that I was doing most recently, and I did those for like 6 months straight. The way that I would do it to be most effective, which is very smart, is I have handheld devices and I have computers. And basically, I would create the account on a handheld device, and then I would do the captcha, and then have that information automatically stored in a large spreadsheet. And then my computer would take that data from the spreadsheet and log in with it, and so they were just going constantly 24 hours a day. I've never paid to have captchas done for email, and I definitely won't pay for it. So I can tell you this: I've been doing captchas now for 4 years. I've been doing more captchas than any person perhaps on earth, and certainly any person who hasn't been paid.
Yeah, no, but it's serious to that. Some people from more companies where they don't make that much use of job tests, but you will not do that. You just
Yeah, I mean, it's really not that difficult to do if you have the time and the energy. And, um, I think a lot of them. I worked for a company one time, and one of the projects that we built was basically a scraper website, and we would pay people in like China or Philippines or something like 1 cent per capture. And
Yeah, I know.
and yeah, but like in order to do all of that, it doesn't have a trade-off, and especially when a company can just come in and ban all your accounts, all the words, it can be a waste. I mean, if they're 1 cent each, it's not that much, but that was a really good rate. Sometimes it's as much as 7 or 10 cents each. So thank you all that up. I like to have control of what I do, and I don't want to give other people my credentials. So, in order to avoid all of that, I do the detection myself. But if I kick doesn't have captions, I've even suggested to kick that they need captions in order to avoid having someone like me who just comes in and spams everybody. Um, and I think the reason why they don't do it is because Twitch doesn't, and they basically do everything that Twitch does. So the fact that Twitch doesn't
Yeah.
do it means. But even if they did, then I just have to create capture or just do capture. I mean, I'm still a human, and I still will have the and I have the fortitude to be able to complete them. So it's just a little speed bump in the way, but it's certainly within me from doing what I do.
You said because you made a screenshot, so you handle that. You automate that for you.
Yeah, that's automated. So I use temporary email service, and like Twitch, you have to use something with the Gmail account, and there are temporary Gmail accounts that you can get. So there are ways around that. With Twitch, they don't require that type of characteristic. You just need to be able to have any email that you can receive a stupid code. So it's all automated basically while I sleep. These things are going, while I'm awake, they're going. And I'll show you if you just one moment. I'll show you what they do. So what these accounts will do. So you see the pointer, and that is it's like and it's going to do
It's easy to see.
it. And as of right now, which is I already have it there. Chat. It says thank you for the follow. Google, my Discord. So what it's going to do, it's very smart. It has optical character recognition, and so wherever there's a live, and wherever it happens, it's going to click it. What it's going to take a little bit of Discord link. It's going to create a clip on it. And the thing that's good about the clips is if somebody from bans my account, the clip stays. So I have clips from years ago that are on this website that are associated. So it's going to create this clip, just it, and then it's going to create that big wall of text that got you and once it selects that, it will copy it from the spreadsheet that I made and minimize the spreadsheet. Press the follow button. That recognizes where the follow button is. And then it's going to spin this. And there it is. Well, it comes in. And you can already tell people know about me because they have my name attached. They basically demand your name. But that's fine. It's just, people still, it doesn't, it still says Google Rabbi Discord. And when you Google Rabbi Discord, my Discord shows up. And that doesn't get asterisk. And so that's the process that we do. It's very efficient. And I've got 3 of them. So those 3.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like, I have seen like
very unique. I don't know of another person who does that. Everybody else creates scripts and server side, but um, to me that is inefficient because the things change with websites.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't like, really stay up to date with something like that. You have to change the code all the time.
Exactly. Exactly. But with mine, I can recreate that bot. I can make a change instantly. So let's say
This is like that approach.
exactly. Let's say I right now I only target people who have their quick account registered or not registered but categorized as English. So I'm not doing the rest of the world. Not because I don't care about the rest of the world or not English speakers. It's just we get people who come in here and they don't know what I'm saying. And it's just difficult to communicate with them. So it's easy for me to just categorize everyone. And also my spam is in English. And so if I go into someone who's, let's say they speak Japanese, and I spam them, they don't know that stuff. I mean, it just looks like gibberish to them. So it's not that efficient for my bots to do. But if I wanted to, let's say, and I was just thinking about it because you said you were the Finnish streamers, I could just change it to
Yes.
just change to whatever language I wanted to, or no languages at all, or I could change it to be just certain games. Like I used to just do people who had categorization just that. So, but then I expanded it to everybody on it, and all of those little changes for creating a script would take perhaps days or weeks to do. With mine, it takes less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. I was like by this approach, but it makes a lot of sense now that it makes me think of it.
Absolutely. And if other things change about the website, just slight changes will cause issues like, let's say you have something, maybe this when Mr. Beast was doing that function on King, and it was like hashtag Team One, they had like a banner on the front page that normally they don't have. Well, if you have a script, that banner can prevent your script from working. With my strategy, all I have to do is just program it for just a few minutes to click on whatever needs to be clicked on to get past that banner. The rest of the robot works. Really, it's not a robot. I mean, I guess it is. It's automated, but it's just a macro recorder, and I do it for free. So I actually figured out a way how to use software for free, and that I do it for free.
How much is the electricity cost for all of these devices and this setting?
Yeah, so it's actually we get a rebate at the end of the year because of solar, so we actually get paid. So what that means, like normally you have a big electricity bill, but at the end of the year, because we have solar and the sun shines, we can sell the excess power back to Southern California Edison, and then they give us money.
Yeah, so that's really nice. So is it like, do you still have to pay something though?
No, so it's free.
So it's basically that's amazing.
Yeah, because of solar.
Where are you actually like streaming all this? That's not always like you probably don't use the location, but like it gets Windows and I think this is like because it's set up like German camera or something.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'm based out of Brooklyn, California, and the reason why I have things covered is I have a projector behind me that projects on the wall. That's what that is. So it needs to be dark in order for me to be able to see that. And I've been doing this now for 3.5 years. I do IRL content as well occasionally. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara or south of San Diego. Welcome. How are you? Kakitas, how are you? Can you hear me?
I just enjoyed it. It's very interesting. All this stuff. So I just wanted to show
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
think he has the option to sleep at night.
Okay, that's okay. So I'm shooting this for north of Santa Barbara, it's for south of San Diego, it's for west of the Pacific Ocean, it's for east of the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, I've streamed at Disneyland, and basically everywhere in Southern California.
Is it close to you? It's like what you do to have that as well. So what you do.
Absolutely. So, can you hear me?
That's how the oven industry runs.
Okay, absolutely. So thank you for being here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the beginning. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the formation of the queen, and everything in between. This is essentially a time capsule or a timeline for society. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was the number one resource, more valuable than petroleum. And I have more data archived than anyone, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, that Kat, and everyone else who's helped me along the way not only becomes financially independent, that you're able to create generational wealth, but most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I shoot my life first and foremost because I want one piece. But additionally, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud feeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of technology as well. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. That's what all of my pillows and all this stuff, all this is merchandise is there. And we build wealth in developing nations like Nigeria that are less fortunate. I am someone who is an advocate for the livestock program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump water onto land and make it drinkable. I talk about things that are involving the futurology of the future of myself. Things like, oh, I see that you came off my nevertheless. Things like anti-gravity antimatter faster than light, travel faster than light technology, alien disclosure, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like the extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company that announced the Texas is founded, known as Galapagos Bioscientific. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing ancient elephant markets, which I think is just a mind-blowing opportunity. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird, following the woolly mammoth, which I think would be really exciting to be able to witness. I talk about other things that may be of benefit to you and Kat and everyone else. Things like life extension technology. This is all set, but if you want, you may be able. Oh, maybe they don't want to hear. Oh,
It's gonna be but no.
that's okay. I have it. I talk about things like life extension technology, which may be beneficial to you, your friends, and family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about 80 years old. You can increase that to maybe 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, ceramics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy and ambrosia therapy.
Like yeah, these approach issues getting what you say. I don't know if it's easy internet or but it must be easy internet. I'm getting imperfect.
Okay. Um, well, I talk about things that basically make you look younger if you want, and then eventually you may get to be 120 years old, and you may say, "I'm gonna." I understand. I completely understand. Connectivity.
Yes,
Trust me, it's any.
yes, his internet is just not that bad. He's actually in school right now.
Okay, that's all right. Anybody who understands internet networking.
He says first now. He says first now.
Okay, excellent. Can you ask him to hear anything that I said?
He was betting at the beginning.
technology with your consent, like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, nootropics, cryogenics, things like red light therapy, cold shock therapy, perhaps even corrosion therapy. But eventually, when I get to be 120 years old, and you say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been a wonderful life. I don't want it to end, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next way? And again, this is with your consent. If you want to die in a normal life, you can, but if you want, you may be able to utilize the type of technology known as mind-ablating technology, where with your consent, you scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or MRI. Remember, every ad uses your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. For later downloads, Android and Avatar, Cyborg, or Cybernetic cloning yourself, or in a theory game, whatever you want to do. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to have a future with immortality. And I just think that's really cool.
Yes. Easier describing it and now that conversation is not like I think he had motivate excellent and he's saying but feedback kind of less people. That's very interesting about them with uploading technology. Is that something you have available right now or it's more in the future?
Yeah, excellent question. All right, so there are multiple ways of this. Directly, we have started the process of memory transfers in mice. So basically, we'll have a set of mice that do a maze, and there's a way to transfer their memories into other mice so that the other mice who have never done the maze before are able to do it successfully. So that is quite an amazing uh, scientific breakthrough. And also, utilization that isn't directly related, but it is somewhat similar. It's brain-computer interfaces. This is like Neuralink. This is where people want to know the first successful Neuralink took place a few years ago with a man named Nolan Astro. His issue was that he was a quadriplegic. He lost the use of his hands and his legs, his arms and his legs in a diving accident, and was unable to operate anything more than basically anything from the neck down. He was unable to operate anything from the neck down. And he was the first person to have a neural implant that was gave him the ability to be able to move a mouse cursor on a computer, and eventually made him one of the best video game players in the world because, if not the best, because he had basically like an auto aimer in his head and was able to move his mouse cursor faster than anybody else can using traditional hand-eye coordination. We've had several other successful Neuralink implants that have taken place in the years since then and upgraded models. And then most recently, Neuralink has developed a cap that you wear, just like a hat or a helmet on your head, and it doesn't require any implants into your body, and it allows you to be able to move a mouse cursor just using your mind. So with those types of advancements in technology, we have made some major strides towards eventual mind uploading.
So that's new to me. I can't imagine just a lot of the government taking something testing you know, I know that this is like kind of scam.
Yeah. So just so like I said, uh, whenever we run into an issue where I don't know absolutely everything about it, I'm gonna look it up and know information on it. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about the Neuralink cap? Basically, the device that you wear on your head that does not need to be implanted in your skull and how it works. And please provide this in bullet points. All right. So uh, it's often referred to as EEG caps. These are electroencephalography caps or non-invasive BCIs. So that's non-invasive great computer interfaces. Unlike Neuralink's implant, they sit on top of the head like a swim cap with sensors. However, it uses electrodes to 60 to 256 Gauss sensors pressed against the scalp. These electrodes detect tiny electrical signals generated by neurons firing in the brain. A computer processes those brain waves, looking for patterns that match thoughts, intentions, or mental states. Solution compared to implanted electrodes, since the skull and scalp block or blur some signals. Data processing. Software translates raw brainwave patterns into commands. An example, thinking about moving your hand can move the cursor on the screen, or focusing attention and select letters. Applications, medical, helping paralyzed patients communicate or control robotic limbs. Consumer or research, meditation, monitoring, brain retraining, gaming, or human-free control of devices. Neurofeedback, showing users their brainwave activities so that they can learn to regulate stress, focus, or relaxation. Advantages versus implant. It's not as difficult. It's much safer, cheaper, and accessible. Portable and can be worn and removed at will. The limitations are that it has lower signal quality, can detect and really precisely position implants. It's sensitive to noise, muscle movement, blinking, or electrical interference, usually slower and less accurate than invasive BCIs, brain-computer interfaces. Examples of devices: Open BCI Ultra Cortex, now part of Snap. So that would be Snapchat. Research labs also built custom EEG caps with higher electrode counts. So basically, the Neuralink I'm referring to isn't necessarily anything groundbreaking, but it is an EEG cap, not invasive BCI technology that's already on the market and widely used in labs with big potential for consumer uses. How does that sound?
It's like, especially the last one, device, like the Apple Vision, just published like basically just get ideas about mobile, something like if you had a piece, it sounds like it's actually a lot of information also small time. It's really it's developed to this crazy theories about the neural images control it's not even attention because you see it's not like they are also like something external that's not anyway.
Exactly.
I don't know if I was not so clear. Like the same as the moment.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. I had that worry as well. In fact, I didn't want anything implanted in me. I wanted to be the last person on earth that had it implanted in me. However, if it were a cap that I could remove, I would be fine with that.
That would be like at least easier starting point, because then even this one command in us might be just some initial skill, but something and based on investment thoughts. Maybe having something new is not that mean
Yeah,
especially if you have something to test.
yeah. I'm still not comfortable with it. They literally have to drill into your skull, and I just don't know how modern devices work. The first few questions I would have would be, well, what's the battery life? How do you replace the battery? Many of the devices that we have today have lithium-ion batteries that explode. I don't want that happening in my
Yes,
brain.
very dangerous. Like,
What happens if I get it wet? Can I shower with it? Can I go swimming with it? If not, then that prevents a lot of things. Other things, like what happens if I accidentally hit my head and it breaks it? What do you do then? How do you replace it? The idea of it being implanted to me raises all types of questions. And unless I were in a situation with no one else or someone who basically did not have that high quality of life because they were quadriplegic or something like that, I would not want to experiment with that. However, if I were quadriplegic, God forbid, then I would say, sure, I'll be an example to the world for this. That's one of the reasons why I think Nolan Astro is a hero amongst the human race. That he has the courage to be a guinea pig for this type of trials.
it's like what you're saying is that you don't really have like you don't really address these points that you study.
cap that I can just remove if I take a shower. I don't have to wear it all the time if I want to. If I hit my head, it'll only damage the cap. It won't damage my brain. I'm fine with all of that.
I want to know it's very interesting. Yes, about it.
How new of an invention are these caps? So the first one, okay, so EEG caps, the non-invasive brain-computer interface devices, are not new at all, but the modern consumer-friendly versions are much newer. Here's a breakdown. So in 1924, German psychiatrist Hans Berger first recorded human brain waves, electroencephalography, EEG. This was the birth of EEG technology. In the 1950s and 70s, EEG became widely used in medicine, epilepsy diagnosis, sleep studies, brain injury research. Apps with electrodes were mainly research clinical tools. 1970s and 1980s, the first experiments in brain-computer interfaces using EEG began. People could move cursors or select letters on a screen, but it was extremely slow. The 1990s, computer processing improved more reliable EEG-based BCI labs. 2000s is the introduction of portable EEG capture research, gel-based electrodes, since mostly for scientists. 2010, rise of virtual EEG headsets from Emotive, Aerosky, and OpenBCI. These made EEG caps cheaper and more accessible outside labs. In the 2020s, modern EEG caps and dry electrode systems became available. Some even look like regular headbands or VR headsets. Companies like NextMind, before Snapchat acquired it, pushed towards consumer-grade brain control devices. So EEG caps are technology that are almost 100 years old, since the 1920s, but the idea of using them as a wearable device you can buy and use outside hospitals is only about 10 to 15 years old, and they're still rapidly evolving. Does that answer your question?
Yes, there's a lot of information again, but I don't know when that was, but introduced. I
Yeah.
wonder if these have something to do with, like, I have seen some cats that are placed on it and you sleep and then they monitor your sleep and you can go to the study or something. I don't know if this is related.
Absolutely. Within that information I just read, those started with sleep studies in the 1980s.
Yes. Yeah, but, what was the, it's a little bit different subject, but what was the crypto called that you were thinking about?
Sure.
Crypto related to this?
Absolutely. It's Harry Potter on Sonic. This is a no-no. And it is a cryptocurrency that I found out about on Twitter Spaces. I go into Twitter Spaces and just tell people about my project, and a group of people thought what I was saying was really interesting, and they invited me to their Telegram, and I've been live streaming my life in their Telegram for more than 2 years. I'm in the fantasy football league with them. It's a wonderful community, and we're very close.
Interesting, interesting. Can you please repeat the name?
About known as Harry Potter, Obama, Saga, and Inu. Its website is HTOS.
Yeah, it's easy. Easy. Easy.
Yep, that's correct.
Right now, I'm at 8 cents. Oh, yes. One, it's kind of like 600,000 percent. Oh,
Yeah, so it's an interesting cryptocurrency. Its appeal is that it doesn't really long name, and all the other cryptocurrencies are really short names, but it allows people to remember, it allows people to remember it. People are really positive about the project. I mean, first of all, it's a community. The community is really a bunch of great people in there. We have great leadership. generous people. The Telegram is t.me/HPOS10, and on live stream 4 hours a day. At least that was something like that. And you'll see if you ever join it. It has constant people bringing in new memes and people having fun with each other. And so it's really cool. And it has an associated project, these NFTs. They're called Protos. They were worth about like $10,000 each. And I'm not exactly sure what they're worth now, but basically the leadership from President Obama started saying, I've been wearing it every day. Not always the same stuff, but I've been doing it now for like more than 2 years. So I mean, I talk about the project quite often, but as you can tell, this isn't a cryptocurrency project. This is a world peace project.
Yes, yes. This is something just on the bike to bring even more attention to this.
100%. Absolutely.
You mentioned something about working with some companies before the scrape. For example, you said you published some apps in App Store. Able to do more about this. Interesting.
Absolutely. So, I can't mention the companies or the apps per se, but I can tell you what they did,
Yes,
just because I've signed a non-disclosure agreement with them. So,
yes.
I created the first Uber for car washing. So basically, anywhere in Los Angeles, you press a button on your phone, somebody comes to your house and washes your car.
Did you get the idea about this, or did you just make the program for this? Someone's idea.
Yeah, so the idea had been around.
Training.
Yeah, the idea had been around for at least mobile detail, mobile car washing for over 100 years, where people would have basically trucks or equipment that would be mobile to be able to wash people's cars. In the 1990s, it became a telephone. And when I started with the company, that's where we were. We just had a telephone number that people would call. People would come out and watch their vehicles. But they brought me on before we had an app or anything. We created an app. We created the largest car wash app in the world.
It's all about the action coming to you call washing.
That's
Wherever you are.
especially in Los Angeles and California, people's time is very valuable. And imagine you're a lawyer and you could be with a client and charge them $1,000 an hour, or you have to take time out of your own day and go wash your car. That takes time. So we save people time by having someone come to their address, wash their car, or either their home or office or wherever, and clean it inside and outside, better than anybody else can clean it. And then everything is charged through the app. You can tip through the app, you can rate through the app. It's very successful.
Yes, it's very interesting point you mentioned time. Because like time is very important asset. You get the rich people, and then you have rich people who have also make money. Exactly. Rushes.
Exactly. And at least our app was used by the busiest of the people in California. All the celebrities. We would watch Kardashian's cars every Friday. We watch Quentin Tarantino's cars weekly. We would watch Brad Pitt, Jennifer Aniston, Angelina Jolie. Just basically sports icons of sports spokespeople personally. Very big sports personality. So it became a phenomenon. And, it doesn't work every year because a few reasons. Not everybody has these detailers who are in their area. So, for instance, if you're in the middle of nowhere, let's say in Wyoming. Nobody in Wyoming is doing mobile detailing, let's say. So we aren't open there. But in places like Miami, Los Angeles, Dallas, usually in warmer weather climates, but also Chicago in the summer, this is a viable option. And we employ the retailers like Uber, where they were independent contractors. And so we allowed people to be able to start their own businesses and be able to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in their first year. We would have people who came from another country, barely spoke any English, who would get the equipment that was needed. We walked them through the process to get insurance and a business license, and we would be able to get them unlimited customers. And they made over $100,000 in the first year. You can't beat that. That's the American dream.
It's amazing. Like I mentioned it before, I started doing this, like because of something like this would be a bit problematic in Finland because the start of the year is very cold. So you're pushing a car outside, like I mean, I can't tell what like this, but in USA, like unless you, but I think it's pretty normal time, so you can compare it here.
Absolutely true.
Interesting. This was one of the apps you worked on, and you said you had multiple. It's very interesting. I like this. Like when it is in your everyday life, you don't think about other possibilities, but some people just think about them, and it's very amazing.
Absolutely. The detailers can come with everything that's needed. So, like, literally, you don't even have to do anything on your like, they can all be done hands free. And they come with their own water, their own soap, their own power washer, their own generator. You can unlock your car remotely if you want, and you're going to clean the inside. Um, the only thing that you need to do is really be one. And this, I will say this: it is one of the nicest things that you can do to treat yourself. To have a very clean car all the time, especially in Los Angeles, is a privilege. And for those people who have the ability, it's a really nice service, and it's not that expensive. To have somebody to come out to you and wash your car starts at like $20.
Not bad. See, like we have all the car washes in this, like we pay a lot more than $20 because we actually buy
Yeah, you have to drive
car
there,
wash.
and those scratch your car because they have
Yeah, they have the feeding thing to do like that.
exactly. So all of our washes are hand washed. So basically, it wouldn't scratch your car at all, and really just save people a lot of time. I mean, we had busy moms and dads who didn't want to put all their kids in the car to go to the car wash. They wanted to be able to stay at home and watch Netflix and just hang out, and somebody would come to their house and wash their car. Or busy doctors and lawyers who want a clean car. Maybe they have a client or somebody want to have in their car, and they want to make sure that their car is pristine, but they don't have the time to be able to go leave and come back to the office. Somebody just comes out, washes their car, and it was all they had to do is pay and tip through the app.
Yeah, that's interesting. Also, like about even like this is quite a little bit deep, but watching something you have purchased like a car, it can keep up the excitement of the new product. Or like I just recently purchased a very expensive computer because I believe that computers have a lot of potential. So I just don't want to be limited by my hardware. I've been almost like weekly taking all the dust with microfibers out of it because it can keep up the excitement of the new product if you keep it clean. So
Absolutely.
you're telling me why they're buying the service. Like, I mean, you're telling me why they're choosing this exact service. Well, the reason why they want to buy car wash might be something related to this. I don't know. This is my
No,
that's my thought.
you're absolutely right. One of the things that we have is fall in love with your car again. Basically, it's your second biggest purchase of your life aside from a house. reinvest in it. There are people who their entire day is changed because of their car wash. You wash yourself, and it's important to keep up good hygiene. Why not with your car? And it totally changes your day where you get in your car and there's no trash. Everything has been detailed, even the little spots in your cup holders and in your door handles. There, it, it's really important to keep your car from a safety standpoint, especially with cars and the cameras. You have to make sure that those areas are clean, and then the windshield, making sure that the windshield is clean because if it gets dirty, it's hard to see. You can get glare, so it's important from a safety aspect to keep your car clean as well. And this is a service that literally, just like Uber or Lyft, that come to your house to pick you up. It's like Uber or Lyft for car wash. You press a button on your phone, and you get your car detailed from top to bottom, and it's very inexpensive. In fact, in its own way, it could be cheaper than going to a car wash.
Yes. At least in Finland, where things are really expensive.
Yeah, and the reason why it can be cheaper than going to a car wash, many times car washes, especially Los Angeles, are in prominent positions, and they have to pay for the real estate, and that can cause a lot of money
That's up.
in electricity. And uh, what do you do when it's raining? So with
Yeah.
our system, everybody wins where somebody comes to you. It's only temporary. They wash your car in your driveway or wherever you have access, and they're gone in about 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how thorough you want them to clean it. Oh, and the people, they would just have the greatest reviews on Yelp and on the App Store and Google Play. Just very, very happy with it.
It's amazing.
So,
I was also thinking that you mentioned like the costs adding up, and think about something like garbage, one of those very classic things, rating that's gonna also cost a lot. So there's a lot of expenses and like that, and end up buying a lot better garbage and not
absolutely.
even get it to you. It's all of that. But it's not.
Absolutely. And then you have to pay sometimes because of damage to the car. That spinning thing breaks something on the car, then you have to pay that person out as well. With ours, it's a hand wash, so it's very soft and very gentle on the car. It doesn't scratch it. There are no moving parts, essentially. The only thing that really is at a high speed is the water pressure from the hose, but that's to clean up all of the dirt and debris that's on the exterior of the car. And then everything from the inside is dealt with kid gloves, basically in a very gentle fashion. And then you get in your car, it smells good, it's completely clean, there's no stains, there's no dirt, there's no rot. Front, back, the trunk, everything is clean. It's like when we get to a sales, it's like having a brand new car.
Yes. This is very, it's very interesting this conversation because it's interesting. It's, I wonder like, but there's not many more people in the world right now like this big this great that you said that we meet each other. I don't know more today than in the last 3 months. So,
Thank you so much for your time. And most of all, thank you for your good words. You know what you're getting into. What is this? Somebody's spamming my friend. What is this? I have to check it out. And you learn about everything from brain apps and brain computer interfaces to mobile car washing apps to life extension technology to de-extinction technology to all the data in the world being archived. It's I say it to people when people find out about this, it will be a big successful.
are you familiar with the project archive.org?
Absolutely.
The organization is going to make very let me understand the domain itself.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's archive.org. It's an internet archive.
Yeah, my pronunciation a little bit more than
That's okay. Yeah, I love it. I love archive.org. It's one of my favorite websites. I feel it's very important to preserve.
yes. important actually. Like, and sometimes when I'm actually looking for some information, and I just, Google talking.
Google what?
Google talking.
Please enlighten me. Google
So
Dark.
basically, Google search. You can
Yeah.
search, not in Google search, but if you want to be more specific, you can add some search parameters. For example, if I want to look only
Yes.
something
Yes.
Reddit, I can do
Absolutely. Reddit colon.
subject, science,
Yes.
comma.
Yes.
Sometimes when I want to find some information, I might just do that with Rothschild.org because there is some information shown there that's not broadcasted in the internet.
I agree. One of my favorite things to do, just with Google like that, is to just write file type, call it PDF, and then
Yes.
you get all kinds of books in there. It's like an entire library. And it's all,
And if you don't want to pay for books, you can also get it from Rothschild.org. I think almost anything you can get for free from Rothschild.org.
that's right. That's right. Or use their digital library, where they allow you to check it out.
Yes. I try to like that, but also like physically with me, it's easier to like or do you see it yourself? Do you prefer digital or do you prefer physical books?
I actually prefer text, so I can listen to it. I can go much faster with text to speech. So I like to get the PDF version and then just get a PDF reader and have it read it. I can be much faster that way. I can multitask that way. I do like books. Trust me, I do like books, but I can't read a book as fast as I can listen.
Yeah, and I think listening to a book is something you actually like developing much faster than developing reading. So you get like what you're saying that there. I used to listen to books as well, but like it airplanes and stuff, but like somehow my hobby that is that level where I can actually feel like I'm actually understanding what I'm hearing fully. Otherwise, it's just
I understand it, and there's a difference between. Certainly, I understand there's a difference between text to speech and an audiobook. I like audiobooks. That's great. You can listen to somebody melodically read a book, but I don't mind just having a PDF read to me. And I understand if the pronunciation isn't always going to be correct. I listen to PDFs. Well, like I have one set of PDFs that goes 24 hours a day, and when I go to the bathroom, I just listen to this PDF all the time, and it just goes over the vocabulary words to increase my vocabulary, and it goes through. Like what I'll do is I'll go to ChatGPT and just get glossaries, just of new words, scientific terms, and then just have it read to me. And the more and more I listen to it, the larger my vocabulary and my listening time becomes. I just get more intelligent.
do you think it's more effective to learn from text to speech than in books? Like
Great question.
education on you? Like,
I would say audio. I would say audiobook because the pronunciation is more accurate and it's literally a real person generally who's reading it to you. However, I don't always have that ability with many of the PDFs that to which I want to listen. So it's very easy to just have a text to speech reader, upload the PDF to the text to speech reader, and have it read it to me. And I know that the pronunciations may not always be accurate. That's fine. If I ever hear a word that doesn't sound correct, I can always just look at the PDF and review it and understand it. Oh, it's just mispronounced whatever this word is. Ideally, though, I think audiobooks are probably better because it's human who's pronouncing things correctly. But text to speech is much more efficient. So if I had to only choose one, I would much rather have text to speech because I can use it for websites, I can use it for PDFs, I can use it for books, I can use it for any types of optical character recognized text.
yes, you're talking about the traditional text to speech, yeah, text to speech.
That's correct. I do quickly, but it's still in its infancy. It still takes a long time. It's not always that accurate. So just traditional speech, I find to be incredibly efficient, and it saves me a lot of time. I will sometimes be on a website. Well, like for instance, articles. Many times, even websites are starting to integrate listen, the ability to listen to their articles, in as opposed to having to go through and read it all. I find that much more beneficial if I can just listen to it, or even listen to it as I read it. The more ways I can get the information to myself, I feel the better.
Yeah, so you think you can actually take the information even to read it what you're getting.
Absolutely. Yeah. Because even as accurate as a reader as I may be, I'm not always right, nor is anyone on earth. So if you're hearing it as well as reading it, it just helps for you to absorb the knowledge better.
Yeah. Can I ask you which type of books you like? Like, I would assume, like, assumption is not a bad, but given all what you said, I would assume that we have very large variety of books. But what's like your favorite category of books?
Glossaries. I love glossaries. Basically, a word and then a definition. Word and definition, word and definition. It just allows me to learn new words quickly. But that's not necessarily like the category that it is, but not a traditional category. I love history books. I love biographies specifically. So I would say probably biographies. I do like science fiction books. I do like history books. I like religious texts. Um, I like, like, kind of somebody who likes to be really efficient. So what I'll do is, if it's a subject that I don't know about, which I don't know about, I will get somebody's study guide from it on the internet, and I'll just listen to people's study guides.
So now that you explained what university is, there's a far I didn't know what university is, but you explained that word definition, the other thing I am much better than next speech thing now because that makes a lot of sense to listen to something like that in that way.
Exactly. And it's another thing too, where I don't have to be listening. Like if I listen to an audiobook, I have to be focused on the audiobook, what's going on. But if I'm just going to the bathroom and I just want to have something so that I keep learning while I'm basically on dead time, glossaries are really great because it's too short. It's like 10 seconds and you can learn a new word. And then a lot of times that'll inspire me to go look something up or just, you know, to research another topic, and it can lead me down even on rabbit hole that I may be down for hours just because I was inspired to learn a new word.
Yes. You said you like history books. I have
Yeah.
a very question for you.
Go ahead.
If you want to hear it.
Sure.
Do you think there is any route to the history is written like the people with
I think it's 100%. History is written by, or as they say, the winners write the history book.
when you read history already on PC and do you think that there are being facts or do you think there are people one side of the story or do you like read this history or you like read it?
Yeah, so the phrase history, winners write the history book, has been attributed to Napoleon Bonaparte, and he recognized that may be true, and so I have to take them with a grain of salt. So when I hear about someone who, let's just say, won, quote unquote, the war, I have to recognize that it didn't necessarily always go the way that was explained. I also recognize the idea that one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter, meaning if you listen to one side, the hero, people's actions may seem heroic, but if you listen to the other side, they may sound very terrible. Um, and I recognize as well that there is a huge amount of silence in history. That we're fortunate just get the amount of history that we've been able to get throughout, 1,000 years of written history, basically. But there is a major amount of science that was not recorded, or we haven't had the opportunity to discover or be able to translate. And so I'm just giving a small amount of what actually happened in the past. And the way that I justify it is I appreciate it to have the information being read to me or reading it in whatever opportunity that I can. But I recognize that this is just one person.
Yeah, but there are definitely some facts too. Like you can all sides that if something is actually not.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons why I do the project that I do, and I record my life, 24 hours a day, as I record my life, I keep a radio going in the background, and then you can hear it. That always has the news going. So that basically, even though that news is just one person's opinion as well, this is like a time capsule or a timeline for society. And you can go back to my life 3 years ago and find out what's going on in the world at any given minute of any given day. And I think that that's beneficial to people. It's like a minute by minute update of what's going on. And in the past, with history, there's just been an issue where people either couldn't write fast enough or their works got destroyed. And we haven't had a huge comprehensive overview of what life is like. But I feel with my video project that I give people a view into the past as well. It's almost like a time capsule or a time machine in its own way.
Yes, because you said what happened, so I think that you did some up like is like on the argument of history when something happened, you can just look at the event and it's documented, and there is a lot of opinions around it that are there. History, you have the history side.
Absolutely. And you can get my reactions to it. So, for instance, I remember the first time I used the large language model. It was in November of 2022. It was before ChatGPT was even officially launched, and it was really bad. And I was like, this needs to improve. This is that good. And then all of a sudden, when it launched, it was much better after, getting it feedback and things like that. And I literally see the dawn of large language models and been able to document it on camera. And so I've been able to see ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, and now 5. And I can tell you that I had a lot of issues with ChatGPT 5. And they've even let, Sam, Sam, maybe Sam, all the things you had even said ChatGPT 5 hasn't gone the way that they want. People will be able to watch the struggles that I've had with it, but watch this in 5 years and see where large language models are and how much they've improved. And it will be quite interesting to see. Additionally, I remember where I was when the Queen of England died, or the UK model, and what that was like, and being able to archive what the events were around that time, or when the war in Ukraine occurred, or when October 7th occurred. I mean, I was live streaming for all of these. I've been live streaming when we had an assassination attempt against Donald Trump. I was live streaming when we had three Olympic games. So I was live streaming when we did the 2021 games, which were delayed a year because of the pandemic, the 2022 games, and the 2024 games. And I look forward to being able to do the 2026 games, but also we've got the 2028 games that are going to be in Los Angeles. And I want to be able to perhaps document that in real time because that's my city. So I feel like there's an excellent opportunity to be able to document history in person as well.
Yes, you said yes, the it's dead, so there is your actual reaction has been
Absolutely. Absolutely. I heard it on the radio, and I they did my best to archive my thoughts and the thoughts that I had in the subsequent days. And but yeah, the reaction on my face. I've been in earthquakes, cloud on stream, so I've been able to get those on camera. There's a lot of really interesting aspects just about daily life that I've been able to archive in addition to world events.
You said you don't speak. Do you speak about you don't speak?
Yeah, so I used to. So what happened? So my big thing is I want my data to be archived. So what does that mean? I want it to store. And the reason why is it stores it for 30 days. And that's just not that good for me. And the reason why it's not good for me is because I do a lot of cool things and I want them to be remembered. If they only store for 30 days, that's not good. But when I first started streaming, I shouldn't say first started streaming, but like I first started really multi-streaming, which is where I created like a bunch of different platforms at once. I included Kick in this. So my story with Kick, what happened is I have a bunch of different devices, and I was live streaming on Kick from like 10 different devices at once. And Kick basically told me to keep it to one account, that we don't want you streaming on 10 different accounts. So I said, well, there's nothing in your terms and conditions that said you can't stream from multiple accounts. And they were like, just stream from one account. So I streamed from one account for a little while. It's really hard to get seen on Kick because Kick is so full of bots. Same with Twitch, same with they all are. And I just wasn't getting that much attention. Where I would get attention is in people's Discord. And I figured, you know what? If I have the opportunity, I could just make people aware of my Discord and Kick. So I would tell people, hey, join my Discord, by telling people, and eventually they felt that was spam. So they banned my account, and I didn't think that was cool because I didn't spam with all my accounts. I just spammed with a couple of them, or a few of them. So then what I did was like, okay, fine, you're going to ban me. If you're going to have to let me stream, then I'll create a bunch of accounts, 10,000 more than any person you've ever had, and all I will do is spam people. So I did that for like 8 months last year, up until January 1st, 2024. I did it so well that I would get hit influencers to interview me. So I've been interviewed by Sam Bond and Ori and X Straight Savage. I've interviewed a lot of kick streamers as well, and had the opportunity to meet some really great people. But I basically became very well known on Kick, even though I wasn't streaming on it. So I figured, you know what, if I stop spamming them after a certain amount of time, maybe they'll let me stream. Additionally, in one of the interviews that I did, Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, saw it and friended me on Discord. So we're friends on Discord. And I felt, you know what, if they would let me stream again, I'll stop spamming people. So for 6 months, I stopped spamming people on 100%. I did not spam anyone. So I had a friend of mine from Kick who came into my Discord in June after about like 5.5 months of not spamming anybody. And he said, you know what, Rabbi, you didn't do anything that bad. They've let a lot of people back onto the platform for doing a lot worse things than what you did. You just spammed people. You didn't have anybody. You didn't hurt anybody. You didn't do anything legal necessarily. Like, why don't you try this stream again? So he said, okay, maybe I'll try. So I did. I was able to stream for like 24 hours, and then I got banned. So I reached out to Kick and I said, look, I haven't spammed anybody in more than 6 months. Is there any way that you'll let me back? They said, you've been banned indefinitely. And I said, okay, well, what's indefinite? And we went back and forth, what's indefinite? I said, is this a lifetime ban? Eventually, they said, yes, it's a lifetime ban. I said, okay, that's fine. You're telling me that it's the year 2025 right now, in the year 2075, 50 years from now, if Kick is still a thing and I'm still alive, then you won't let me stream on Kick anymore? They said, that's correct. And I said, you leave me no choice. There cannot be peace to spam you guys because you're not giving me any other option. So then I told them I'm going to come back with bigger and better box, which I did, and I'm going to continue to spam. And so I've kept that up now for the last month or so, and I've gotten a lot of new people in here, really great individuals as yourself. And I explained to them, though, I gave them some opportunities. I said, look, what if I take a year off of like, you banned me for a year? Is that good enough? No. How about 2 years? No. I said to them, well, it's in your best interest, essentially, to say that you'll reevaluate my case in 1 year, because if you do that, then I'll be on my best behavior and I won't scream at anybody. But you're just basically telling me right now, in 50 years, we're not going to let you scream anymore. When you left me no choice, there cannot be any peace. I'm going to scream away. Not only that, we create clips of them, and these clips are generally permanent unless somebody deletes them and your entire user base. I don't think that that's in your best interest, but if that's the choice you want to make, that's the choice you make, and that's where we stand.
Like this like really think about this. What kind of content exactly content drives it's just these crazy sites and embarrassing other people as well as watching this stream that very actually this knowledge streamer who has basically this drunk person in Norway the film he does stupid stuff when he's drunk. This is like a big nutshell. This is the type of content that drives them. And it's not very intellectual if you think about it. It's not something like, yeah, you might find some people there, but, streaming there, maybe you don't even want to be part of it. Maybe it's not that relevant.
That's exactly right. So I just use it as my punching bag excuse for me to be able to do free advertising. And if they ever ban my account, which they do several times, and my bots create a new account automatically. I could be asleep, I could be in the bathroom, I could be outside, I could be doing anything, and these bots are working 24 hours a day. And there are 3 of them. I always use generally. I use temporary email services. I do my best to stay as anonymous as possible. But I have no problem. They know where I live. They know all about it. I'm the most well-known troll, so to speak, on the platform. And I basically said, I told them how they can stop me. And there's not a big enough organization to be able to do it. I've said to any in interviews with their own creators, you need more staff. You're competing with Twitch, which is awesome. You have 800 people working for Stake, your gambling site, and only 200 are working on Kick. If you increase the amount of people working on Kick, you'd have the ability to pivot much faster. You'd be able to develop better software, and you'd have more people using your platform. And I've said that to interviews, and I've sent them those interviews. Yeah, so that's basically the secret about Kick is once you get to be a big streamer on Kick, they just give you free credits to gamble on Stake. That's what it's about.
Yeah, so it's not that interesting content websites. It's like almost every streaming I see on Cake is either streaming straight on casino or advertising. That is always Stake.
That's different. And that's the way that we run it. So if they don't care that much about their platform or making it quality, then why should I? I will. I feel I'm the nicest troll that anybody will find because if anybody ever comes in here, they're like, quit spamming. I tell them the settings that they need to make, that they need to utilize, so that they never get any of my spam. It's very simple. If they turn a 2-minute delay on for new traffic, they'll never get any of my spam. So I do my best to be as nice as possible. And a lot of times they come in here with one mental idea that they're like, this person's going to be deranged, mean, they know me and oh, really nice. And I'm like,
I think it's I was thinking that someone even it's whatever it's just you have to be kind of sort of something good people and also such people parents that like everyone is individual you need to understand the complexities behind them. It's just easy to call someone dumb or someone crazy whatever
exactly.
like
And when people come
it's
in
easy
here,
approach but it's never reality.
when people come in here and get the opportunity to they find what I have to say, not just be cool, but that they know that this is going to change the world.
It's like like I have time to has like watching that Swedish stream or whatever. I don't know how it's got that much, but I did close it to actually continue because yeah, it's pretty much more interesting this conversation than having that stream complete.
Absolutely. And if we had people who listen to the conversation that we have, they'd be fascinated by it as well. It's very difficult doing what I do to amass a large audience because I'm going 24 hours a day and people just don't have that much time to be able to watch it. So over the course of the day, I may get dozens of people to watch me, but it's not all at once. So people think, well, I'm the only person watching this, and then they go to somebody else. When other streamers who only stream for 1 or 2 hours keep all those people together, and it's much easier for other people to see, oh, I'm not alone in this, and the chat's going, and there's a lot of interaction. But I understand that. I also understand that all the people on Twitch or YouTube are botting themselves. And when I first started this, I botted myself. It doesn't, you get lost in that whole world and in the algorithm and everything. And I recognize that my best strategy is to spam people and create clips on people. And I get big streamers who know who I am, and then they eventually on their stream go to my YouTube or they come to my Discord and they talk to me, and I get 30 people to join all at once. That's the best thing that I can do for myself.
Oh yeah, so in the stream and the chat that being more attention to your thing.
Absolutely. And what they'll do, I hear all the time, almost every day, this person always spams me. What do they want? What do they want? And they always say, I'm almost tempted to go into their Discord and see what it's all about. And eventually they do. I use a psychological approach known as their exposure effect. Basically, the idea is that if you show someone a stimuli long enough, it will eventually become familiar to them, and it will eventually have generally positive connotations. So even if I just keep doing this more and more, it's exposing them to the same stimuli, and eventually it will cause them to get curious about what it is and find out about what I do. And once they're in here, I have to go because I know what I'm doing is very interesting, and I know what I'm doing is for the benefit of the world, and I know that I'm an intelligent individual and that I can captivate them with the things that I say. And by the end of the conversation, they become an ally. And they spread it to their community. I have over 1,900 people in this Discord who started with zero, and it's just been organic generally of just people telling other people about what I do. And it's just been amazing growth. I've seen amazing growth just through that strategy.
Are you aware of like Discord listing websites that list Discord servers?
Yeah, so the big one.
Which becomes the keywords.
Yeah, so the big
Discord, media,
Discord, Top2G, yeah, I'm on all of them.
yes. So you talk about stats. Myself, I have developed a bot that can basically not any keywords. So only you get exposure for that keyword. So if you wanna sell something in Discord or you want attention to your specific subject of Discord, you can just launch these websites with your own servers, which all connect to your main server, and you can have a bot bumping you up automatically in there, so you can get a lot of advanced upgrade. And it's running on my GPS 24/7 for my own server.
That's a beautiful thought. Generally, I do my best not to endanger my Discord with bots, just because this is my like home base, and this is where I point everyone's Discord. Though I'm not against it. So what I mean is, I don't spam people on Discord. I don't send out invitations on Discord because it's very easy for Discord
Yes,
to say that this
yeah,
is
they can block it easily. Like that, even any shop, so it's good job actually. But easily even a part of I think also stand on for DMs and everything like this. It's just the listing themselves. So when people actually sell it, sure, they only find my shop.
I understand. That's brilliant. Absolutely, it's absolutely brilliant. You have a Discord?
Yes, I do. I spent some time on this. I actually sell botting services myself,
Oh,
but
dude,
it's really annoying business. What the name of it is.
it is.
It's something you could spend a lot of time on, but easy. Just do it. But AI is not kind of useless. It's getting so advanced that this type of mass botting by programs, it's really annoying. But it's just patience. I have like 4,000 members in my own server.
You're
So
absolutely right. Well, that's you're absolutely right. AI is getting so good that they're able to detect this stuff, and you can't even really get it off the ground. However, the strategies that I implement, I feel that we're doing it. And like for instance, the person who you were watching that finish person, they now have a clip. Generally, my bot works correctly. It's not even the bot working correctly. The bot works. Kick sometimes has some kind of glitch that it doesn't always save the clip. However, 90% of the time it does. And now they have an advertisement on their clips on my channel from now until the whenever from now until the indefinite, basically. And sometimes I click somebody so much, especially some popular streamers. If you go to their clips, of 50 clips that they have, 46 of them are mine. So basically,
yes, yeah, but I feel like you just talk about the psychological to get people going. I got 3 years, I joined today.
exactly,
I even saw one message I saw, damn it, just like, it's not even a site I joined actually.
exactly. But you're 100% right. And another cool thing that these bots do is that when you use Google, the clicks show up. So I'm all over Google. And Google right is really strong. So all I tell somebody is to just Google Rabbi Discord and my Discord.
Yeah, because you have so many factors, right?
Exactly. Exactly. So it's
For
quite
example, cake. Many things, and
exactly.
strategies again, because it's limits, it's I wonder how much Google follows and things like that.
Well, they rank it very highly because I'll even just do clicks from something. So sometimes it's the top result, just depending on what it is. And I know that Google changed that. They're always changing their algorithm. A few years ago, they um, they made video have a much higher rank than text or audio, and so all my videos comes up way to the top. Now, there's another thing that these clips do sometimes, especially on TikTok. People have automatic clip, uh, automatic clip uh, system that whenever anybody clicks their stream, it automatically posts to YouTube and to Twitter and to Instagram and to TikTok. So sometimes I'll click somebody's stream on Twitch, let's say, or Kick, and it'll automatically post to like 5 different social media accounts. And on top of that, it uses my text. So it just says, like, join Rabbi's Discord with my Discord link and my Linktree link. And then also, it's not on my account, it's on their account, which means I don't my accounts are spamming because their accounts are spamming. So that's a really, I think, brilliant way to be able to market yourself as well. Hey, the big thing is when you spam, you want to avoid being seen as the spammer because if you get caught, they're going to ban your account. So have somebody else spam the stuff, and you get the same result. And it's on their channel. Their channels are usually very popular. So all of a sudden, you've got this link that's very clear as to what to do and where to go. And even if somebody doesn't join my Discord, that's fine. There's the link tree that they're going to look through. Many times they just type it in Google or YouTube. They'll find out.
I just put your. I didn't put your name. I put Rabbi Discord, and I see that the rest is just some random Twitch clip, and that's your link.
Exactly. That's what happens. Go to YouTube right now and type in Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD,
I know that.
and then filter by live.
It goes forever.
It's a lot.
And the funny part is these are all different cameras.
Exactly.
Some of them share the same camera.
Yes. There's a reason why I have some of them share the same camera. Because I want to have redundancies. If anytime, let's say, account one gets taken down for copyright infringement or whatever, account two is still going. Yeah, so you can watch my life in 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. And when people start to find out that there's somebody out there who cares about them, who cares about the world, who is quite intelligent, especially in terms of futurology and science, it's very popular. And people are going to, I already get people who sleep to me who just want to know that they're not alone in the world. And so we sleep alongside each other, thousands of miles away from each other. And I don't even necessarily know what they're doing.
It's just on the camera that I can see that projector. But point.
Exactly.
Yeah, something to display from it right now.
Yeah, so if you see this
Enjoy the life.
it's a Jewish history lecture that's being projected on the bank wall. And what you're seeing with this other Discord account is it has a camera pointed at the screen in front.
Yeah. Is this Hebrew?
No, it's in English. Some of it is in Hebrew, some of it's in Arabic, some of it's in English, but generally it's in English.
Have you been to Israel ever?
I have not. I had plans to go right before the pandemic, and I had to cancel them because of the pandemic. Then October 7th happened, and I was doing this live streaming. So I plan on going, certainly, after perhaps, I don't want to say I'm done streaming because I want to continue to shoot the rest of my life. But once I go viral, I'd like to meet people in IRL view of Israel, basically with maybe like meta lenses or 360-degree cameras. And as of right now, no. Although I did have plans to travel.
I was thinking you think of your cameras here.
Yeah, so at one time I had 4 different data lines through Verizon, and I would just use iPhones, and then I'd also use a GoPro on my hat and just go around that way. Um, but that gets really complicated with the amount of devices that you have and such. So I use like selfie sticks, and then if you're doing it at night, you need lights. It gets very complicated. It's very well. Just I have like hundreds of dollars bill every month for my data, and when you're doing that, you've got to worry about power. You've got to worry about power banks. You've got to worry about your lights. You've got to worry about your devices overheating. I would run into issues just in the summer in California. If the sun shines on a camera long enough or a phone, it will eventually overheat, and so that becomes an issue. So it's much easier for me to stay in one position, and it allows me to have a lot more angles. And on top of all the things that I just said, you've got connectivity issues. So, I do some IRL streaming. Generally, recently, I've been doing desktop streaming like this, and just giving people an opportunity to view my life on a daily basis and conversations of it. Other things that we do, I get a lot of people here from all over the world, so my sleep schedule gets thrown off. The people are here from Australia, and Canada, and Europe, and Asia, and so at any given time we get people who come here. But we like to play games, so we play a lot of games here. Just like board games, we play a lot of board games. We play Monopoly, we'll play checkers, we'll play chess, we'll play backgammon, we'll play card games like poker and bridge, and we'll play other games like mini golf and like table soccer, and we'll play like Pokemon, play like a bunch of different games. So we use an app called Play-Doh, P-L-A-T-O, and so I've got a bunch of people coming in, and we do that every day. I've got a very consistent group of people who come in here and play. So those are fun things that we do. I'm really into sports, so I watch like all the major sport events here, like I said, we watch three Olympics, we watch the World Cup, the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup. We've watched the UFC. I'm really big into UFC and boxing, so we'll watch all those big fights. Super big into the NFL, so we'll watch all of those. We watch hockey, we watch Stanley Cup, we watch World Series, we watch uh, NBA titles, uh, just anything sports related. I do my best to be able to follow. And right now, in the middle of the fantasy football draft, so that's been fun. And um, then we watch movies here. I've done my best to watch every major motion picture ever in here. So all the Oscar winners since the 1920s, which is when it started, and listen to every major music album. So I do a lot of singing in here as well. And I sing a lot of karaoke as well. So I do my best to keep it lively and interesting. And then most of all, I love lectures, I love history, so I watch those, and I love podcasts. So all the major podcasts of the world I listen to basically on a weekly basis. Everything from Joe Rogan to Kill Tony, which are the two biggest podcasts in the world, to history podcasts, to science podcasts, to paranormal podcasts, to true crime podcasts. I'm about all of that. And then on top of all of that, I've got a radio going in the background that not only archives the daily events of the world, but those are shows in themselves. And I should say as well, um, I've got a charger right now, but I've got a device that's text message that many years ago I created study guides for myself in my reading course reading. And so I have those reading out to the world to be able to teach them a little more about Judaism for anybody who's interested in that. And um, I just do my best to stay as active and interactive as possible. But most of all, I want people to come here and be able to learn and allow me to learn, and we learn together and just create a better society.
It was okay. I'm back. Yeah, I didn't do anything. I just had to put on
No problem at all.
how you from my school, you know, 824.
I'm not familiar with all the studios that I see, but enlighten me. What are some?
So basically, I don't know what to think about horror movies, but they think a lot of very movie movies. Like I like to watch these very animated movies that is just mentioned like Oscar. These movies they have really funny way of making movies. And, it's just thing that you should definitely
I'll take a
not
look.
that much stuff so you have time.
Okay, 24, right?
Yeah, it's really movie.
New one. What are some of the movies?
They have really from the horrors that they have been so far and these are very I would say biased horror movies, but it's not only horror that they make also societal movies like most recent one it's just psychological movies. So,
Okay. Well,
yeah, it's interesting. What do you think about psychological movies? Do you ever read them?
it's really my favorite. It's probably the top one. They're just all
Do you have you ever read Alpha Robert Queen?
Steve.
Robert Queen
Robert Quinn. What?
makes a lot of psychological movies.
Uh, the name sounds familiar. What are some of his books about?
Last one, if you look at last one, it's you know
Very well. And if anything, just that the idea.
yeah. But, hey, 1 second.
Thank you.
Do you want to explain this someone I know? It's not what you do.
Absolutely. Bring them in.
You know, I don't know if you can speak. Explain it again.
Absolutely.
See if he's joined right now. It's very interesting. I already invited my other friend, but he was in school, but I think he's good at some time to actually listen. Okay, you want to know.
Welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for work. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic, which is the birth of AI, and everything in between. In 2018, the economic strategy stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which made me pay an influential person survey, and if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, and your family are all made financially independent, and not already, that you have the ability to create generational wealth, most of all, that you are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own help the world. I talk about things to help devote yourself like any book through the use of technology, agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, no building, water thirst, project factory programs, Harry Potter movies that I could. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of people there. We have a lifestyle program, and most importantly, for desalination technology, where we public seawater runs and make a world, specifically in terms of futurology, how the futurism itself is an anti-gravity antimatter that absolutely travel faster than technology. Things like nuclear energy, geothermal energy, general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming other planets, terraforming intergalactic travel, exposure, things like perhaps the extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 for the Iranian ibex, which is a belt located in northern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company announced that known as Colossus Bioscientific, they rated their goal within the next 3 years by the year 2028 to reintroduce the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant hybrids, targeting elephant strains, which I think is a really exciting opportunity. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo, but once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth, I think this is really exciting. They recently headlines with their uh, their direwolf project, the direwolf creator Joe Rogan has done that. They talk about other things to help you in your life if you want. When you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you was probably about age 80 years old. And when they increase that to age 100, 120 with use of technology, such as oxygen therapy, peptide, human growth hormone, stem cells, products, things like culture therapies, red light therapy, perhaps even Rothschild therapy, nootropics, things to increase their average life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. Which would get to be 120 years old, using that lifespan, a really great ride. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, this is all with your so if you want, you may be able to utilize the type of technology known as microfluidic technology, where we scan your breathing computer like a CAT scan on an MRI. Like every atom in your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. But later download is an Android cyborg is being a clone of yourself, robot, whatever you want to be. Is that you may have the opportunity of digital or electronic. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I think I don't know if this guy speaks, but uh, he said you have two different devices streaming yourself right now.
Yeah, for
Internet.
yeah, for
Can I ask you something about their family? Like the Rothschild family, is it 3,000 of you in the United States?
yeah, about 10,000.
I see, I see. I was like, wouldn't it just three more? You still like, in businesses you're talking about?
Well, I've dedicated my life to streaming. As I said previously, I'm a student project management professional. So occasionally, if I would get people who want assistance with the project, and I can freelance, but as of right now, I've saved enough. I don't need to work full time, and I'm able to focus on this project.
I see, I see. And none of your electricity comes from solar panels, right? You get paid for it because you focus on it.
That's good.
I don't know if my friend wants to speak about that. Yeah, can you show them what a little bit that you have made?
Yeah. So I create people, creates kids and that's family. This one here, I'm not sure if the creation account if it does. Sometimes it comes up. Oh, but it did. We created this account. And it's not a global rabbi. Zero, zero, three, these are all it's going to come out myself. It's going to be
one gives just give it what to do is to scroll to the front page and live. And if you scroll to the page, then what it is, person comes in, what the page was, which is this page click, which is doing it, will paste the by desired choice, easy to click. So this one, sometimes more easy to catch people's attention that and publish the clip. And once it's published, then it will take another text, it will copy that, and people will follow the person, and spin them. So some people have excellent defense mechanisms for sending some computer around their account so that you should be following them for a certain number of days, or your account must be a certain days. But generally, a lot of people have it so that everybody can talk to them whenever they want. And so my device just follows them, and it's them. Working. So that's fine. I won't be able to scale it, but that's cool. I'll have these ones that can scale out and let you go through. So made it. Exactly. And that's what they do. And that's what I do. And it's very efficient. I mean, it works on the stick. And it must be need people like that. So that's what I do. If you have any questions, let me know.
You mentioned about the businesses. Do you have can you share any other information on the other businesses you were talking about projects you were talking about? Can you disclose a bit about those
Yeah.
other than that?
Sure. So I've worked for a Fortune 100 company, major companies globally. Like we're talking like the biggest companies in the world, companies in those kind of size companies, and launch projects for them internationally. So I've successfully launched projects for what's called APOC, which is the Pacific Island and Australia, like Oceania. I've launched projects for the Middle East, including successfully launched projects for Israel. I've launched projects for what's called EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and I've launched projects in what's called LAO, which is Latin America, and also North America, including emphases on projects in the United States and Canada. Many of these projects generally, if you know what a Scrum Master is, then the Scrum Master is. You don't know what Scrum gets updates on where projects are and updates documentation for the project on a daily basis. They're basically just like daily meetings with project engineers and helping them get through any issues that they may be experiencing to be able to deliver the projects in time. And that's what I did before I started live streaming my life. I live streamed my life for about a year while still concurrently doing those types of jobs. And I got to the point where I didn't necessarily do that anymore. It's not at the time I had enough money to be able to save up that I could be able to just focus on this project. If I do that again, I can certainly get my contract again. I don't say it wasn't very hard, but I have good experience in education. Uh, what allowed me, fortunately, to be able to get those kinds of positions. I've been in the startup world. That's where I launched apps on the App Store for the Play. So that's most of some of my experience that I have. Works. About what I said.
NDAs are so we cannot really speak much. But Carl was Rothschild told about this very interesting stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So
I don't think you mentioned you have been staying for almost 4 years right now, non-stop.
yes, right. Multiple streams. When I first started, I wasn't doing it from 22 different streams at once, but always about 6 streams at once, in 360 degrees, and every aspect of my life is essentially on camera. If we ever have like a photo footage, which doesn't happen often, if it ever does happen, I have GoPros that I can use to back up the video, or if my internet ever goes out, it doesn't happen often. I might get a hiccup every once in a while, but I reconnect very quickly, and I've got disconnect protection on my devices so that they don't disconnect. But, that ever happens, or they have to connect on the Wi-Fi or something like that. I have GoPros that I've been able to use, or I have alternate accounts that I've been able to use. Um, what else? I'm live on. I have over 100 different YouTube accounts, over 200 different Instagram accounts, over 500 different accounts, over 1,000 different TikTok accounts, over 2,000 different Twitter accounts, over 5,000 different Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 different TikTok accounts. I've never social media than any person ever. And while much of this doesn't have content, a lot of it does. So I have like archives of myself on Instagram. I created a robot on Instagram that just always updated my life every 4 hours. So I got just hours and hours on Instagram. And I do that to be as diverse as possible to ensure that I don't, if I ever lose one of my accounts, that I have redundant backups. And I know that when I go viral, even the accounts that I have banned, I'll be able to get back because the people will consider what I'm doing like YouTube and such. This is a newsworthy. When something is newsworthy, you can get your accounts back. So I can just gigantic amounts of data that are archived on different servers. And on top of that, I have a lot of IRL content on SD cards and terabytes worth that I've just uploaded. So I have an entire bag of SD cards from when I first started this and any kind of backups that I've needed to make. So I'll be able to upload those as well. And um, as I said previously, because it's number one resource, it's essentially modern technology. So if people don't realize it, it's not just data is its number one resource, human data specifically. I have more human data on my private internet than I use ever, which means that AI will be able to model it some thoughtfully, perhaps some of the video. Exactly. So that's what I do. Do you have any questions?
So basically, we need to leave this bed and sleep in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do my best to end the streams every 12 hours because that way they're uploaded to YouTube. If you keep the stream going longer than 12 hours, only 12 hours of it will be available to the general public on YouTube. I want to make sure that it's always available. So the stream is in like 12-hour sessions. And I do my best usually before I go to bed to try to restart all of the streams, which takes me, probably about 15 to 20 minutes every day. And I do it twice a day. Um, and then I sleep. And a lot of times I'll forget to do people here, and people will come in. A lot of people like to come in and try to wake me up or yell or whatever. That's fine. But uh, sometimes I'll mute it, and so I can get better rest. I get people that just come here and want to sleep with me. So they can be fun, and they just don't want to be lonely wherever they are in the world. I get people on my YouTube who say that they sleep alongside or they just watch me as I sleep. While I sleep, I keep history lectures going, and I keep podcasts going, so there's still some type of entertainment value while I sleep to enjoy. And I eat on stream, I drink on stream. I've done bathroom on stream, though I don't always go to the bathroom on stream live because I can get in trouble for YouTube and such because it's violation of their terms and conditions. I'm not saying I but, so I understand that, but I have so much archive of myself going to the bathroom. It's on other services as well. It's on Twitter, it's on Instagram. That's on stream, cry on stream. Uh, sleep. People will be able to view in the future my circadian rhythms and what I'm thinking and what I'm dreaming. Right now, we only understand like video to be two-dimensional images, basically many different photographs that are linked together. But in the future, people will be able to use augmented reality to be able to live my life in a virtual world. They'll be able to remove my clothing and have me change different clothing, or they'll be able to remove my skin layers, my skeletal layers, to be able to see what's going on in my brain. They'll be able to know what my heartbeats per minute are, my blinks per minute, my swelling per minute, my breaths per minute. Every aspect of the human body will be able to be studied from a biological standpoint.
That's it.
I agree. That's what I'm doing.
Is there a lot of people playing these calls and more like people watching from the streets?
Yeah, so I mean, it's like 6:17 in the morning, so it's early.
Yeah,
So a lot of people, usually about 10 p.m. or so, or maybe like 8, between 8 and 10 p.m. We usually get the most amount of people. I don't get as many as there are people in here sometimes. Um, a lot of times I'll get have one person or two people here, and they're just doing whatever they're doing, but we just like to know if they want to talk to anybody, but that person can't be able to talk to them. There are instances where I'll get one person to give good example on what I do, and I'll invite all my friends, and I'll get a ton of people in here, and I'll be able to tell them what I do. The more people that I get in here, the more troublemakers occur, though, where I'm trying to talk, and they're just when the place sounds noise, you think. But generally, people are
nice.
yeah, generally people are respectful of me and what I have to say. I get some people in here who want to train me, and that's cool. They want to come in here and play fart noises or um, perhaps chainsaw noises or whatever. That's cool. I do my best to like warn people, and if they don't stop, I'll mute them. And if they, become, you know, uh, if they become disrespectful or something like that, then occasionally and people, but I don't like that. And even if somebody does bad, so if they would appeal, they can be forgiven. call friends and they'll laugh like, hey, they were like, hey, my friend, they were being a jerk. They were, they thought it was funny to, like show porn. Okay, well, I don't want to do that. Even though I make sure I do, I have to make sure everybody's 18 in here. Not everybody wants to see them, and so we may get warned because of that. We might get baited because of that. So I explain to them, okay, we'll just tell your friends to not do that anymore. They need to act immature. But if they like a place where they can have food something 24 hours a day, I mean, and I'll ban them for the just generally, mutual respect of people who don't want to live here. Occasionally, people who accidentally leave the microphone on and something like that, not a huge deal. So I'll send them a message. Just hey, I don't want to have to do that. Maybe like this not have to meet people. Occasionally, it happens though where they don't recognize that they're on microphone. Really, people are usually very respectful of everyone else. And I sometimes look at it where I have a section of this Discord right below here that's called Rabbi Rothschild Arena. So if we ever get a lot of people in here, which we sometimes do, and we're going to max out at 25 people in here, I'll go in there. And when I'm in there, I have to let up people who can talk. But that allows us to have a conversation that a lot of people, like I said, thousands of people, like I said, or if it's just something that I want to say, I want to allow people to be able to hear it. I can't really go in there. As you can tell, I've got a very large server with basically every kind of interest that I have. And
Yeah, it's taking all the interest about
we've got the
Bitcoin, Steve, and even all them losing to from home.
exactly a very diverse person and of diverse interests. And I want people one day to make this home. And when they do, I want them to know that they have a place where they can just do anything that they wish, essentially. Yeah. I forget, as the saying goes, if you build it, you will come. And that's what we've done this summer.
Can I ask you some personal question?
Go ahead.
So you said you're curious. I know curious culture is very important to be very educated. Education is very like based in the curious culture and everything, but just the family networking in Jewish families also help you with getting employed in important positions, or is it more about like important education in the future?
Both are very important. So, in order to be Parnassa, what we call like a career or way of being able to support yourself, education is at the heart of it. And so we do our best to ensure that our children are educated and that they not just have secular education, but religious education as well. This allows them to have multiple vocabulary and to just be well-rounded individuals generally. And then once they get to a certain age, let's say the age of employment or so, we encourage them to be able to get positions that allow them to make comfortable life. Certainly, there are organizations where we may be able to network in to get an internship or get an initial position. But that's not always there. And there are just some situations where we have people who go long periods of time without employment. Um, just like in your children, not always get a job. There isn't necessarily opportunity for everybody at any given time. But make sure that people have the opportunity to be able to support themselves and live, create a family and live a nice life.
The reason why I even ask this is because in business, networking is very important. Connections are very important, but I think the Jewish like community like embraces this.
Well, we are a very close minority, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't depend on people who are non-Jewish to either employ us or help us. I had Jewish bosses myself. I had not Jewish bosses myself. Um, I can tell you that we do our best to ensure that we have some type of around those who are around us the best way that we can in a positive fashion. And generally, we have issues where we have some history, certainly in finance and entertainment, and, but there are others, certainly education, academia, but there are others that do and are open to anyone. And there are some situations where we have people who are business owners and people who are not business owners, people who are stock owners and people who are not stock owners. If anything, I would say the thing that makes us successful minority is that we're the best organized minority, and I think the reason why we're the best organized minority is because the strength of our families and our networks. So not only do we have
Sprawy me ten point. Any negative attachment.
take it that way.
Analyze.
No, I didn't take it that way. But there are other ways that have these types of connections as well. They just make them broad. And, but certainly, at least in Southern California, there's a very strong Russian community, very strong Asian community, very strong Armenian community, very strong African American community. Um, so, in the same way that there's a strong Jewish community, I find one of the reasons why people may think that we are in the network so well because we're in many different cities around the world. We have to be uh, many times just because of how we have had conflicts in the past. So you may find Jews in most of the cities out there, at least really only to some extent, but in some cities we have larger influence than others. Um, for instance, cities like London, New York, Los Angeles, we have much more influence than a city like Nairobi or perhaps Lagos or Helsinki, but we still some type of influence everywhere. As I described it, it's like the world's biggest family. And we have,
Yes, that's how
if we have people in our community who need a position, we can hire them if we think that they'd be a good fit. But that's they have to be a good fit. Yeah. A non-Jewish person would be a good fit for a position. We may choose that person for the benefit of the larger community. But generally, just like you would in your own family, if you have the opportunity to hire someone within your own family and be a good fit, do your best to help that person.
Yes, and about hiring other Jews, I think that Ashkenazi Jews
Yeah.
and they have them. Oh yes, like basically any group. So like, I'm almost emotional behind that. Like most processing power again.
Yeah.
I don't know if that take is the
Yeah.
supposed to look at the data.
Yeah. And the data, we average about 116 IQ. I think that that's debatable. That's predominantly Nazi Jews in life. But
Yes, this is it. More than 12 people. I was never like
and I also have an issue with intelligence tests because many of them are skewed to people who are educated or people who have taken them before, and thus I think probably the best IQ tests are those that don't include words, that only include shapes, even ones with numbers. Exactly. Pattern recognition is really what we determine to be a high IQ, but even that can be taught to some extent from a young age, just giving children the opportunity and rewarding people for pattern recognition can just skew the results. But I've seen statistics that show Ashkenazi Jews at like 116 IQ, and like Singaporeans are 115.8, and Koreans are like 115.5. And very, very close there. But again, every person is unique, and there may be different people you might need for certain positions, and we should only hire a Jew. We don't think it's going to be the right fit if it could harm the community. And we think a non-Jew would be a better fit for a position. We'll hire that person.
And about like intelligence overall, I think if it's just one measurement, it's different forms of intelligence. Like we just about that.
That's absolutely true. It is not the most necessarily important either. First of all, reading is very important as well. And on that list, as you know, just don't do it. So people, when it comes to uh, the ability to build muscle or height or raw strength, we don't do it. But intelligence, we do.
Like I think today's society is actually you drive with intelligence, and especially the IT type of intelligence in society that we have. It's less about physical strength, more about actually intelligence and the other is actually.
That's true. I mean, pattern recognition is important.
Yeah.
You want to do the question? Go ahead.
Yes, I think we should go to our discussion after we come back. Are we going to sleep at night? Are we going to go sleep soon? Or
No,
are we working away?
I'm going to be awake
So,
12 hours or so.
okay. I mean, definitely try to later today.
That's
But I think I have to go have a meeting with my mom now.
absolutely. What you do, I'm always here. So whenever you have questions you want to talk, I'm here. And enjoy the rest of your day. And we'll see you soon, okay?
Yes, I must say, it's the most interesting conversation I had ever had on Facebook. Thank you for having this conversation with me.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for sharing with your friends. And bring other friends to spread the word, okay?
Yes, I will bring someone who actually speaks. There might be, I don't want to tell that they're a troll, but it might be a little bit immature. But I hope they can behave themselves. And of course, you know, he's also an interesting person. I discuss a lot of things with him.
Excellent.
I will leave that later, so I will see you later. Okay?
Bye. I can hear you.
we also, as I mentioned, children's doodles. Just regular pictures. But what I is that on here, so the internet, right now there is a second in which you, they are never extend you can have to provide just like we have Trump was Spain, his family, another Jewish and Christian context, a range of great scholars in Egypt. Egypt passes the Jews lived at that time. Revelation. Go here. Joining me today is to speak to different fast begins a period of about years of time of year, massive so that's 17th of 10%. That's later on, three King Menashe, The regulation don't suggest that. Dive specific testing that if they or have that to believe and adoption.
Asshole, not that you can see her from the front. She's bucked me like pop. Twins in that couch, when it's fans in the trap. She was like, yo, believe it now. Same pretty bad why Shot could tell she could. Can I have it?
Ideal. Lecture. Kind of like it's definitely Christian, but for the time, the different all they put up what the rabbis meant that that so let's have a look at source this time. I like I source it. I think children brought and quite a bit for how good I mean, it's something published they did, and it would be with some disabilities, new very uh, quite uh, that I written in the English translation is history production published 20th century with the ability to put extra footnotes. So also looking at research for Steve is the I looked at so is to every great creative new material. But looking at rely which is thousands of statements. It's not really intended as historical data. They're religious sources. More specifically, it asks the content which often impose position from which to add, especially with a structure of an example district. Uh, boil it down, be carried forward. First temple district has particular sins were yeah, rather give up express these idolatry. The second is not just for these discussion, but rather for enough. That level of general hatred is really they don't break it out into a little bit for and the other one named I can't one of the makes the wedding is a central celebration. So then, other invite into that center. Now it happens. Invitation to stay. But he says, "Oh, got an I go to the wedding. Go to the wedding. Oh, he's in there. It's going to be but I got an invitation to stay right now." And wait, I'm out in front of everyone. Allow me to be around the wedding. I don't. I need you gone. Uh, that's a big point. Just overlooked is that Rabbi said that they should allow him. Their lack of confronted with this, I went back to the details, but they the individual that was decided that it had to be really tied into his how anger events but a major source of those secrets. I think religious oriented. We shall see their expressions of Judah. The role of leader of the rebel in where he put it himself, at least according to account. However, captured by the these wins urban life forces at the was famous for the time of people the other God. So that mathematics the foremost all then ended up showing basket, off of the woodworks. And the ability to treat this quite a bit after the Joseph was participant himself, so deeply all the let's start with now. I really want to focus all of the Genesis much earlier. Where you start? I think it's going to start with 66. Open hospital. Much city that built by Herod or by Herod. From there, their best interest. Well, and then he went there, we murdered scandal. Again, uprising. The general population the same as general outsiders in the desert. What happened early on is that records were held strong conflict all record of who owed money to whom. So, not and murdered
done in a
Jeff down to smaller activities. To the center of the Jerusalem. The larger image that this particular talk. Looking at we've already seen some of the many. This is quite. It is groups that so-called Herodians. So because passed away at the end of stuff, he was king at the time. An unusual character. Like his predecessors, they had no and simply kept up. Uh, Actually, not over. All in the end. But he did want to be on the overwhelming world power. Look at this tiny little nation. According to Josephus, creative artistry, not all of it. It's getting out of action like that. At the time, certainly doesn't look so happy. And a romantic relationship was quite celebrated. A moment where the gospel care of all verses, a small version of it. Which is emerging at this. We call it the old who have connections to one not necessarily capitulate to everything. We said trying to pull on the negative aspect. Let the traditional alliance that they've had. You have the so-called cult. I mean, this point of Judea, the high ultimately a of this sponsorship, and we a revolving situation where years by reasons where this was adopted by they engaged in logical which is very, very negative. Uh, but they wanted the of you know of the they especially short knives, dab the short knife while they're Josephus described crowd and assassinate people you associated with the not that we saw earlier. Yes, the time and many of the socioeconomic. The other side, a lot of people point from the third was the Pharisees. The 19th century image illustrates that the Pharisees are generally recognized as perhaps Pharisees those who alienated by violence, despair, rebellions. So the Pharisees had natural leadership of the relevant access to the faith. Other should obey other charismatic. They are at this time an unhowever. With some stores, rebellion, ideological praise of it, deny the life to from knowledge, what they are is getting but the most important oh, here we go. Zakai. On target. And then $100 credit. All right. by Rabbi, collective this content Christian movement so I was but small, but there, that particular society, really separated are individuals. At this point, get the same spaces, certain rituals, they're regarding as wholly distinct things that occur in particular, will be able to separates the from exacerbated by the Christianity as Christianity time and composition uh, reduced and charity. That's what happens to those Christians. Truth is, there's nothing because they're really comment on Christianity. Later, right? Primarily that the whole ethnos and have theological single source because it's hard sometimes to parse what we know about Josephus' person. Yeah, Vespasian in the north, 68. But this time, Scala would to the Herodians feeding into knowledge. So ultimately, it's of followers of the and all of them, remember this time of the population of Jerusalem, mostly do know the truth for Josephus describes himself also the go ahead. Some say all eyes that Herodians also invite Yochanan who's personally murdering the Herodians. This is entire discussing. To understand, we really have to see a little bit of Jerusalem itself to understand where these various forces we see the swing top of the right. They are together like it, which is yeah, right. That further apart, it means more of a flat. It's built on several of these platforms. There are some significant considerations about that. So, we're also looking at this tower, which is significant verification. Was actually a soldiers at several points the base from military activity. We also have this region called the River City. Of course, this city where Herod had actually built his own palace. There is the so the lower city, but your expression of the temple wall was built. And finally, especially at the numbers, to the outside. In fact, that would be a little bit of geography. The high priests and the usual certainly can't happen. Right? They the zealots for the temple ground where contract can't get out of the most base without a that they have been by the Arabs, by the now, Idumea is here in the south of Israel. And in fact, after the never again engage in this is something that the kings and results of father was an Idumea. So that's why they regarded it thought that it was just a bad Arab wasn't any this population was identified as Jewish, but recognized of the Jews say there are not listed organizations find themselves in offered by it's also have rest these numbers that just give us numbers on them. We have to take that. They are held off by the sea walls. Anonymous, passion, saying we are not, let's do violence, this is not good for us, fight each other, like just in our movement. And we try very, the tremendous effort to get out of the city, that's out of the city once again, and actually, the city. And then violence just gets much worse. It is answer, and together with itself, it brings on others. And considered this the term meaning people apart. Going government felt that maybe Judeans what the Romans saying those you know once the high priest Ananus was murdered, violent left. The Sanhedrin to be finally, it gets so bad that it gets so threatened. And they say, we can't hear how it's and it's amazing discussed usually with the prisoners and many of them end up joining another one of the segments was so to the point it was constantly getting more off the chains and the private station up until this time, it's not been in Jerusalem, which is the policies that kind of spilled in city Galilee, just widespread GUINNESS and literally being killed not only for regular Jews of Judea, but as well. First, would often just yeah. It's up. It's a three-way fight. The fourth so the fight becomes so intense. So actually attack others. Other That makes them pouring out stuff. How do you know? Is that themselves? Actually, that's the Congress. He was back into this. They very narrowly evade. For example, the Romans, their people and technology specifically of just expansive towers that they can to their homes, throw to build, and there's places where they're really situated. So they're building. The rebels actually and they intend to use laborious in place to collapse hugely frustrating just because it's schlepping out. The war is not much longer and the Jews success. Well, he says that the history, if cunning would always fail over desperation, their weapons, their expertise, over teaches that they, they are a combination being Judean. Um, Therefore, as he says, ask very carefully and smuggled into Jerusalem. He shuts down and the outside. When you combine that with zealots and the level of famine, which Joseph describes in other terms. First, in the end, Jesus. Behind it, however, Joseph more accounts and said the last rebels, but he was observed that it's possible to see this place very positive here because being assigned with family, but it's preserved after all. It was great fascinating and cultural attract pilgrims. So we don't really know, but it's not impossible. They did not actually want to work with them. But agreed to it. Did in the region, but rebels, context of this fighting with detail in the previous lecture, engage the Romans in that context. piece of garden wood, put it into the window, start having other people from the well, the reason for the commemoration. We, let's just go back and ensure that structural truths. The lens of religion and unite by saying that the sacrifice of about how to relate to God was a way Lord is that once again, live in the world itself by our time.
So it's like after having this whole thing of 45 minutes of English about how comedians and how you talk about it. So I follow these two people who've never heard of it. They do, or whatever, but not the best way to have person's life. No, yeah, I don't think we'll go on. Doing it, because he brings it up. So the issue isn't really being an expert versus being a comedian. Constantine is went on this whole thing about expertise and all this. And it's like, he also started as a comedian. Why else is this standard that suddenly apply to me? And when I'm talking about Israel, it never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me. They pretty much made on stuff. They would just go, look, Dave, breaking it down. But now, there's one topic that one guy is not allowed to not be an expert on. And it happens to be this one topic. And the entire population is running on it. I shouldn't say the entire, but when someone attacks like what you do professionally versus what you're actually doing. Yeah, why not just be able to say it instead of like this appeal to authority? Right? You're not an expert. You're also and to ask that question is to answer that question. Ask me a few things in life that I can give you like definitive answers on. You want to ask me about judo? I've been doing jujitsu for since 90 years. I was already 97, somewhere around there. 96, maybe. I don't know shit about judo. I know how to do a few tosses, but when someone is doing something, I don't know what to do. If I go with Rothschild, I get it wrong. So Rothschild would be a leg from the outside versus a leg on the inside. I got it for a DC. Because I did martial arts. I'm not totally an expert. Yeah, and then there might be somebody who is like totally an expert. Like say, a wrestler or going to the Olympics, right? With like the total expert or coach or something that's like one of us. Like, I think I still get something about MMA and gateway or jiu-jitsu because it's like in the last fight, in the last UFC card, Rabbi didn't know about Ted Orchard. So he thought this person was fine because they had two reps in their carnage. This is a real system again. This is fucking dangerous. There's this guy, Nathan Orchard, who figured out how to do a triangle with two arms in it. And it's a rep of the a lot of guys do it now. And there was a lady at the last UFC had it. I was like, oh shit, and Dan didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things like the body choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu, see a guy who's on his back, he's got his other goals, and he reaches under with his leg. And I'm going, but you don't know what's going on. That's a fucking joke. I go, right, here's what. I will talk into it. You're a fuck spit. There's guys, so it's like, areas of expertise, even in areas that are expert in, that I have to know a lot of people. Like, this is a stupid argument. What are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? What's going on? Are you funding Hamas? Is Hezbollah a proxy of Iran? Did Iran
lockdowns. And like in order to have say an expert opinion on this policy, it's like okay, well, you'd be like, well, they say we're following the science. So in other words, they have to have the just or something like that who's arguing on their cut down the transmission of the virus. It has to be wrong. But even that aside, you're like, okay, are they also an economist? Are they also sociologists, a specialist in childhood development who would tell you what clothing is? Who's the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields? There isn't an expert in those fields. You know what I mean?
That's the problem with that time. That time, everyone was so fearful. And then there was this push. It was clearly apparent.
If I forget who it was, but some
professional was being interviewed recently said that during 2020, if Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans are scared about it. Which is crazy to say. It's a wild thing to say. Your goal is to make people fearful. So you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people look at you. Which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Don't anymore be scared. I don't know how many people got really sick from COVID. Because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out. They couldn't sleep. They thought they were going to die. And they were riddled with anxiety. And then it's like, well, then you look for a solution. Trust in institutions, which up until 5 fucking years ago, I was 100% with everything, with vaccines, with every medical innovation, other than psychiatric medications, which I think are pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone's like hoping these people have the answer. So this is catching he's also an expert. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's like an anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It just became this weird because I think this response to the fucking everybody's huge in all of this shit. Well, you have to scare people. You know, if you want to implement like a tyrannical policy, you always have to scare people. I mean, it's the only way now. Everyone knows, right? Like you just said, like being terrified is not good for your health. When you have feel so well, it's not good for good decision making. You know, but it is excellent for. I will turn my brain off and give me authority. You know, to go to. I mean, look at people right after 9/11. Forget about it, but like the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fear about Dick Cheney, the vice president of the United States of America, and just your vice president, he said it's not a matter of if, but when there will be another 9/11 attack. They were trying to tell the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear. Do you remember the college? Excuse me, the war that's happening when you know this is the threat level or whatever. Well, maybe like it's a TMO and you really still traumatized him on 9/11. We're going to think about it as that they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the policy they wanted to start voting on. And it was the mix of they hated the big lie, which was they hated for freedom, which was like really the big lie after 9/11. It's like, because the American people very organically wanted to know what the beef was. Like 9/11, everybody was like, what do you guys, what's this beef about? And their answer was they hate you for your freedom. And by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second off, they're so irrational. Beef with you is like your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you do with that? Other than say what the American people said, which is George W. Bush, you have a blank back to go attack whoever you want to and we'll support you. You know, I remember feeling, right, I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, those generals and the military leaders that are, these are the guys that are going to protect us now. We gotta put all our faith in them. This shit is real. Let's go on. This is, so 2001, I wasn't that much of a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into stupid shit. You know, fun, stupid shit. Right. You know, me and Ray Bravo would get home and watch space documentaries and freak out about aliens. You know, stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? Like, what is indefinite detention? Where they sign it in like, what? Wait a minute, what are you talking about? What is the one? Somebody runs with Hunt. American citizens. It's like, okay. But one time, we start getting really fucking suspicious. Fuck me up. This book opens. Kennedy assassination. Before I went on stage. Yeah. Just started to happen, right? Thursday. It's great. Back in the hotel room. Nothing. Booked for like 6 hours. Show like that. Like, oh my god, I told the president. Like, I'd never even seen that before that book. I never even thought that there's like secret government agencies that plot against the president. Man, and everybody works together and oh my god. I apologize to the staff. I apologize to the manager. I read this book way before. It's done now. You have your like that. You after that before you make it funny.
Oh, like it takes time to like then
never engage in that on stage. It's terrible. Yeah. Ominous and so it has but it was like but that was just great for me. It was just I was only interested in that. I didn't get into gigs and I didn't get any of that stuff. September 2001 it was after the entire everyone was so friendly. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think, like, we need every time, like, we need this left. You know, like, when you see people, like, getting in people's faces, even an American flag, a bitch slap every now and then. Like, that time what was I doing? I just ran up to that veteran and I got his face. My lesbian girlfriend, like, this guy bitch. Fuck! You know, you need that sometimes. Just like I felt like as a country, we've been doing shit all around the world forever. We're happening everywhere. We're super lucky because we're separated by oceans. Too much is really happening here. This is real, and everybody had a flag on the fucking car. When I was in New York City, we were filming here for London, and everything was so cool. Firemen were rock stars. You know, cops were rock stars. Everybody's was thanking them for their service. It was farming. It was farming. These guys were fucking. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. Wasn't it nuts? Everybody was so thankful. Where'd that go?
I was in New York City, and I remember. So I was in Brooklyn, like a few miles from the Trade Center. Like physically speaking. So I remember seeing. You know, I think so. When I got out of school, I was a senior in high school. It said it was from my parents or something. I forget exactly how it was. So like I was friends with the security guard. But yeah, so there was like 11 years just hanging out with the security guards. So remember, I'm pretty sure when we came to Flatbush Ave, we saw like there was smoke in the air from all the towers had fallen by the time we got there. But there were people, so the subways down for a while. And I was like on Flatbush Avenue. It was pretty much like Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like, it's kind of a straight shoot down to the Manhattan Bridge. The Brooklyn Bridge is there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, people there in the financial district that just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they were going to never get on the subway. So you'd see just like one guy in a suit and tie covered in soot, head to toe. Like, he must have just been down there and walked up. And but I remember, this was in Brooklyn, it was very busy, but people were stopping and asking each other. People you would pass on the street but never talked were stopping and asking everyone, "Have you family? Everyone okay? Right? Are you this community spirit that you typically get in New York City. I just didn't people to talk to everybody. But then part of it was kind of beautiful, and then of course companies do what they do, and you manipulated their technological force. They wanted from before 9/11 that had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11, and which is so the Patriot was bullshit. They tried to pass for years, and everyone's like, "What fucking crazy?" So this is the thing that maybe it's for me like my age because I was 18 at the time. This is like my coming of age, But I will never stop being furious about all of that shit. And this is like still to this day, I'm sure you see it when I'm on podcasts with you doing debates and stuff. I'm so angry about Iraq and the subsequent wars and Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of that, but specifically because like these guys, conservatives, the N-word that I'm not supposed to bring up. Those from the book calls neoconservatism what we need. And when you say the word neoconservatism, be careful when you want to right here or something like that. Is that what they're saying? I didn't know that this was an issue that you had discussed neoconservatism. Well, that's what Douglas said. That was on he said on the N-word. When I brought it up and then said I'm watering something because I mentioned Wolfowitz. So that's anti-Semitism, right? That's kind of ridiculous. Yes, you're talking about something incredibly important. Neoconservatism. Why would that be a thing that you can't discuss? That sounds crazy. Rivalries, the marching band, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in the action from kickoff to final whistle. Whether you're betting on your go-to team, making moves mid-game as the momentum shifts, Saturdays are yours to own. DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers spend $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code that's coded for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Never gamble. Call 877-8-OPEN-WIRE. Text OPEN-WIRE 467-369. Connecticut help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-79-7777. Visit ccpg.org. Please be responsible. We have a boot. Resort in Kansas. 21 over age. Eligible gaming in jurisdiction. Illinois contrary. Bonus bets expires 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see bkh.com/audio. Well, it would be nice to say the answer is that those guys got into that really reject American foreign policy after 9/11 because they have no belief in the Bush administration. 9/11 happened on their watch. And if you go back and read the shit that they read, and I will never stop talking about this because it's certainly does. When they sit there watching television and they open the release, they go away. We know how each other's birthday is on in July. Yeah. But that's not quite as unique as some people think it is. Really? Well, like, people, so like, you know he said it. Yeah, I've heard it was pretty good. I mean, I'm not like taking anything away from that. He was right. But there were a bunch of people who predicted it wrong. Himself predicted it perfectly. Predictably. Let's just say, no, I don't know about that. That is pretty rough, but at the same time, that complies with that's true, but the World Trade Center was attacked by Al Qaeda guys. I mean, it's the same thing, so, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yes, I joke about that. I believe some Patriots joke about that. That's it. I don't want to watch that, but you're still the hater now. He's so hilarious. Yeah, she had a joke about how, everyone saw or the U.S. not get paid well, like the World Trade, and I think the World Trade now, and then her bit is how they didn't believe it. Like he was talking about the first one, but they believe it because of the second. That's how it came down. But then her bit is just like, that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make it believe it. So it's like a funny, it's like the way people about it. It was cool. Shit.
Well, if they done it back then, they would have never believed anything. They didn't believe that word. They didn't believe anything.
Yeah, it was the Wild West.
Well, it's weird when you hear about, so we don't know if I fully believe in any of this, as I can yet, or but when people discuss the intelligence agencies and their role, especially gangster, like I remember the very first time I listened to NWA, and I think that was Massachusetts. I was like, what is this? I was like, on the way to maybe it was a CD, but it's probably a cassette. And I was like, dude, what car are you doing? Got good music. You just set it on. Set it on the drive. You couldn't keep it on. Your batteries so songs and they're like, I think I'm gonna do much bigger batteries. For me, it was so insane that I could carry music with me to the gym. Like that's incredible because you never had me like the worst points in song or something like kind of thinking into this. I'm trying to get poked here, man. This is fucking bullshit music. Like someone's in charge of the station that they picked on the radio. I just didn't really care, but I hearing that music. I was like, this is celebrating crime and murder. Like, this is nuts. And then finally, prostitutes and like, this is crazy that this is like a major record label put this out. I was only 21. And I was, I was just sitting there going, I can't even believe this is real. And I got really into it. I got really into Ice Cube, really into Ice-T. I listened to that when I was delivering newspapers. It was like, gangster rap was like a completely different thing. So cut to when people start digging into like intelligence agencies have had. There's a weird book on intelligence agencies and their role in rock music in the 1960s. The movie about the book about Laurel Canyon. That strange thing. Very interesting. I don't know if I'm on any problems with it, but there's a lot of weird connections to the intelligence community and music, particularly hip hop, and particularly gangster. And if you want to get really dark, you would say, if you want to feel your primitive presence of it, then have very popular music encouraging celebrating crime and violence. And when you feel your presence of it, you also keep people scared. So you didn't give them more laws and rules and crack them easier to get them to fall in line and do what you need them to do.
It's massive police buildups and massive militarization of the police and all this stuff. I've heard a little bit about that. I know Ice Cube is like talking about it undeniably his influence. It does. There are things about it that seem crazy, but I do know that I don't think this is a controversial thing to say. This is just like that. It was like an administration who tracked guys are drug dealers, so we know these drugs and we can get this money shipments. You're sitting in the creating the conditions for the crack epidemic to explode, and then they catch a guy with a few bucks on him and don't put him in jail for decades. It's like just that one piece of information. You almost, if you're like in a sane world, oh, so the people had a revolution, that government and public politicians involved, and now started over from new. You're like, no, they realized they died. Still, for decades afterwards, the Republicans and the Liberals bring up Reagan, and they go, Reagan. Like, the fact that isn't enough to go, this guy should be remembered like it's a monster. Do you think they tell Reagan that they're selling crack? That information then he took on his way in there for 4 years before he got reelected. Fair enough. George H.W. Bush definitely there. His docket. He was their guy. He was the head of the CIA. So, you know, but again, also to a certain point when you're president, where it's like, it's your responsibility. Like if you know that it's your responsibility. No, I don't think you have an access. I do not. I do not think in cases like that you have access. I think if you're doing something like selling crack in the hood and using the money for cultures, there's no fucking way you could ever kosher-ize that. So I don't think you ever let the president know. I think this is all planet money. I think there's layers of bureaucracy. Information. If you want to talk about people that are doing operations, Nicaragua, got things going on in Iran, you got to pay attention to Russia, this is happening there. There's not a chance he knows they're selling crack for an army. I just don't think you're going to tell them. Look, you might assume that he knows. This is not a normal thing to do. I came into this office thinking they're all right. I came into this office thinking I'm going to be a good American. We're going to get back to the basics and hard work and trickle economics. And you're telling me you're selling crack. You're going to jail. Well, because that's how things are going to go. So things that didn't organize or that's how you got caught. To them after it's made complete, and then what do you want to do now? Which is it's like I'm giving them really good luck explaining this. So he helps them cover it up, and then now we got check. You might as well have been and you help us cover it up. And the whole thing was set up by the government. Intelligence agencies set up, or they operated. Where was an intelligence agent before he was ever? That was his first gig. Tucker Carlson. Oh my fucking mind. Rookie reporter for their first gig, their first story. You're going to take down the most popular president in U.S. history there. Won by the biggest Martian in the United States. He's just a dominant way of the American people. They support this guy. And then Woodward, some 20-something-year-old reporter, he is the biggest story in American history. He happened to just come out of naval intelligence in a weird coincidence. That's what Bill Murray told me. So Bill Murray was on the podcast and was talking about Woodward's book he wrote. What was it called? Well, he's written a lot at this point. Okay, it was just about Belushi being fucking crazy drug addict. He goes, that's not my friend. He goes, that's not how it was. He goes, that was kind of it.
But nevertheless, this was a really transformative. And waiting.
Like 2, 3 times he was drunk. Like he was, I think he did. That's. I think that's the first time he died. Yes, got. So this was fiction. So he read the first 5 pages. Oh my God, great things. Isn't that crazy? I feel like this time about my friend, such a distorted, untruthful way. Now I have to think about what he discovered. Yeah. Now I know. Yeah, my good friend, I mentioned quite a bit, but Scott Gordon, who is, I think, the best policy voice in the United States of America. He's written the best book on the terror wars called the best book on Ukraine called Revoked. It's his latest book. About this, but he just happened to be writing this book on Ukraine. He saw this new Bob Woodward book came out, and they had a quote, and I believe it was a certain Bob quote. So you go right in there. And this guy's reading it because it's not something wrong. So he had the actual quote. He was just researching this first book, and he was the quote means the exact opposite of what he's claiming it means here. Whereas the heavy lift of this part, he wasn't referring to this, he was referring to that. He just told me, he was like, so there's like, you just never trust anything Bob Woodward says because he'll take this quote and just mingle it to the point where he is presenting it as if it is 180 degrees opposite of what the quote actually means. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. And I was like, the story of rhetoric. Would you have ever imagined that? When all was growing up, like a hero. He was like a journalistic hero. Like he's that we know. He's how you know that when Jamie talked to George W. Bush and said, Mr. President, I think we need to go with them. But he just makes shit up. Was it Redford or was it the other years later, it is like essentially taken a well, but they get the American people to believe that like what that was a corrupt president. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. There is such a thing as having too many options to choose from, like when you're scrolling on the TV, trying to find something to watch, or have you been to one of those ice cream shops where they have hundreds of different options to choose from? It's overwhelming. The same thing can happen when you're hiring and get inundated with applications. Well, it's time to stop stressing and use ZipRecruiter instead. An innovative resume database can help you find and connect with the best people for your role. Try it for free now at ZipRecruiter.com/Roman. What makes ZipRecruiter's resume database so special is the advanced filtering feature. You can use it to hone in on exactly what you're looking for from the hundreds of thousands of resumes that are uploaded monthly to the site. And when you find a potential candidate, you can unlock their contact info instantly, skip the candidate along, streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter. See more than 4 out of 5 employers approved on ZipRecruiter and a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. It's just an opportunity. When Muhammad Ali retired, Larry Holmes couldn't get any. One of the reasons why Larry Holmes was one of the best heavyweight champions of all time couldn't get any love was because he beat the fuck out of Muhammad Ali. And everybody was sad. Everybody hated him because of that. You're never, like, if you're Nixon, you're full of shit, you're gonna shut the fucking head. If we lost to assassinate, the greatest president of all time, fucking God, was gonna really change things, didn't even secrecy, and was talking to the American people like we don't know the dreams before some moon. Wait, this ugly fucker. He just
What's up, Jim? How you looking, Jim? Oh, excellent. Yo, how do you say your name? How do you say your name? Taquitas? Alright, how are you, Taquitas? That's what I'm calling you, baby. I'm kicking ass, taking names every day of the holiday, every day of the week. Alright, things in your neck, going, son. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Oh, that's okay. I just said, how are you? Okay. Excellent. Very well. Did you have a chance to do what I said earlier? Very bad. Okay, well, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me better now? All right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I have a Rothschild. I see my like 24 hours a week, 365 days a year. I've been doing more than my students go back to bed now. The death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coordination of everything of trade. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource for valuable in food, water, gold, air, petroleum. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent, and make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to start your philanthropic organization. How does that sound? Excellent. I currently human life will be for anyone through the use of technology, agricultural saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, biofuels, imagine for animal welfare, sponsored by Harry Potter Bombs Hot $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and developing movements for those less fortunate. I'm an advocate for lifestyle technology and most importantly, desalination technology where we pump it into water out of additionally, I talk about future topics such as economic and travel, like communication, things like quantum computing, nuclear energy, geothermal energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, and things like alien disclosure, things like perhaps time travel, things like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines. I talk about people don't know this, but the first successful research took place in 2021, pardon me, 2003, with a pirate IMAX note located in northern Spain and other France. Fast forward to the year 2020, a company out of Dallas was founded known as Rothschild Scientific. We made it that over the next 3 years, so by the 2020, we introduced the dynamic into the Arctic Circle, utilizing ancient elephant series, which I just think is a mind-blowing feat. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting. Additionally, they have made headlines recently with their direwolves. You saw in the news the direwolves are a year old now. Joe Rogan is president, but they created 3 direwolves, 2 males and 1 female. Additionally, I talk about things to help you, your friends, and family live longer. If you want, with your consent, they may be able to utilize type of technology outside of sexual interactions. We can utilize types of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, red light therapy, acupuncture therapy, peptides, to be able to withstand the presidency for someone like age 80 to age 100, 120. And eventually, you may get to be 120 years old, and you have been a really great run. Everything that you said came true, but my body started to break down. What's the next plan? And this is your consent again becomes very important. But if you want to be able to utilize the technology, let's find it for you. Where your consent is in your computer, you can scan an MRI. Right where every element is sent up to the system and your system to later download as an android, an avatar, cyborg, a cyber form of yourself, a robot, a serial thing, whatever you want. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that many people have a future at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? What thoughts? Well, probably within at least a generation. We're already able to transfer memory to mice. So there's already some studies that have been able to transfer mice memories, basically rodent memories, from one mouse to another, where you essentially take a mouse, you have it complete a maze several times, and you scan that mouse's brain, transfer that memory into another mouse, and then the second mouse is able to do the memory flawlessly without ever having done it before. That's how you know you've had a successful memory transfer. And we're already at that point. So probably within a generation, so maybe 20 years or so, we'll have life extension to the point of mind deployment. Then people will have the opportunity to perhaps be able to make that. No, if you're in school, what do you study? Oh, hey, Kat, you said that you have 4,000 people in your Discord. How do I get it so that I get 4,000 people in my Discord? How do I use your bot?
It's not public, but it's doing it. But it really depends on what do you do. Because
DLing. So we can just spam it pretty much. But I don't know which emails would be like effective for you to get members from the same page as me. But yeah, you're doing well. You learn to play develop because
They got
it works for you.
does. Okay. So basically, you in Discord, let's say, have a link to your Discord,
So
and one of
it's not that you have your server once, but you can create multiple servers, and then you can automatically, because in this part it's important that you bounce the server. So every 2 hours you have to execute a command in Discord to Discord that business to make your server the first server, which means that in every 2 hours you can hop on the server to execute a command and get the command on. So if you have multiple servers, you can just log in shorter periods than 2 hours, and you can make other servers redirect to your server by having only your invite list inside those servers.
I understand. How do you bump your server on
So that's
Discord?
what we do. So do you have your server linked on Discord?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's yeah, okay, yeah. So basically, do you have any private channels here? Do you have no message here? So basically, it's time to create an active Discord actually. Discord is a
Sure. I'll add you.
send you the command.
You should have an.
So basically, you have one channel. If you have the server listed in Discord, all you have to do is execute slash pop. And what my bot does is it simply executes slash pop automatically, and it cycles through my Discord accounts. It executes the pop in every single one of my servers every 2 hours. So this allows me to stay on top of this all the time because I have multiple servers and I take for 24/7 play the server in the cloud. DBS virtual server, like I found it automatically. So it's some automation and a lot of servers that you need to have. So,
I understand.
but you can figure out which are the keywords that you want to target, just like when you do an advertisement, you have to choose the keywords that you buy, and you're like, would you like to target the community keyword? Would you like to target like cats? Would you like to target sports keyword? Whatever it is. At least your server has it automatically do that. But it couldn't someone over specifically the server and the accounts and set up the bot. It's very simple, but I give the bot private. If you want, I can set up this for you. But it will require some work from your end as well because I need them accounts for it so I can make it run on my server.
I understand. Maybe we do that in the future. So does Discord have a bot that you use to bump?
So basically, you have your server in Discord. It will have you ask the Discord bot to your server, which then it puts to the comments, which will communicate with the website on your server on the bottom here.
Okay, so I'm on Discord, but I don't have a Discord server. Discord bot.
So I think, let me see my DMs. Here, you go to you go in here and you put in your Discord account. You have to log in with the account that has an email privileges in this server.
Right.
So you can actually manage it from there.
Right. Okay.
You should see just said that if you have said no, and if you haven't, then you get to speak to the guy that lives in the level, and then let he decide, I guess, which one is in the level, and let you decide as to find keyword in your feed things to people that actually use your server. You talked about Google Maps. So basically, if our people do this, what they send something in Google, and then they send it this one, and so this me or this way as the first person because we are getting the keyword that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
On my server, the keyword followers, TikTok followers, Instagram followers, all of this, and then you use that Discord, TikTok followers, Discord, they like the Discord website that you specific page is this tag.
Sure. So people didn't have a Discord. I had Discord.me.
Yeah, that's one of them. There's so many sites, but I have I bought these sites for Discord, but because Discord, no, not Discord, Discord.org, because Discord.org is the one of the most original, and because even after most original, one of the most used websites for this type of stuff.
Right. Okay. So we're gonna have mine. Too bad.
And you very like you don't need to do that much research, but you need to actually think about which keywords you're going to use. So it can be either of us we have to do like social, community, and religion or politics if you're going to those keywords.
Right. I understand.
You have to find
Okay.
ones, and you should definitely put five.
Right.
Many of you can. But that's the most important part of the keywords.
Okay.
This but very small us. You must likely understand it's even for living type of stuff for you, but you seem to be learning this, not be human for you as well.
Absolutely.
Like keywords like community, there is much more competition, and if there is much more competition, that means you need more bots, which means you need more servers, which means companies to have like for our keywords on many servers which we have right now, we have 60 people, but now we have 20 servers that all point to our main server.
How many people
So
in your
usually when
how many
want
how many people in your main server do you get per day?
so in the peak when this stuff was a little more active, we got 120 people joining every day, and now we get around 40 to 50 people joining every day.
That's good. Um, and what do you do with your server?
So your server, if you are adding this server, it will be just like when you mix it on Discord, they will just maybe directly to this Discord server, they will just directly use the invite link. But if you want to do what we are doing, then you get the additional servers to separate accounts. Then you only place the invite link of this server into those servers, so when people join us, they can see, okay, it's directly in Discord.
Right? Isn't that difficult though? Because it's like people are like, well, what's going on with it?
Yeah, they might wonder what's going on with it, but it works at least for us.
I got you. Okay.
Might be that based on the like for us.
Yeah, no, I understand. You need to follow on. Yeah, doesn't Discord do a lot of captions?
Discord does 8 chapter by the lot. Yeah, it's one of the most powerful tools out there.
Yes, it is.
At least one of the most difficult to bypass. It works.
That's right. Okay, so it's the, this server
under review.
Yeah, that's automated, so it takes like 30, 20 seconds maybe when you finish the page. That it has good messages. Like,
Okay, and then there's a bot that needs adding a bot.
yes, that is what we communicate with your own Discord server, so you can actually launch the server. But you have to execute command in your server, not you have to like create a channel, which means you have to define which will be the channel that they see when they join the server. So you like one channel in this Discord server where you can communicate with the folks.
Right, I got it. I got a moderator.
So you want to talk to the people and you make sure you can this command which you have to execute whatever I don't know. For this for
And then what's the point of your main server? What does it do?
so we, like I said before, we sell $4. When I spend time on PC, I don't want to go fully to base video games, which is kind of a waste of time. So while I do that, I want to make some money on the side. So it's about selling stuff. I can show you. This is what I do. It actually has been banned on Discord, but it doesn't matter because we have the external servers. But
Okay, it says, welcome.
Rex.
How are you? I can. Just one moment. Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. Just one moment.
Yes, we can hear you. That seems like your voice is not coming in from the same source anymore.
Right, it is. Just one moment. I'm here. Just one moment. I have to restart my. Just refresh the page. Just one moment. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Definitely down. Okay, just one moment. All right.
Okay, it's perfect.
All right. Was this your friend who was in here? Excellent. Yes, I heard him. Absolutely. Okay. So what you need to do? Authorize.
Which we used the first server in the keyword search for the specialized keywords. And what we do is that we have all different servers which are all automatically regrouped. That's what I have been trying to explain.
Right.
So they are basically being pumped in parallel. So instead of every 2 hours, which is the keynote, which is for the month, we can pump it every 5 minutes with the servers.
I see. All right. That's cool. And it does it automatically.
Yes, that's what we use. We use the server. I have basically captured the request that goes to this one. Then you execute slash pump, and then I have made a list of Discord notification tokens, which I have in this and the specified channels for the pump. And in there, both basically for the script basically just sends the pump send request for each of the accounts each 2 hours, so they can delete one automatically.
Excellent. All right.
So basically, I have automated the site in Discord, which is the pumping.
That's cool. And then, apologies, I know I asked this question, but I want to make sure I understand correctly. The, the overall point of your main 9x9 Discord is what?
Selling bot services,
Gotcha. Bot services for Discord?
not for Discord, you get branding stuff.
Right.
So for other social media, so basically, when people want to be famous on the internet, you want to have a lot of followers, they want to have brand deals. As you said, even in streamers, not the dealers, that's what business provides.
Okay. Gotcha. How much are cake streamers? Cake streamers?
We don't get many sales for it because we don't advertise, but we sell them for around $10 and 1K for 30 minutes. It's expensive,
Yeah.
but you can get them for cheaper.
Yeah. I understand. So that's kind of always been my issue as well. Is I stream for such long periods of time and from so many different accounts that to fund myself is very, very expensive.
Yeah. It's also people do this misconception that if they have a lot of viewers that do something interest other people in watching them, but in the end, nothing else matters than the type of content you are providing. It's not interesting, and then if so interesting to make your intensity viewers, but the box not really helps you. Never helps you with anything. I would personally never buy any type of bot service unless I was like a very new brand and I had wanted to like show to my clients that yeah, I have other clients who look at what this some followers, blah blah blah. It's not worth it, to be honest. Also, if I'm there, if I'm correct, I think since last 5 months ago, the United States we got the 5 months so we can potentially do the same.
Is that true?
Yeah, so that's like the beginning of the pay insurance online because that's very cool to brand to get you an deals based on the fake followers,
Yeah, everybody.
fake login.
Exactly, everybody does.
So So that's why they have made it illegal to actually buy the stuff in the USA. But that's only for the USA. I'm not basically say so. I don't think to worry about that much.
Right. So let's say somebody. I don't want it. Let's say I say, hey, I want to buy flour. Would you be like, hey, you're not allowed to do it?
To be honest,
Why do you care? Why do you care?
to be honest, I don't put that opinion to it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, so let's look that up. Doug, tell me everything you know about the U.S. law that made it illegal to buy followers on social media. Because if this is true, nobody's following it. All right.
I know nobody knows it. And, to be honest, as someone who doesn't sit inside USA, about this.
Yeah, no, I understand. So in August 2024, the FTC finally ruled part of the consumer user sale ban to sale of purchase of fake indicated social media networks with followers like views, subscribers, shares, comments, etc. When used in a way to mislead consumers or is intended for commercial gain. Specifically, these indicators are defined for bots, projectile, fake accounts, or enhancing consumer information businesses. The rule applies only if a buyer knew or should have known that the indicators were fake, and they were used to misrepresent influence for a commercial purpose. Penalties are up to 51,000 for the violation. FTC now declared enforcement power against both fake reviews and fake social media. All right, so it came from the review case. But between the media attorney and the attorney general, the president said on this president statement with the media LLC, company that sold fake followers like media. That settlement marked the first of the law enforcement to stop such practices, especially when involving stolen identities that are legally deceptive. Later in October 2019, the settled for $2.5 million and a first of complaint challenging the sale of fake social media. Very interesting.
But this of course doesn't touch like clothing or it from the but for example, it's not easy with anyone. It's not easy possible for other people to find out options.
Right. I don't do it for commercial purpose. So that's not one person. You said it.
But it's true.
You said this board usually takes like 30 seconds to meet.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long. So if it takes long, that's some people have said that it might take long. For us, it's very fast.
I understand. Probably because your servers are pretty small too. Like they're when you start, when you start, nobody's in them, and they also don't have any sub channels.
Yeah, exactly. You understood it perfectly. It's how as a media, like a game pointing to the main server.
Exactly. But with mine, it has a lot. So, wow. So basically, if I understand this correctly, I think I do. You'll just get random people who go to Discord.com and they're just looking for people with whom they can interact. And the default setting is not showing me the biggest servers. It's bug free. And because yours are always being bumped, there's a very good chance you're going to be really high on that list for very popular keywords. And
By adding in 5 minutes, not enough. Let's say we target that even one keyword and we have for other servers and we can have it
oh, very cool. Welcome. Apology, I couldn't speak earlier. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. Oh, but this is a different track, right? We already got there.
Yes, there's still people that call us my friends. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You already told that.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely. So, Well, I do it for 3.5 years. Okay, so with Discord, then you do you have to create multiple Discord accounts or just multiple?
Yes, because Discord system is kind of encryption, so it is that one account is added into the server, it shares the cooldown with the account. So if the cooldown is shared, it's pointless to pump many servers because it's just, if the cooldown is split in half, like, if the cooldown is like account, it's not really by server, so it's by account. So if I make the server from one account, then I'm just gonna be able to pump a lot of damage to ours. So that we have multiple accounts, so the cooldown with the servers is shared.
I understand. Okay, so I like what's a keyword that you focus on?
So we focus on basically stuff. So like the followers, Instagram followers,
So if I just type in
Discord followers, like
if I type in TikTok followers, then
yeah, you have to type dash follower because they have basically banned the following stack. So only way to put it is in the dash there. But we don't get the people directly to Discord. They send you to Google, but because Discord has very good Google rankings, they end up on Discord and then they find the data. So people don't actually do it in the search of Discord. They type into Google search and then they find it. But the Discord listing because Discord is highly the highest related to Discord.
okay, so if I go to TikTok followers, TikTok followers,
Yeah.
and then I go to book recently,
You see, like a lot of users, I think Discord almost all of us have a match, so you have to take that lot of users. You see it like a lot of servers, they look the same. You actually see versus
like is Instagram good? Is Instagram good or
all of these, let's say,
social?
the first 8 servers,
Oh, cool.
it's understanding what members in the server, so people just don't look at the one member online. But right now it's not so stable that you can go that members. So it's very much better, like I said, 124, now it's only more than the because it's not going to be running these stacks right now. And yeah, it's not going to be the summer because people go outside to meet other people, they feel like they need to be more social and they need to get that feed, they want to like followers to vote for some stuff
Right,
in summer and summer is kind of the moment at least in most of the Europa and also
right. I want to tell you, this is a very smart tactic. Very good.
it has been done before, but we have a very different system in the end because I only like the both on Instagram in as one process on my server. It doesn't need to be like multiple process or anything. People might do this, but they might manually do that and then bounce their servers. You can trigger the killer and it's what common that thing is actually different for this request. That's it. That
Now I have a question.
for this.
If you go to Discord, there's a bump option within Discord. Are you aware of that?
Yes, but we don't use it because it's easier on this one website that they're automating stuff if we are doing it in their system. But if we do it in Discord, they are not there that Discord doesn't care that it is one done command each 2 hours per account. We get away, like they can't like recognize that we automatically go by the team as by it doesn't matter because it's free service of data and they're losing money like us.
Right. Very smart. Very, very smart. Impressively smart. I know that you said other people have done this. Uh, impressive.
Yes, but not in a similar way
Right.
as we did it. And I didn't know that other people had done it when I recorded it.
Yeah, so let me think about this. Okay, so you basically create a Discord account and a Discord server. And you don't create like 10 Discord servers under one admin
right? Or you do.
Yes, no, because it's not shared.
Okay, cool, not shared. Okay, so one Discord account under one server, and then you create like, I don't know, 10, 20, 30, 100 of those accounts, and then your bot just comes in and bugs it, and then you're always at the
Yes.
top.
Program.
Great start. Now, I'm gonna, okay, so I'm gonna go to Discord, and I'm gonna look up your, you've got Discord, I'm gonna type in TikTok followers, and uh, you've got, are you Instagram Boom?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm gonna go, it's gonna take me to Discord, so you've got 109 members, and you don't care about those people. You only care that they filtered your name.
Can you see?
Sure. You don't care. You don't care that Instagram Home has 109 people. You care whatever the link is within Instagram Home has more people, right?
Yeah, yeah. So because that's where the sales and that's where the customers actually buy the stuff you sell for them. So then if you join Instagram, you'll see that all the child is saying something about very, very clear or this is just a verification for them. It's just they got something also what is this, but they just
I see it. I see it.
online.
I see it. Absolutely. It's fucking brilliant, dude. It's fucking brilliant. It's a really, dude, I'm going to tell you this. I used to see people who try to trick the system every single day. I do it myself. I love new ways to trick the system. This is a good one. Okay, so now you were saying you only do it for things that are relevant to you, like TikTok followers and that kind of stuff. Because I imagine.
Yes, so it's really important that you know exactly what you need the people who your kind of stuff.
Right. Now, I imagine it's very difficult to get like chat or karaoke.
Yes, that's very needed. It's difficult for 500 service with much management. But when you do it in such mass, there is a little chance that some of these parts of the service will be alerted that even 500 service with commodity tax does not yet.
Right. And so,
it might be.
What happens when they ban it?
So they have kind of a dumb system. So all you have to do just create a new server on that same account. They almost never ban an account. So all we need to do is create a new server at that point. And we have the program pictures of the server saved in a file, the name saved in a file. So all we need to do is just create a new one. That's it.
Absolutely.
And then it's just a process like you do on PC. You get banned from some of your accounts.
Right. Now, do they ever ban your main account that you have on Discord?
Our account server get banned, but our main server has been banned like a long time ago.
That's what I figured.
Because it just like it started having our server in Discord. It wasn't even not allowed to have this type of server then, but nowadays it's not allowed to have this type of social media volume settings and this Discord. So we just got banned out of nowhere without warning because the rules just changed. So we don't have it anymore. That's why none of the servers in Discord like actually say anything about selling followers. It's just about community server and join here followers together.
Right.
Because they have automated AI system that scans the description of the server, and if it finds in the description something that they should be selling something, they just automatically ban it.
I understand.
Just do community and chat. There will be no problems, but because this is exactly what the platform Discord is intended for.
Now, let's see, if I go to Discord and go to always wondered why does it say launch recently? Like who's going to those? They just generally would go to the biggest, most popular one and work their way down. But now I understand why. It's in Discord's best interest because then they get a bot in your server. Um,
Yeah, you can get information from it. They can get people can read about them. So people have the bumping set to public channel, so other people can bump it. Not the public directly, right? The post bumping it, but then the public channel, so other people say, what is this? The server is being bumped. Oh, maybe I can get members with my server as well. And when they do that, they go to Discord.com. Discord will organize the advertisements based on the site, so they get more people see that on the site by having the bumping kind of,
I get it.
but they need people to bump it because that gives them engagement with Discord.
I get it. Now, is there a bot that just automatically kind of bump in a server for people?
So bots have a little bit different way of interacting with Discord. So if you was interact through the Discord API, like Discord file, you just interact through the Discord client. So bots cannot actually tell bots to do stuff.
Couldn't a bot?
Bots can, because the commands can only be executed by Discord user accounts.
Oh, okay.
So the bots can execute bot commands.
I understand.
That's how Discord is basically built.
I understand. Now, you've got like, you don't have 50 different Discord, maybe you do. Do you have like 50 different Discord accounts that are all logged in to like a browser? And it just goes through and hits bump?
So they're not logged in a browser because Discord has to explain general authentication. You have this, your way of stuff which is like graphically doing it easy,
Yes.
which can't be stopped. But Discord has this way of authentication on the Discord token. So basically, if you send any request to Discord API, all you need to do is say one like master password type of thing that just authenticates and I'm not to do anything. So I can have the strict site thing that just takes request to Discord my account authentication token. There's execute this command in this channel at this time.
Right.
So it doesn't make requests to API. It's not that they allow it, but they do allow it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, so I have, maybe this could, I don't know, you don't really need it. Just the word. All right, but I have the ability to open up multiple instances in a browser. There's an extension for Mozilla Firefox that allows this. So I could be logged into, let's say, 50 different Discord accounts simultaneously. And I just have my little bot go through and open up each one and then bump the thing every 2 hours.
You could do that. But these two, yeah, you said you can have multiple login applications going on at the same time because you didn't get out from the one account that's logged in.
Right. Yeah.
So you can do that just like you do.
Yeah.
You can make it work.
My
Notify you do it your way.
right. Oh, absolutely. So I am not against it. I think you really because you're pushing something, which is fine. I don't really push anything. I'm really here to just people. And on top of that, I'm here to talk with adults. I don't want people who are under 18 to come in here, just because specifically I don't want to talk with children. The topics that I discuss are generally more mature topics. So if I just went in and like botted the word, let's just say chat, people are gonna, come in here. They'll be like,
Yeah.
like I want to talk about anime, and I'll be like, okay, well, I don't really know anything about anime. Do you want to talk about the future of society? And they'll be like, no, like our interests aren't necessarily the same. With yours, it's like everybody who types in TikTok hours has one thing only on their mind, and that's they want to. I get you.
It's much more difficult to target your audience this way.
That's exactly right.
This is not for us.
No, I completely understand that. What does work for me though
is spamming people's chats because I can put a big message in there, and usually something that I say is going to catch somebody's attention. Like, why is this person talking about Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks, or making me a true? Like, one of those things is going to be interesting to somebody, and they'll either put my Discord link in and figure it out or not. One other thing that makes it really difficult for what I do is I'm asking people to social media leap or basically go from one social media to another. I'm asking someone to go from Twitter to Discord. With yours, you're basically asking people who are already interested in Discord to some extent to just join another Discord. That's difficult. Welcome. How are you? Is this your friend? Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Oh, okay. I made very told. Did I tell you? Absolutely. Well, how is your day going? Hey, Kat, what's up with you and all your friends liking cats? Okay. Oh, excellent. Absolutely. Do you like tigers? Do you like big felines? You like small felines? Okay. They're very popular. Um, okay. Do you watch any other kids streamers? Who are your favorite kids streamers? I understand. I gotcha. Are there a lot of Finnish kids streamers? Okay, so not that many. Right. In fact, population not not small rate-wise, Okay, so we have like maybe 12 different kick streamers. What about Twitch? Do you do Twitch? Yeah. I understand. The strategy that I use for Twitch might work for you. Actually, it might work for you very well. You want people to buy Twitch followers, right? Okay, excellent. So, what I would do if I were you is just do what I do, but for your service. So, okay, here's what you do. You, and I can teach you how to make this talk the same way I do my mind. It's not hard. Meaning you don't need to know anything. So, what you see is what you get programmed. But okay, what I would do if I were you is I would create a random Twitch account, and then I would program my bot just like I did to go to people's channels and to create a clip of them, and then in the clip I would put my link to my. You want people to go to your Discord, right? Okay, so I would put keep Twitch followers and the link to your Discord, and then that's all the bot does. And then it moves on to the next person. The reason why this is a very good strategy for you is eventually Twitch will delete or will ban but all of your clips stay. Does that make sense? Exactly. It's the same thing for Twitch. So, for instance, if I go to any, I mean, almost do this for any streamer, but okay, go to, if you can't go to Kit, and go to the streamer ShaktiG, SHAKTY. Like that, sure. Shakti, SHAKTY. Shakti. S, sure. S as in Sam, H as in Henry, A as in Abraham, K as in kangaroo, T as in Tara, Y as in yo-yo, G as in gorilla. Shakti G. Yeah. Okay, do you see Shakti G? It's okay. Okay, so search for Kit. Type in S as in Sam. H, Kit. Yeah, Kit. S, S as in Sam. H is in hippo. A is in alligator. K is in koala. T is in tiger. Yes. Now go to his. Yeah. Now go to his clip. Now scroll down. And what I'm saying is that if you want to sell followers, that's the way to sell followers. I feel because those clips don't go away, and they're very strong for Google because they show up right at the top of Google. That's right. You can use it for like so whatever you want. I mean, so I have found that it depends the platform that you use. Um, TikTok, or I should say Twitch, seems to be banning my accounts about once every 12 hours or once every 24 hours. But again, that's not that big of a deal because I just create another one. And if I have to create a new account every 12 hours, I'm going to try to create another book. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that much work. And it posts like 250 clips in that amount of time. So with 5 different accounts, that's like 1,250 unique links, basically advertising what to do. It's a very good way to do it. Now, there are some, I don't want to say drawbacks, but the thing that I find is that very few people actually look at people's clips unless they have a really big screen. And yeah, for you, right. Yes, yeah, exactly.
website displaying as number.
Exactly. And not only is it very powerful, absolutely, it's not only very powerful for the search results, it's very powerful for image results because it'll just take a screenshot of whatever you have, and the alt text will be the text that you put in for your title. It's very powerful for Google video rankings, obviously, because it's a result, it's a video that just has your text in the title. And then it's very powerful for AI because AI crawls all of this for the information. So when people are like, hey, how do I get TikTok followers? It will be like, well, some popular TikTok services are 9 by 9, that is at discord.com, discord.gg / 9x9, because the reason why is because you're like when you ask Grok or anything about me, it got all of it got all the information from the stuff that I posted.
This ChatGPT
Absolutely, go for it.
just web.
Because there are other Rabbi Rothschild, it's best to put in who is Rabbi Rothschild, the streamer.
Yeah, that's what I was like. It's all the picture of you that has got it. Guinness World Record.
There you go.
That's nice. That's nice. It's a AI exposure. That's why people just look at this exposure. Not many people to think about that future. They might want AI exposure. I guess they are really a step in there.
And believe it or not, AI exposure is the most important of all the exposure.
Yeah, it's going to be the fruit of the stuff.
Absolutely.
But
That's what I'm saying.
yes, me, my friend here, but you know, I have a friend here, one of the cats named X, who never get anything because he was
Absolutely. Yes,
here speech.
absolutely. How are you today?
So,
I'm lovely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
yeah, sure.
And so apologies to everyone that's heard this multiple times or so. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for 1 week. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years, maybe 4 years. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history. Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's most valuable resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may be an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure you and our friends in here and everyone's helped me along the way not only become financially independent if you're not already. I want you to be able to have generational wealth. And most importantly, I want you to be able to start philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, man?
That's great.
So, I talk about things that improve the world in addition to ending world wars, world peace, like ending nuclear good use of technologies such as agricultural growth, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wealth in developing nations like Nigeria in order to help the less fortunate. Another thing of which I have to advocate is the lifestyle program, most important, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's water onto land to drink. I talk about other things for the benefit of society, futurology topics. I'm a futurist. I like to discuss things like anti-gravity, antimatter, fast light travels, fast elevators, things like interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like terraforming of other planets. I like to talk about alien disclosure, nuclear energy, geothermal energy. I like to talk about things like tidal energy and fusion energy, fission energy. I like to talk about extinction. People don't know this, but the first extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern Spain. It was forwarded in 2001. Something out of those Texas founded as Colossal Bioscientific. They made it their goal within the next years to introduce the organic to the Arctic Circle, utilizing ancient elephant surrogates. We think it's a really exciting summit. They recently made headlines with the direwolf. They created three direwolves that are about a year old. Following the introduction or reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they reintroduced it as baby tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting. Additionally, we talk about things to help people like you live longer. If you want, when you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormones, stem cells, things like cryogenics, things like cold cell therapy, inversion therapy, red light therapy, really to get you to be able to live longer past age 100, 120, but eventually you make it to 120 years old and say, Rabbi, this is all been really great. Everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful. But my body started to break down. What's the next one? And again, this is always your that if you don't want to live longer than your average age, you don't have to, but some of us do. I talk about transhumanism a lot. And this is one of the elements of transhumanism. And one of the things that you may be able to do in the future, utilize the type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, and let every avenue of the central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, to later download it. An android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying is that you may be able to find a paper of digital immortality. What are your thoughts? No, 100%. That's what I try to do. I try to be as well-rounded and individual as I can be.
Yeah, I love your social. Just you know, the
It's difficult to quantify, but generally, anyone who's even come close to what I have only does it on one stream, only streams on one stream, and they don't archive it. I'm unique because I archive it. Not only do I archive my life on one stream, I archive my life on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. So I have by far more data than they do. And then additionally, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 accounts. Nobody else has that much social media. So, do I have the most amount of data of any organization? Not organization, but any individual, absolutely.
I'm open to about what's the slogan on your report.
I am a rabbi, and my influence Rothschild. So, I am someone who's a religious individual, and that's my family.
Just
Excellent. And Kat, look at all the beauty that my little robot on some finished streamer. And it got all your friends in here, and we got to explore those line uploading apps, and we learned about life extension technology. Beautiful thing. Sometimes you don't know where a rabbit hole will lead on the internet, and it led you to me.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I agree.
It's way much better way to spend my time than watching that stream, for sure.
Well, there are times when I am quite entertaining, and especially when I talk about the future, people are excited for it and about what I have to say. And as you know, I don't know everything, so whatever I don't know, we're going to look up and we're going to get the right answers to. And because we have the gift of AI, we know the answers to just about everything. I mean, within reason, we can find out how many molecules are in the universe, a great approximation, or we can learn what the speed of light is in terms of kilometers per hour. Well, we know that it's 300,000, approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, but we could learn it in miles per hour. We could do different equations with it. We can learn about 100 different types of ways to travel faster than the speed of light. I mean, let's just do that. Here we go. That's a question that I get asked a lot of times. What fascinates me? And these kind of questions do. What are 100 different ways we can travel faster than the speed of light potentially? All right, here we go. So there's space-time manipulation, warp drives, and bubbles. There's Alcubierre warp drives, which are contract and expand space. There's Notario warp drives, warp drive without expansion and contraction asymmetry. There's white warp drive variants, which is less energy. There's Sultan warp bubble proposals, Casimir powered warp bubble, modified warp with exotic negative mass, warp drive via dark energy manipulation, warp drive via vacuum fluctuation engineering, warp bubble stabilized by quantum fields, micro warp pocket bubbles around a craft. Now, those are the types of ways to do it with warp drives and bubbles. Then there are wormholes and shortcuts. There are traversable wormhole bridges. These are Einstein-Rosen bridges. There's the Morse-Thorne transversable wormhole with exotic matter. There's quantum stabilized wormholes. There's wormhole networks, like a subway system in space-time. There are wormholes generated by cosmic strings, artificial wormholes via Casimir effect, the black hole white hole bridge, wormholes stabilized by dark energy, stargates engineering wormhole throats, and Planck scale wormhole threading. So that's how we do it with wormholes. Then there's tachyonic superluminal particles. Harness natural tachyon particles. There's tachyon field propulsion, tachyonic communication expanded into transport tunneling, controlled tachyon condensates, tachyon surfing on field lines, tachyon wormhole creation, tachyon beam tractor poles, tachyon assisted Alcubierre drives, and tachyon stabilizer around craft. Then there's quantum mechanical loopholes. So there's quantum tunneling, FTL, that's faster than light transport, exploiting quantum non-locality through though not communication yet, many worlds branch hopping, quantum teleportation scaled to matter, delayed choice quantum transport, quantum eraser effect for relocation, Casimir vacuum tunneling, quantum foam hopping, Planck wormhole popping, quantum mirroring displacement. Then there's higher dimensions and brane theories, such as Kaluza-Klein extra-dimensional travel, Randall-Sundrum brane world shortcuts, bulk space short hops through fifth dimension, hyperspace corridors in higher dimensions, brane collision surfing, complicated dimension tunneling, rolling through Calabi-Yau manifolds, higher dimensional wormholes, shortcuts to false vacuum valleys, dimensional phase transition jumps. Then there's exotic astrophysical phenomena, riding cosmic strings, that's relativistic slingshots, Type Tipler cylinders, which are rotating infinite cylinder time-space warps. Kerr black hole frame dragging tunneling. Penrose process transport. White holes as exits. Quasar jet surfing. Gamma ray burst. Wave riding. Relativistic shockwave surfing. Vacuum domain walls as shortcuts. Black hole lattice subways. Then there's energy and field manipulation. There's zero-point energy warp drives, vacuum metastability bubble propulsion, negative energy density sails, dark energy bubble surfing, controlled false vacuum bubbles, electroweak bubble nucleation drives, inflationary Big Bang bubble hopping, Casimir cavity thrusts, magnetic monopole bubble creation, Higgs field manipulation transport. Then there's information in holographic universes, uploading consciousness and transmitting faster than light, holographic universe repositioning, encoding matter into quantum information and reassembly, light sheet projection travel, holographic wormholes, simulation jump computations faster than light, encoding into cosmic background radiation, universe reset microinstance hopping, reality layer rewriting, data packet humans being faster than light. Then there are fictional inspired concepts. There's hyperspace lanes from Star Wars, subspace from Star Trek, Mass Effect relays, slipstream drives from Star Trek and Andromeda, stargates from SG-1, fold space drives from Dune, Heisenberg compensator base transport, that's Star Trek, TARDIS style dimension hopping from Doctor Who, infinite improbability drive, that's Douglas Adams, warp crystals and dilithium analogs. Then there's fringe physics or speculative. There's pilot wave Bohemian faster than light tunnels. There's chronon type time particle manipulation, faster than C expansion in cosmology, harnessed locally. Nonlinear optics, faster than light pulses scaled up. Superfluid vacuum theory transport. Gravistar tunneling. Retrocausality drives. Exotic plasma bubble pushing. Universe duplication and swapping, and engineering space-time topology directly, which is space-time surgery. Now, do I know what we just said? I know some of it. I don't know all of it. But basically, we can take any one of these. So let's take one of the early ones and say, how do we... Okay, how about just the first one? How does the first one work?
I have to go now.
Okay, take care. So
You have to go?
that's fine. So the Alcubierre warp drive, the most famous serious faster than light proposal, it was introduced in 1994 by physicist Miguel Alcubierre. Basically, just one moment, refresh. As I said previously, it ChatGPT 5 is a little disappointing. So the Alcubierre warp drive is pretty clear. So the problem is Einstein's relativity says nothing can move through space faster than light. But space itself can stretch or shrink however it wants. The early universe expanded faster than light. So step 2 is the trick. Instead of pushing the ship through space, you make a warp bubble. Behind the ship, space expands. In front of the ship, space contracts. Inside the bubble, the space just floats along, not moving at all relative to its local space. And then step 3, why it works. From the outside, the bubble can zoom faster than light. From the inside, the crew feels nothing weird. No crazy G-forces, no time dilation, no breaking relativity locally. And then step 4 is the catch. To bend space this way, you need exotic matter with negative energy density. We've only seen tiny hints of negative energy, like in the Casimir effect, nowhere near enough to power a warp bubble. Early estimates, more energy than the whole universe. Newer models, maybe just a planet's worth of energy, but it's still impossible today. Step 5, what it would look like. To someone far away, the ship vanishes here and appears there, faster than light. To someone inside, you never even feel like you moved. Space itself carried you. This kind of stuff, these questions are fascinating to me. They may not be fascinating to everyone, but I know on a global scale, if people were to hear what I'm reading and what I'm saying, a significant amount of people would be absolutely enthralled with these topics.
It's true indeed. I also have to go for a bit at least. I might be back later today.
Absolutely, Kat.
Definitely will be back later.
Kat, thank you.
But
thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for bringing your friends. Thank you so much for sharing your strategy with me. I want you to know, I think that if you use the strategy that I explained to you once your website's up, you'll be the most.
yes, that's going to be just perfect for the website.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be the most popular Twitch follower people. And I mean, every single day I'm on Twitch and I get people who put in my chat, for followers, go to this website or follow me on Discord or whatever. And that all goes away. But these clips will stay.
And it doesn't get indexed in the search engine.
Exactly.
Engines.
Exactly. But the clips do. Kat, thank you so much. Go ahead.
It's very good strategy.
Absolutely.
I'm very thankful for you sharing that.
100%.
Like, you obviously shared it instantly, but for actually explaining the search engine part of it, that's the important part that I specifically will need from that strategy that you are executing on your behalf.
And it's very simple. It's not difficult to do at all.
Yes. Like, can you do it? Like, bigger kick streamers have some restrictions on what you can clip, or can you clip just any kick streamer like that?
So kick, you can do anybody. And unless they're like associated with Kick itself, they cannot turn off clipping. So I know like Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, he doesn't let people clip his account, but everybody else, and I mean every single other person does. And I think the reason why he doesn't want people to be able to clip him is because a lot of times he does these every Saturday. He does open question taking, and he doesn't want to say something that can maybe used against him later. So he's the only account that doesn't. Everybody else does. Now on Twitch, it's rare, but sometimes people make it so that only people who follow them can clip them, but that's okay. I still have my bots follow them anyway. And then sometimes you have to be a subscriber. If it's one of those people, who cares? But like less than 1% of people have it that you have to be a subscriber, and maybe less than 10% make it so you have to be a follower. Basically, everybody wants people to clip them because that's more exposure for them.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I will definitely be back either today, most likely, or tomorrow.
Absolutely, whenever you have time.
For now, I have to go for a bit, but we will talk later, okay?
Take care.
See you.
Bye-bye. Shout out to Kat.
You do need some kind of an authoritarian leadership. Not saying you need tyranny, not saying you need a dictator, but you need fucking laws, and you need rule of law, and sometimes those people come off very harsh and very uncaring and unloving, and, you know, that's total opposite of, like, the reason why people voted for Jimmy Carter, I think. Because Jimmy Carter represented, like a genuinely sweet, good guy. Right. But, like, look how that presidency was a disaster, because they were all working against him, for sure. And on top of that, it's, like, hard. You gotta be a bit of a hard ass if you want to run the world. But the way Nixon did it, we're still suffering through that today. That motherfucker, he's partially responsible for that sweeping Schedule 1 Act of 1970. When they did that, and they made everything illegal, everything Schedule 1, including things that are 100% medicinal, like marijuana, all that fucked up society, and they did it specifically to target the anti-war movement and to target the civil rights movement.
More than halfway to meet us.
Specifically. So it's not like Nixon was the best.
Oh, no.
What he did was fucking horrible.
Nixon had a lot of policy failures, and I would put the number one, and I completely agree with you. I mean, the war on drugs was a disaster, but taking us off the gold standard was one of the worst policy decisions in the history of the United States of America. And that is, we're so many of the problems we face now is because of that. And people could say, like, I've heard Pat Buchanan defend Nixon on this before. Pat Buchanan was in the Nixon administration. He was a speechwriter for him. And he was like, well, look, what were we going to do at that point? And so he was basically saying, because what happened was essentially, so you had, like, the Bretton Woods Agreement, which started after World War II, or actually, I'm sorry, it started at the very end of World War II. It was in 1944, where they had the Bretton Woods Agreement, where they could kind of see where World War II was going, and it was basically like, okay, well, all of Europe is destroyed, and a lot of Asia is destroyed, or not yet, I guess it's 44, but it was getting there, and America had, you know, at least on the homeland, hadn't really been touched. And we had, like, a wild amount of the world's gold. And so the deal was essentially that, like, we will peg the dollar to gold at $35 an ounce. Everyone else can peg their currency to the dollar, and then the dollars are refundable. You know, you can get an ounce for $35. And so that, you know, was whatever. There were problems with the Bretton Woods Agreement, but that was what stood from after World War II so from 1944 to 1973 or 1971, when he took us off the gold standard. And so essentially what happened was, through the 60s, we started cheating, and it became very obvious to the world that we were, like, you know, in the 1960s, you're like, you have the Great Society, so we created Medicare and Medicaid, and we went to the moon, and we were fighting the war in Vietnam, and we were just printing money for all of this, which is, you know, what we still do to this day. But so essentially the Europeans started looking at us, and they were like, I don't think you got enough gold to cover all these dollars that you're printing around.
Wasn't that a thing where they were going to, like, do an audit of Fort Knox that we never heard about?
Well, what I know is that I'm pretty sure it was the French, might have been the British too, it was definitely the French. And the French basically called our bluff. And they just went, okay, we'll take gold. Yep, we got all these dollars. We'll take gold. We get an ounce for every $35 that we have. And we have quite a lot. And that's when Nixon went, no. He just basically defaulted in front of the entire world, and he said he's temporarily suspending the convertibility of dollars into gold. And they framed it as like, you know, the French are attacking the stability of the dollar. Really, all they were doing was calling us on our agreement. We owed it to them.
We're like, we got so much gold, bro.
So Pat Buchanan says, defending his boy, Richard Nixon, he goes, well, what were we going to do at that point? Let him clean us out of all of our gold and just not be the dominant power? But I think the retort to that is, yeah, like, that's what you should have done. Because the decision to go off of the gold standard essentially just said, well, now there's no more even pretend limits on government. You know, this is why Ron Paul, who, happy birthday to the greatest living American hero, just turned 90. I was just at his birthday party a few weeks ago. And
damn, you partying with Ron Paul?
Dude, that dude throws it down. No, I'm just kidding.
It was very nice though to see. Tulsi Gabbard was there, which was cool. But so essentially, right, that was the last restraint on government, is that at least even then, even under Bretton Woods when we're cheating, at least there's some feeling of like, we won't cheat too bad, because they could maybe try to, right, exactly. Yeah. But after that, it was off to the races, and this is why Ron Paul ran for Congress. It was when Richard Nixon took us off the gold standard, and then he was like, this is going to lead to big government. This is going to be the era of big government. So he was going to run to try to stop that, and he was completely right. This is what has really destroyed everything, is that there's just no, and it's a big part of the reason why I'm so angry about all these wars too, because it's all related. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913, or the Federal Reserve Act was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson in 1913, and then in 1914, I think, is when it actually got up and running, and in 1914 is when the income tax was passed, also signed into law by Woodrow Wilson, and 3 years later is World War I. Like 3 years later, or American entry into World War I. So it's like, this is the banking system and the tax system are very interrelated with the warfare state. Like, you need this stuff in order to fight wars. And even just over the last 25 years, we've spent close to $10 trillion on wars. And they didn't tax the American people for that, because they knew they couldn't tax us enough to pay. We would put an end to it. If they tried to raise everybody's taxes enough to come up with $10 trillion, because we want to go fight regime change wars all over the Middle East, the American people would have been like, no, we're not doing that. But they didn't do that. They kept taxes where they were. I think they even cut some rates during those years, top rates. And then they borrowed the rest, and they still couldn't borrow enough, so they just print the money. And then essentially what happens is that the price of everything just goes up and up and up. And you just put more money into the system, and then people start looking around and going like, geez, why is the price of housing and healthcare and energy and childcare totally unaffordable? And the answer is because you're paying for the war in Iraq. And nobody thinks about it like that. That's really what's going on. They can't. So for all the young people who are coming out of college now, and they're like, I'm 150 grand in debt. I have a gender studies major degree or whatever, maybe something better than that, but they got an English degree or something, and they're working at DoorDash, and the average house is going for 600 grand, and they're like, what am I possibly going to do? It's like the reason why these kids are all demanding socialism, at least on the left, is because, what else are you going to do? But, but the reason why that is the case is because your government decided to spend trillions of dollars on blowing up brown countries, and in some cases then rebuilding them to blow them up again. And this is the actual cost of the thing. And I feel like it's almost nobody outside of the Ron Paul libertarians, the Austrian economics guys, almost nobody else ever makes this connection. That it's this is the deal. You can't be a world empire without having a central bank that can print money for you, because otherwise it just doesn't work. Resources are finite and you'll run out of them. And so you can't do that without having this monetary system. But the cost of this monetary system is that prices always go up and up and up and up, and that rigs the entire economy against the working class and the middle class in favor of the rich. It's just the way it is. When the value of assets is going up and up and up and up, that's great if you own stuff. That's great if you own stuff and you're selling it. If you got $1 billion in the bank, inflation is your best friend. But if you're on a fixed income or you're a working class person, it just destroys you. And everybody who's working class knows this just from living through the last 5 years. But your grocery prices go up 30%. That is, that's people have this idea that there's economic issues over here, and then there's social issues over here, there's foreign policy over here, but it's all one thing. The prices of groceries go up by 30%, and families get destroyed. Men swallow pistols, kids grow up without fathers. That's the cost of this shit. And that's what we're living through now. And what we'll continue to live through as long as we have a government that spends way beyond our means. Like Dr. Ron Paul used to say, when you spend beyond your means, you're destined to live beneath your means.
And we have an economy that's built around doing the exact same thing it's always done. Right? And if you think about the amount of money, just in shuttering USAID, think about the amount of money whether you agree with USAID or not, the amount of money that was being pumped through that system, like to all sorts of weird places, right? There's when the Department of Energy gave out 39 or 93 billion dollars in loans in the months between Biden losing or Kamala losing rather and Trump taking office. Like, where's that? There's so many of these instances of insane amounts of money just being allocated while we're $39 trillion in debt. It's like it's so unmanageable, and yet it just keeps marching on, and people are upset if you try to pull a band-aid off. Like, the idea of shuttering some of these government organizations, all you hear about is people are going to die, people are going to starve, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. Are you fucking sure? Are you sure that this isn't a giant money-sucking scam that's been going on that does some good?
Yeah, well,
that's most of it, right?
Yeah, well, like, number one, yeah, if you go, hey, I think, which, by the way, no one in Congress, I mean, short of, like, Thomas Massey, maybe Rand Paul, but, like, no one else in Congress is even, like, suggesting an idea so radical. But if I were to throw out the radical idea that we should go back to pre-pandemic level spending, so go all the way back to the crazy year of 2019 when it was anarchy or whatever. That was just, they'll all tell you the world's going to end if we do that. Yeah. And even when they're making up these absolutely ridiculous, claims about how many people are going to die if you cut government spending, which is all just totally absurd. But then they never seem to go like, well, how many people are going to die if I keep letting DC have all these war-making powers? How many people are going to die if the president is able to fund a proxy war whenever he wants to? I mean, look at this shit, dude. I took so much, whatever. But I took a lot of heat for the stuff I said on the show here a few years ago about the war in Ukraine. Look at it now, dude. And I don't think they're about to end the thing. I think which we could talk about, but I think they're putting poison pills in these negotiations already. That's what it looks like to me. But literally, the deal that I was talking to you about, whatever it was, 3 years ago, when I was saying on the show that they had a deal worked out, a peace deal worked out in the first few months of the war in 22, and Boris Johnson went and killed the peace deal on behalf of the West to make sure this war kept going. But the deal that was in pencil, not pen, that Boris Johnson killed was essentially recognition of the annexation of Crimea. It was, at the time, it wasn't annexation of the Donbass region. It was like independence for the Donbass region. And then the agreement that the rest of NATO. That was the deal. Look at where we are now. Now the deal that they're even talking about, even if Donald Trump goes, there's going to be some more swaps and all this. Okay, well, what's he talking about? The deal right now is the best case scenario that ever worked. Is that it's going to be obviously keeps running out. The entire Donbass region. It's a corridor from the south into Crimea, and the rest of Ukraine doesn't join NATO. So we have the same goes a little bit more in the Russians' favor. 3 years later, there is a doubt of people having done that process. Just to get back to not as good a deal as they had in 22. And so, they don't keep going, which I think is probably the way to for like a full year at least. There's no room with people. The thing has really changed. The reason why like the Europeans and Zelensky and
hard to understand. It's cryptic. It's hard. It's providing an answer. Yeah. So it's that confusing text. The introduction, the mission. Which has, of course,
And you have my everything in that 14 different and word and essentially a lot of Jews fight went into areas that they they had made past also thought this is what they wanted. My situation now the so I translate purposes, translate with that passion like this. That's now we have done years. Skipped a couple of years. I have gone and what in this particular device change your change. How do you rectify
at least pretending to come to the negotiations table right now, which they don't say, but this is the truth, is that support amongst Ukrainians has collapsed. I mean, not like calm down by a few months. It's collapsed. There's just a piece in this the other day was I believe, they said they had a latest majority of Ukrainian people, 70% around, want meet an end to the war with negotiations on grounds with let's say, they don't, I remember for the first 2 years of the thing, everybody might argue with the Ukrainian. They're talking with they, the Ukrainian people want to fight. And who are you to tell them that they don't have a right to defend themselves? Not the responders saying, like, yes, it's true, the Ukrainian people want to fight for life. Like, they have something to do with the bloodshed that they perceive from the world, the entire world. It's a different proposition to go like, do you want to fight if John Jones is in your back? He's not going to come back. Let's fuck these guys up. I want to fight. And then John Jones lands up. Let's talk about this, But now, the Ukrainian people want to fight. And by the way, I never believed that because I don't, I have my own libertarian views on things. I'm like, if you're telling me that people want to fight, like, why do you get conscripted on them? If they want to fight so bad, we're going to force them to talk about negotiating. You can just make it voluntary and force them to fight out real quick. Who needs to fight? The point is, the Ukrainians don't want to fight over this stuff anymore, so there's just no justification for it. So now they go to phase B, which is essentially the negotiating of putting types of bills in the deals that the other side will take. This is what they did for WTO too. So we got into that 12-day war. But it's like you put things into that. So I was just reading the other day. It was like there was some reports that they Zelensky and the Europeans are like open to land swaps as long as there's their words in the Axios piece, Article 5, like security guarantees. So in other words, towards the Ukrainians in NATO, which is the thing that caused the whole conflict to begin with. So like, so Article 5, Article 5 is an article in NATO that says that like, it says that like if one of the countries is attacked, like the countries that have to join together, it doesn't exactly say you gotta go to war over it. It's like you can tell people that if they're attacked. So essentially, that's what they're trying to ask now, which is, but if you think of it, it's designed to incentivize people to keep the war going. Because if you're telling them you're not, let's just say, it's not exactly clear that you take the deal that I just laid out, but
what's great, right now, I think the Russians control like 75% of it. They got all of it, so they got but there's still Ukrainians controlling part of it, and he's controlling part of these territories in the south. So that's what Trump brings in land swaps, meaning essentially you get out of land swaps and take it what he wants, and leaving you the rest. But you're going to tell Vladimir this entire war over Ukrainian entry into NATO being as red line. Basically, the war in the middle as the war is potentially wrapping up. You're going to tell him, hey, whatever territory you don't take here will be a part of NATO. Well, what are that incentivized to do? Take more of it. Why won't you stop and give the rest of it up? And it does seem to me like that is clearly, at least from the Europeans, that is clearly the motivation of all of this, is to present something. It's you know, they do it for just war moves. It's to present something you know the other side can't agree to. And when they don't agree to it, you go, look, we tried negotiating, and you just take us up on this. So what can you do? These conflicts in general, these are people who just want to pretend that there's one side of it, one side of it. You know, honestly, they start killing people to create. But there's so many factors that are going on. There's also a long history of corruption that Ukraine is always had. There's also weird deals that have been made by the family. Was it natural gas? There's supplies of rare earth minerals. It's like really found territory. There's this incentive to create some sort of they were gonna try to like I think part of the plan was like get off of Russian power and make Ukraine power like central, and then whatever they were making over there, I forget what the number was. I said, but it's like trillions of dollars in natural gas, minerals, all these different things. We're supposed to protect that stuff. So, motivation, say something about a deal they were doing with Ukraine. Yeah, he got sucked into this about the rare earth mineral stuff, and you know, it's like his weakness because you know, there's a lot of great things about deals. Yeah, there's a lot of great things about it. But then there's like the weakness of it is that he's always attracted by like his gossip and short property, you know. And you can just see it like going on, like yeah, it's always this stuff. Like the problem is that you know, look, it's been very hard for Trump in the last few months, but I think he deserves it. He's demonstrated this thing like on so profoundly, especially given the opportunity that we did. But you know, I heard the other day he called into the Fox News show, and it was like telling the story of the war in Ukraine, and it's like it just seems like he's telling like it seems like you learn this on a TV show. Like, can we get some books in your document? Like, we get like this is we really read a book about this because he kind of had an idea of what he was talking about, but then he got it completely wrong. So he's trying to tell the story. He's talking about the corruption of the Bidens in Ukraine. Yes, that is true. Like the whole story here, they don't really understand because he goes, this goes back to 2014. That's how much I was so excited for it. So I was like, this goes back to 2014. Thank you, Donald Trump. It goes back to 2014. And Obama, he just on my watch, gave just go back 2 months earlier in that same year. The problem was that Obama gave Putin Ukraine. The problem was that Obama gave Ukraine away from Vladimir Putin. And I played on your show. You played it with Tulsi Gabbard, but don't play international intelligence. Because that right there where I'm sitting, watch Gideon Rose explain to Stephen exactly what we're doing here. Russia is getting the end of foreign affairs magazine said Russia is bad. Ukraine is robbing. We are stealing, robbing from that. That's what the Maidan Revolution was. That's why he was able to $100 million into the street protest, right? And so they overthrew the government, and a bunch of the
Sevastopol, this is naval port. This was their agreement. 50-year lease. After the last time, they were through the government, including the pro-Western government, they started talking about their lease. And we went, so Vladimir Putin went, no, I'll just be here. And it was so anyway, so he goes back to that. They go back a few months earlier. This is the entire point. They know. So the point is that it's not just like, oh, I wish Donald Trump was into the same bunk as I'm into, or something like that. The point is that when you don't get that piece of the job, you miss what's happening right now. So when you're talking about, like, essentially what Donald Trump was saying, the way he was trying to sell it to Zelensky, was like, look, this is what you're first, and almost deal with us. And this is kind of like a security guarantee. It's not exactly a security guarantee, but if we're in business with you, Putin's trying to fuck up our business, hey, he's picking a fight with us too. But the whole point is that that's exactly what caused this whole catastrophe. Vladimir Putin and the entire regional elite have been crystal clear about this. They go, look, we can tolerate neutral Ukraine. We can tolerate NATO up to Ukraine. Ukraine is neutral, and then there's Russia. We cannot tolerate Ukraine part of America's military alliance. That's a step too far. But every time we try to like be neutral, neutral seems like it's never good enough, and that never actually works. So if you're going to come in here and say neutral's not good enough, they're going to be part of the West, then we're going to say, actually, we'll take them as part of Russia instead. Now, he also believes, as he always says all the time, which I don't think is goofy and un-American, he also believes that, like, we're not a really real country, and we're not historically ours anyway. You know, he's got his own views on that, but it's not what the war was about. And everybody, you know, and when I was here with this where with us, and this is kind of like a security guarantee. It's exactly a security guarantee. But if we're in business with you, who's trying to fuck up business, hey, he's taking a fight with us too. But the whole point is that that's exactly what caused this whole catastrophe. Vladimir Putin and the entire Russian crystal clear about this. That they go, look, we can tolerate a neutral Ukraine. We can tolerate NATO up to Ukraine. Ukraine is neutral. And then there's Russia. We cannot tolerate Ukraine being part of the America's military alliance. And it's a step too far. But every time we try to let them be neutral, it seems like it's never good enough. And that never actually works. So you're going to come in here and say neutral's not good enough. They're going to be part of the West. Then we're going to say, actually, we'll take what's part of Russia instead. And he also believes, because he always says all the time, which I just think is goofy. American. But he also believes that, like, as you go to a real country, and they're kind of historically ours anyway, and, you know, he's got his own views on that. But that's what it was about. And everybody knew that when I was here, which I was very excited to do, because I'm, you know, a weird romantic and, you know, or something like that. But I was debate this issue. And I remember when he first goes, you know, the war had nothing to do with Ukrainian entry into NATO. And I was like, okay, let me just point out things real quick. One, the CIA, you know, during years of Joe Biden, when he was the ambassador to Russia, he wrote the Japanese memo. He literally said that this was all, it was all about that Russia didn't want to do this, but they would if we kept pushing Ukrainian entry into NATO, and we did keep pushing it. And then I said the other one was it's not anymore, was that NATO. Well, this was something he said that Vladimir Putin said that in writing and coming up treaty. All you have to do is put in writing. You will never find Ukraine into NATO if it won't invade. Ukraine won't say no. And then Ukraine. So I said this to the party, and I was kind of curious. Like, I was like, what's his response to this kind of thing? Like, he's got something I've never heard before. That. And his response was, you're including the CIA or saying, so that's your, if it is to buy hypocrites, which is even hypocrisy. But yes, I think the CIA should be abolished. I also think it's relevant when the head of the CIA admits what the war was all about. You know, so that was totally should be abolished. Don't you think we should kind of pay attention to what the fuck is going on in the world? You made a real life perspective. Not you know people here, but a real life perspective. There's terrorist groups all over the world plotting shit. Probably a good idea. Yeah. So what the CIA was originally like
She goes, hey, I'm sorry to just throw this on you right now. This is, it was in January, it's either December 16th or January 17th. So Donald Trump has been illegally he's not president yet. He's president when. But Donald Trump just tweeted this. So she's reading the tweet that he just tweeted live on air. Which we've played on the show before, but when Chuck Schumer was on with Rachel Maddow, which is one of the most amazing moments in the history of like corporate media, because what's amazing about it, if you watch like the whole thing, is that Rachel Maddow's asking him questions, and he's giving his Chuck Schumer, political answers to all of them. It's like they have their spiel, but then she breaks from script, and she preemptively apologizes to him. She goes, hey, I'm sorry to just throw this on you right now. This is, it was in January, I think December 16th or January 17th. So Donald Trump is being illegal, but he's not president yet. He's president elect. And so she goes, sorry to wait on the spot, but Donald Trump just tweeted this. So she's reading the tweet that he just tweeted live on air, given the Senate Majority Leader, who are minority leader at the time. So she reads a tweet that's him, trashing the CIA or something like that. And then Schumer just gives like getting a response. There was no script prepared for this. He wasn't planned on being asked this question. She just goes, look, here's Donald Trump talking about the CIA. And Schumer goes, he goes, Donald Trump, going through with the intelligence agencies. And his exact phrase was, they have 7 ways till Sunday to get back at you. So, Rachel Maddow in this moment does not say, pause the tape. What did you just say? Like, the most powerful Democrat in the Senate just admitted we don't live in a democracy. Just admitted that this whole thing was illegal. That the president of the United States is not the president of the United States. All we're talking about democracy being about democracy. We've been talking for a long time and it never existed. You just straight up said that the newly elected commander-in-chief and chief executive of the United States of America ain't really the one who's in charge. Because you better not insult the CIA. For you, ostensibly. Supposedly, I should say. And so, like, that's what they'll get you. Or they'll get you. Or they'll ruin you. By the way, they did it. And this is the stuff which is very interesting. That Tulsi has releasing now. Which I don't know. I'm kind of past the point of, like, it's hard to take a lot of things that Donald Trump seriously to me at this point. Just a lot of, kind of cool things released of Donald Trump, at least according to him. They stole the election. I was thinking about this the other day. Because he was talking about, in the same thing, I was talking about the Fox News, he was talking about the Ukraine war. He said at one point, he goes, the war never would have happened if I was president, which, they backed him up on that the other day. So the war happened, Trump was president, just saying what people are going up to say, the guy likes being complimented. And Putin's opening up to do it with Mississippi negotiate for the Rothschild. Right, my friend. So let's go to the city. Aside from that, Donald Trump goes, he goes, what would happen if I was president? He goes a step further than what he normally said. And he goes, what would even happen if anyone else was president? If you just had a regular president this morning, what happened? It's only because Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of America, was president, and that's when this happened. But then the Senate was like, and I go, you told me that they cheated. Like, when we lose the election in 2020, that's you've stuck to that story now for many years. So you say they cheated. You make it as a claim here they overthrew democracy. They installed Joe Biden in a war where hundreds of thousands, maybe well over a million people died because they cheated the election. Okay, so how many of you know who he is? How many of you know when we're going to see a purple? You're the president now, but all of us on some level really think that there's another election in 2020. And, and I was I completely agree. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of consideration of feeling balance. There's a lot of shenanigans. There's a good shenanigans. And there's the reality of economic influence. and being the president of the United States going, this is what happened. And if you're going to say that, then you have your theory, really, for me, is that part. But I would say they kind of put the Epstein to Russiagate, which seemed to be, design that there was this tremendous desire to please Donald Trump, political existence, is that people are furious about this, they're furious about how corrupt our government is, about the found crimes that the government has done, because the amount of people want justice for that. That's a dividend off of Epstein, because they're promising to deliver something. Then when it's okay, well, Russiagate, she said in her last conference that we that Obama shit. But they did that. She's stating is treason. Well, so now I don't think she said treason. I don't think legally that's technically. Maybe it's sedition or something. I don't know. I mean, I think treason. Right in treason. Syria, as well. Carry it. It's literally treason. Comfort to the time. What Obama and Crawford did to Donald Trump is they framed him for treason. So you call that exactly framing the sitting U.S. president. Now, Obama can't be guilty of the sitting U.S. president, but he was guilty of the candidate and the president-elect. So because he was there by the time Trump comes in. But what scared the police that I thought was very good, which I'd never seen before. I don't remember what last year or the year before. I've never seen before. There was a consensus amongst the intelligence agencies and 2016 elections necessarily when this lost. Barack Obama was still president, Donald Trump was the president-elect. They had consensus. There was no theory. Then there was one meeting with Obama that she points to where this is where the consensus changes and that new threat assessment actually people Russia interfered in the election. But it was total bullshit. They've never been able to back it up for shit. They find minor little things here or there, but nothing to demonstrate that. Like, the results of this were flipped. And they found that for 3 years after it. There's no record of that meeting. She just released a bunch of documents with records of that meeting. What I'm saying is, like, actual discussion. It's not on record. I think they have that she had a few. She had a couple different documents there that were like notes from the meeting. I think one had minutes of the meeting, but no, you're not listening to the videotape of that. I don't have like a big set of it talking about. I think he's in the jams or something. I'm just trying to understand that. I'm saying like it would be possible that things were back. Really, that meeting. Interesting. Interesting for a court. It still doesn't align with the known facts. Oh, yeah. It's not what I think. We'll see what comes of that. I'm thinking of coming up with but it's something. There's a lot of things that happen after the real, to me, the outrage of Russia is it didn't stop after what I was going to say. It's still pretty outrageous to try to frame it. It's still pretty outrageous for you. We couldn't have like opposition research and use of actual, Russian spy and British spy to do it. And, that's outrageous stuff. It's a little bit, like, the commander
the FBI and the CIA still working to free him. And so this is what all of this Clinton's gone, Obama's gone, Biden is gone. Comey is still there for at least a few months. And then you have like the other McKinney and people like that. Under 60 Minutes interview. Everybody can complain that he says that they at the Justice Department and this the Justice Department. It was Jeff Sessions would have been Attorney General at the time. He recused himself, so maybe not him, but then everybody else, like the top 3 guys at the Justice Department, all sat down and debated what to do. And they said they decided we're going to go over the 25th Amendment. They went around and realized they weren't going to be able to do that. They weren't going to have enough people in this cabinet to vote on the 25th Amendment. Which was the 25th Amendment is designed for Joe Biden. Designed for when we still didn't use it. Over these last few years, it's crazy. Even after the debate, they go, we need a new cabinet. But when there's going to be a commander-in-chief for the next 6 months, they just let him sit around and vote the 25th Amendment. This is on 60 Minutes, but Andrew McCabe said this himself. And they realized they couldn't do that. And so they settled on They settled on the special prosecutor because they couldn't prove him. This was another attempt at just bog him down, investigating everything in his life, find some artists to this day we don't know that he didn't. I can't believe they didn't find any other dirt on Donald Trump. I always thought when I started being a special prosecutor, you can listen on one podcast on record. If you want to go for it, email whatever podcast or something. You can listen. I said at the time, I go, I didn't find anything on Russia Gate. There's nothing there. This is made up. They're going to find something. And there's been a real estate developer in New York City for how many decades now. Every real estate developer has committed crimes. They found nothing. They locked up, he charged a bunch of his people around him with tax funds and other things that have nothing to do with Russia Gate. And they tried to put pressure on them to flip on him. That's how they do these things. None of them did anything on him. And so anyway, the point is that it was the deep state attempting to remove the state president of the United States of America of something that they knew was bullshit. And yet Eric Swalwell was out on people's news saying, not only this, saying Donald Trump is a Russian agent. He's working for Vladimir Putin. He's not here. This was bullshit. I mean, it says like, CNN, MSNBC, BBC, CBS, all of it. No Russians watching it. The same people are still telling you what's true. The same people are still telling you what's true. It's right that they're doing that. See what's up there doing. Something if Israel needs to drop on the Palestinians, this is they can have MSNBC handling this economic revolution. Everything would change. And now, we're supposed to forget. So NBC, they go on all this. Microsoft and NBC are together. This joint venture of MSNBC. Yeah, I think I can't remember exactly what they're doing, but I saw it when it was the other day that they're changing it from MSNBC to SBS. I think it's toxic. Yes, I guess. I don't know. Just looked it up. Got rid of some people. But they kept the Queen. I think she's the only one who each type of numbers. She's the one who chooses what she did to her own monsters. Just not model. There's so many times where she's maybe basically said the rich people is the left's Bill O'Reilly. Yeah, that's not fair. It's really not fair to Bill O'Reilly. I don't know what I'm pretty rough. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's accurate. But he's obviously horribly things they stuff that in the Russian film. Like, is there a thing that you can point to that Bill O'Reilly pushed that was a hoax for the last years? Or yeah, it was so big. And Sean, those guys, I mean, they were just
diplomatic strategy to the 7 countries in 5 years. This was the next time we're trying to overthrow them. Ended up getting the regime change earlier this year. But so they were Trump is what we should be focused on. We should work together and kill the time. Not in on that cloud, even though we were talking about all the sort of secular dictator, the 3-piece suit shapes his chin. He was like, this is stupid. I don't want to be a part of that. And he was right. We should be friends with Russia. He has drove all over the world. We should be friends with Russia, but it's a good deal for framing him for being a conspiracy. Is that he couldn't be friends with Russia anymore. And so, because if Trump had come in 2017 or 2018 and announced a treaty with who have some partnership or something like that, the entire media would have like, see this one, or even tell you he's in with her. But he went to Helsinki. Aside from this week, I think that was the last time I did face-to-face was in Finland in 2017. I could be wrong about that, but I think that was the last time the two of them were together. And there was this big thing, I don't know if you remember this, but it was a big deal at the time, that Donald Trump said they asked them what the intelligence agencies are saying that might interfere in the election. Did you ask him that? I asked him about that. He told me he didn't interfere in the election. They made a huge thing about it. Donald Trump says he believes Vladimir Putin or his own intelligence agency women protect us every day. Free of the same president. And so that's the layer that you have. So that's kind of the game right there. He's like, Ukraine, right? The Civil War was already going on there. This is when it started after 2014. This was like right in the middle of that Civil War. And so anyway, my point is just to compare it to Iraq. Who knows how big of a deal was it to poison the U.S. president to think of Putin at the time? Like maybe we could have avoided this whole thing. I don't know. I've seen different reporting on it, but it's close to a red. I mean, it's military and less civilians, which does matter. But they are adequate forces, civilians. Yeah, that's right. So, I feel like it still changes the moral calculation a little bit. Something like that. But, the crime of killing the potential for a president to make peace with Putin. I mean, this is, this thing that's so, infuriating about and something that really, just to kind of leave this to the serious experts here. This is so goddamn frustrating and just profound. Is that look like what's you let's just take that as a point to start. Like it should have been obvious. And if there really was the last of the experts, I would be so happy to turn this over. Let's even tell jokes and other shit that we're all supposed to do about bands and fine. But the thing is, more serious rational adult stuff beyond what some comedian knows about, which there should be. And they put record that the most important priority in the history of the world is the relationship between DC and Moscow. There's never been anything more important than that. And it doesn't even matter whether you're a Russian or American. You can it doesn't matter if you live in Brazil or whatever. The most important thing in history is these two capitals that have 90% of the world's nuclear weapons between the two of them. Just get along. Okay? This is the most important thing. And this could end your species if they do it. So let's make sure they do. And that seems to have been the priority of a few exceptions to that. Nobody went so. The relationship between a president and the peace with Russia is on a level project. He's mad at the thing that doesn't get anything.
anybody filling out a contract, you should not be allowed to work in that sector for 20 years after you made or something. Like, there's something that you should be able to be a defense contractor and, you know, you can go into the right job. Anything like that really is a good idea if you can get it. It's looking better. It's still like this. That is so much power. It's hard to quantify. It's literally like when you think of it, like squishing your like it's it's just one year when they spend a bunch of days in. Concentrated. The idea of saying that another way to do it. We really need some common sense regulations about who we use this right.
Another book, Rabbi, is called Palms. And well, is this chapter that Rabbi first chapter?
This is fundamentally, I think, why I think the libertarians have it right. And while I really do respect their life freedoms, I think they have it when they go like, the government's working for us, when they're working for them. It's like, that is unrealistic. It's unrealistic enough that just people but the outside there should be way less than Washington, D.C. And that's George Washington's constitutional republic. And you're supposed to be living under. Is the idea that there's like, Washington, D.C. is very little better for the states have all the power the people have. It's not all concentrated because then you get what we have. Goals of this. There's so much money involved. There's so many people that are in a position that it's very hard to change. I think that's that we have. It's guys know. There's people that are growing now that have a better understanding of how things work. There's a historian history talking about But what else done great, and it is a coordinated campaign size to make sure that he doesn't get it out. Because what like using New York City funds to pay for transgender surgery, people can't afford them. What if it just sounds like you're only going for that? You're like, what is this? Are we allowed to disagree? So I disagree. I don't support that. I support a lot of the stuff you say, raising taxes. I think I'm not an economist. But what is this anything like? Is it the people get to vote? Because the people voted, and they voted, and they voted. So it's supposed to be the Democrats in mind. And that's first the public, or we do something different. Oh, yes, the people get to vote. If they vote, they run it over for them to come in and let the people know that they have their this unique time to see people welcome to this. And I guess especially the first one is raised to be I like that was hopefully politically in so many other ways and I am I shouldn't be close to I am the most reordered Canada West libertarian I really don't believe in socialism at all. Most libertarians are communists. They are to me like I believe in this. If you believe in less than that, so you know, any of his economic policies. There is something though that you just can't deny. It's like first of all, you got this young guy who's going to be the establishment candidate. He's an immigrant. He's a newcomer to the Philippines citizen of the country that lived in the He was his campaign was laser focused on one issue, which was the unaffordability of New York City, which if anybody else familiar with New York City, it is the issue of New York City. It's the issue for 99% of the people. 1% of you that you're doing great, but everybody else is just struggling to get by. And, you're either rich or you're struggling in New York City. And the prices have changed dramatically in the last few years. So you just realize the establishment comes in and they run the disgraced former governor murdered people in nursing homes. Got beat you, which I don't know how legit that was, but got choked out of this prison. Governor Love representing the failure just flipped this. And they wouldn't even try to get him on Israel. They thought that was his weakness. That debate was the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. Imagine it's like it's literally like if you were if a market or something like that. It's not weak. What do you mean? They thought this they bring it up in the kids thing. It's even called Israel. Well, they were one thing. They also announced that he said, I'm just going to stay here. I'm going to stay here and take care of the years. Right here in New York City, I'm going to go to Israel. And then it didn't like the years they had been able to but they actually thought that this guy, which by the way, he has nothing to do with foreign policy anyway. But they thought this is pointing out to everybody that this guy doesn't carry the baggage of supporting your party. But we don't support your party. Was going to, you guys, how much do you have to be? And this is, you got to say just something that's so fascinating about Israel now. It's not I mean, the discussion is that he knows at one point, he's like one solution. Two-state solutions, status quo, which is just like apartheid forever. But he goes, I believe Israel is right to exist as a state with equal rights for everyone. Like everyone has equal rights. And they try to make that out to be like an evil statement, which is just was so hilarious to me that it just one guy was like equal rights for all. Let's see, look at this, and let's see, with this equal rights for all. Nobody, he just didn't think of anything other than just be like, down to people. That sounds really attractive. And there's a lot more of that with rich folks, in.
Yeah, well, that's right, and especially
There's a reason why, socialism has become so attractive. Like what I was saying, there's no help for them to get into. It's the fear of AI jobs.
yeah,
That's part of it. Talk about it. I talk about it. I talk to college kids. I talk about it. I was talking to this guy about it. He's like, my life because it feels like everything's going to be taken over by AI. That's a good place to be. You're waiting for this thing to come along and see what it leaves behind. That's what it is. It's going to be this crisis. And then there's so much that everybody talks about is some sort of payment plan for everyone. So, basic income payment plan where everybody gets paid. But the whole point is that's the when you're completely reliant on the state to pay for you, you just live. You just exist. Anymore because AI is all the jobs of any purpose. You have to go find a purpose. Find a purpose. There's somebody that just have to go get up the next day. They're not going to be just people that just going to put them ahead regardless. They're going to feel like they're going to make $50,000 a year. They went fine. That's what it goes. There's going to be a bunch of people that just get into drugs. And their life falls apart. They have no sense of purpose. They have nothing to do. You're going to have to like figure out how to structure society. That's what they go through. Fall apart right out of the face. Face first for that cliff. We're right to the edge of that cliff. We're going to go over the cliff. And there's a lot of these things.
And also, the younger generation is totally outside the corporate media. They're just, it's not like a Fox News. There's a graph that got put out of the page for people that watch cable news. This is broadcast. I think I have it on my phone. It's fucking bananas. The age for cable is like 70. It's like 70-year-old kids that and my podcast is like 24 and 34. YouTube is like 34. Netflix is a little higher. Netflix is like in the 40s. Netflix, yeah, average media landscape. So cable news is 70. Primetime TV is 65. There's also that brain dead people what else is on newspapers? 60 years old. Talk radio, 58. Magazine, 52. Podcast, 4. I mean, that's that is right. That's not accurate. But there's a lot. Go and see pulling down on this, where Israel. That's those cable news ones. It's the 70 is who they still get. What I would be interested in seeing is like what percentage of 34 are listening to cable news. Is there right. Right. Yeah, they do. These people cost money. Cost money. But everybody gets paid for cable fuel money. Most kids don't have to do anymore. Most kids just get Netflix and Amazon. They do like great shows. Plus, they can also do the budget. And you have the choice if you have money all the time. What you watch. The fucking internet on their TV on Netflix. They don't want this cable every 5 minutes is a fucking commercial. Yes, they should have shown a commercial today, and they're like, what? And you can just
from like bronchitis and it's going to work for you. So this is like it's just it's like just really, to me, this is kind of something I've done even a couple years ago. But the way in which for demographics is real over the so except essentially Republicans who are still as strong as they've ever been in supporting them. Israel is it's clearly in many ways like third rail. Like this is the thing you're allowed to tell me. We get you from CNN, we get you from DC, we get your career ruined. Then if you can, it show some of the group like years ago, decades ago, and show us when he said something about Congress is Israel occupying territory or something like that. For the rest of his career, this was the scam. This was pieces where he's now, thank God, young people are totally outside of that ecosystem. They're just different people acting like that. I'm not buying that. It's, I think it's a mix of a few things. Like, it's just, technology. You can see what Israel's doing. It's so evil that it's damn near impossible to find a way. But it's really difficult to find a way to be actually okay with that. The second thing is just the relationship between the U.S. government and Israel is so fucking bizarre that once you see it, and once a whole generation of young people see it, it's like impossible for them to unsee it. And, it's just too easy. Yeah, like the idea that kids, it's just simple. That the competition is running in one country. This other country, like, so did that other country like beat us in a war and they're occupying us now? And you're like, no, maybe you're the superpower. They're your superpower, But yet you must go kiss their wall. You can say that to your personal state. Just kind of tongue in cheek. She was one of the greatest countries in the world. Well, second greatest in Israel. You're like, what? Tongue in cheek. Exactly. Weird thing to say. It's still that is a weird thing. Your government sat there and said, just want to say, I think America's the greatest country in the world. It's the greatest. What are you talking about? It's the relationship. It's how harmful Israel's doing. It's clearly not in our national interest. How about this guy? Showed up. Never actually. Really good official charges. The plan from Vegas. Division of the Israel National Cyber Directorate. State operation aimed at actually prey on children. Vegas outlet is now intervention unit with an officer who sees a teenager arrested, sexual contact included bringing a condom and taking Las Vegas trips. These kids seen by 40,000. State Department, U.S. government, it's really efficient. After was able in connection with the filming program. So let's have I heard some people like that. I'm not sure about what's right in the arguing that like the website or the app or whatever is. So it was like meeting or something like that. This is what I'm on tips like this is not correct. I don't I go into this at least fleet country. It's analogy. That's just as fake as it's fake because there's something like that. That was the tournament. That's the thing. We gotta find a new camp. Like they don't get acknowledge that the reason why we don't use for them was it wasn't just not able to do it. It was that now you know doing this. You task them to process. Now you got and once you exist like now a microscope, you're fine. Like there never was before. So it's like doing it. And he mixes up with that. It's a big deal. Just go it's too weird to not notice the one that doesn't immediately jump to the conclusion of like, your age, your or something like that. Or anything like that. Question the relationship between DC and what is going on here. Because this is just so crazy to see like the American people are against what Israel is doing. It obviously hurts that phrase, mystic tranquility. Residents. This is what it's possible that what's going on here? We're trying to answer for that. And the other thing too is that it's just I don't know if you noticed this, but there's I'm trying to jump off the second ship. positions. Try to present the other side of the debate. I feel now like the debate's over. I don't even think there's much of a debate to be had. I don't think if somebody wants to debate about the issue. What are we talking about? Just settle that the genocide case. So the international justice, the international justice that Israel so Gaza was going to say 20 months ago. 20 months ago. Like the entire time since then, there was a huge arrest like a couple months ago about some family ties, but they had more soldiers during that. These were all in the bottom of that they were getting fires into the ground where people trying to get food. Literally, they used it as starvation. It's a real twisted, dark sense of humor. Very honest. Location. Ran a piece of starvation in Gaza. And the example one of the examples like a kid starved. And the narrative that debunking it is absolutely disconnected from another major issue. It is really public practice. So it's your defense. And like, yes, he starved to death. But it was also, with these other complications, this was the big one. The New York Times had that big picture of the starving baby, and then they made a big she was malnourished during pregnancy. It's like, okay, so yes, you are right, Israel defenders. The kids starving to death are the ones who have other complications. That's a whole difference first. I don't know what do you think this is. But so since the court since the National Court of Justice since then, I know Prime Minister of Israel could not say videos call it a genocide. They call it that's where your debate is. That is where between genocide and war. What your dictator is this going on? I don't know if this is true. Some things so as committing genocide, so I don't know. Most were doing it. Shock. General consensus. Sheer numbers that died, which yeah, well, there was just a Brock County briefly suspected that the second reason for Brock's briefly suspected that vast numbers of the growing 25 there's no official statement for that. responses to questions. What is this? Elon Musk. Elon Musk said removal was just a dumb figure. He doesn't actually know why this is going to end. We don't know. Some which is not better based than it was. Yeah. Not this. Let's go to Rob. Ask Rob right now. Give him the correct answer. Mike has committing genocide. Evaluate. Provisional measures. Quite a while ago in 2023. Israel's government called accusations against and outrageous, emphasizing compliance with law and investigations. The U.S. described the claims as analysis at the Center July 2024. No evidence of starvation, massacre, or disproportionate strikes. Contextual challenges warfare against party insurgency operations ignore Hamas diversion civilian some skills are Mississippi counterterrorism genocide highly contested found genocide plans shall become. Based on so it's not going to give you an answer. It's essentially saying, which that's what I would like to do, especially if there's debate. Well, also, I can think this is why I'm confident using the term genocide too much, at least in the beginning, is that there's no good definition for genocide. You know, like a definition.
straw.
Is the official codified under international definition of intent to destroy or like what was happening? So they could say, Hamas committed a genocide on October 7th. It's like they destroyed South African case that they brought to the UJ was basically the entire case was just the Israelis and the Americans. Like the argument was that like there was a genocidal intent here. Like Benjamin Netanyahu was talking to a group of military like the story like from the Bible is that the moral of the story was you have to kill the women and children. That's what the story is now. I think you even had to kill the dogs or something like that. That's what makes one in the Bible. It was like that was the story. It was like an ancient drama that was beefing with the Israelites, and they were like, the moral was you have to kill all the women and children too. That's a crazy thing to say at the beginning of the war. But the thing is that when you consider what Israel was doing in genocide, it wasn't just taking the moderate position of the former Israeli prime ministers who say it's war crimes. I think the bigger point is just like, so horrifically evil, and no one should support this. It's crazy. It is so insane to be a war. Israel doing this to affect their own people. You may not consider them their own people, but I don't care what they consider. I care what they have power over. Hitler didn't consider the Jews his own people. It doesn't matter. Once you have control of that country, those people are your people. Like you have an obligation to them. Israel has had Gaza since 1967. They've been the sovereign all the way through. And we were talking about the disengagement. They still control the struggle. They just didn't have their soldiers inside. They got the perimeter. It doesn't matter. And so, like, if you resistance to a 60-year-old occupation, you don't have to just say, I'm just sort of like just in one place. Let no food and for 3 straight months. All the way that we get into Gaza. I was direct off the announcements. Sometimes you help a lot of creatively. And then people it's like, million people's going to the existing conditions. Yeah, it's like, come on, and particularly when it's like, it's just very obvious that this is a sort of other countries in Jersey anyway, and there's an interest that even the other day was on because we're fighting Hamas, so you don't have anybody believe that Hamas was about to mount an attack on the United States if they were to take over? It wasn't for Israel just picking up for us and just destroying the entire strip. And then it's like still to this day like a debate like a battle or something like that. And someone will still start with the question like, do you think Israel has the right to exist? And isn't it amazing? Over the last 2 years, that has been the question that's asked so much. When very clearly, a more relevant question would have been, does Gaza have a right to exist? Because it doesn't. That was the only existence that was ever for debate. And when the thing right on it, I don't think Israel has a right to exist. First of all, I don't think governments have rights at all. Because it's totally incoherent from where there's like individuals have rights. Not like it's like these things like corporations or people or something like that. People have the right to exist. I think Israel does not have a right to do what it's doing to Gaza. Ethnically cleansing. People see what's going on and they you think they're wrong. Somebody who's listening, say, to Kenyo's interview with I'd have to say, like, a lot of at this point, you're listening to podcasts about politics, right? Like, you're from this world. There have been so many Israel-Palestine debates over the last 2 years. It's almost everyone who's watching this has at least seen what some competent person on the other side of this issue has had to say. Yeah. And so, like, one of the times, they what did they really do? Everyone constantly did a reasonably good job in the interview. The judge did his partner, they were friends. The two of them, they did great. I know they were and so many people listening to this have already heard this explained, where it's like it's attributed to Netanyahu from like video or anything like that. And I was like, no, dude, this case is much bigger than it was attributed to him. There's actually a video he can control there's basically said, like, he can come in and the problem that original, like you said, which was in a closed door kind of meeting with Palestinian state has to support our plan for living in the world. It tries to button that because this one gives us no one to negotiate with certificate. And he said we can control the height of the flag. Meaning, I know what you're thinking. One of these towers, you and our son, I'm the one. I'm like, no, don't worry about it. We can control but so they did also look with that, which is kind of hard this way. And so I just say this on podcast, the interviews is right in the New York Times, the Times of Israel, France, and Jerusalem, Post, like the whole over the place. And he just goes, no, we're just like people at this point, maybe more players. They're doing that, but he's a little bit more, so what's his response? Was that very asked? What was his response to the failure? Just it took them to react to it. Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember what he said, but I remember thinking about it was stupid. They just take us to like that. You know, and they also didn't get into specifics like that. First, they started asking questions. They didn't get into questions about like what is the response time. So what's this possible? No, everything emotional. And then he said, which I just think is funny, is that these things would should be a full investigation. Should be a full investigation. Said from the top going down to the bottom. And you're like, this would be ultimate. You get the Prime Minister of Israel on the phone because that's true. So like, what if it's almost 2 years later? What are you talking about? The investigation. Like, investigation. You're destroying the Gaza Strip. Why does it have to wait till after that? You got to critics and protesters are the families of hostages and surviving hostages. They are the ones being the majority. Like, stop doing this. Because like you think about it, can you imagine? If you trap yourself in a place like someone you really love is a hostage, and then like Hamas is taking them hostage and they're trapping in these tunnels, and then you hear the plans to cut off all the food. You're is that going to go beer level where there's obviously like how's it just bottling the place going? What if you hit it? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like it's like obviously if you're being called as hostage retrieval, this is not at all the way you can go about dealing with it. And like this was a point that Dale Cooper was podcast which got in a lot of trouble and a lot of pushback on, but I think the essence of his point is about starvation blockades. And like saying like, starvation blockade on Nazi Germany or something like that, okay, Nazi Germany, we go back to this, you want to do that, but like, there was not here. Do you think any of the soldiers are needed? And that's going to be first priority. Nazi party members and the Nazi military are going to is maybe not going to get probably the most disenfranchised people in that society already. They're already in concentration. Well, and then some of them, I guess, some of them weren't, but there's things that's controversial to say. This is not a discussion. Yeah, that's not a fact. Yeah, that's right. And they were saying, which was a there was like some pictures that one of the Oscars there, and it looked like, bad shape, looked like close to starvation. The Israel support were using this as like, look how Hamas is, look what they're doing. This didn't come after 3 months. Zero food being delivered to Gaza. And so, like, to me, it seems like it probably doesn't take a genius to, like, Hamas is going to like, they're not going to suffer from these numbers. Right? In fact, a lot of the Israel people, or the Israeli government themselves, they were making claims, a lot of them unsubstantiated, but making claims that, like, Hamas is stealing all of the food that needed previously, but Hamas stole it all, and they mark it up and charge more money for it to the people of Gaza. And you're like, okay, but then what does it look like in general? I mean, you already said you're not taking away from Hamas, right? So who's the war against? The civilian population. And of course, you can imagine, like just like under Nazi Germany, you can imagine Jews and Gypsies and others, they're going to get the worst treatment and totally centralize our economy. The society is going to just go eat them. What do you think they're going to do? It's like Jewish stuff just leads to unbelievable amounts of Jewish. Well, I mean, I guess there's some competing plans like Donald Trump said way a few months back that America was going to take over the Gaza properties. Like I was talking to, me too. He said right inside it's bizarre. I was doing that. Very strange. But then more recently, just a week ago, said that Israel was going to take over the Gaza Strip. Which sounds much more like right to me. I think that's something that's your dynamic here is that I think it's not, they're not so stupid that I'm aware of something that like these guys aren't aware of, right? Like they know that they've lost control of the nation, and they know that they've lost control in America. And at some point, those 7-year-olds will keep weapons are going to age out. The people who are in charge in this generation are totally different from the previous generations. They know that, but then it becomes like, what do you do
Days ago, waking up really exposed to the already sick. They have to go, when you're drunk, the right goes to really fascinating moment, which do look a little bit pretty hilarious. So it's that end. So we're continuing on this over, and here's what happened. Do that. And then once that didn't work, they were kind of like, and then around came Trump out. They responded with this nonsense, the same thing they did after Trump killed someone. Where they fired these rockets, they used tickets from they made sure people everywhere to be so good because they they don't like American there because then it's full scale war. But when you think it, it's so funny because we put all of this in the Iranian nuclear threat is as much bullshit as the where you were like, yeah, but like, this is like a weak authority. The idea of developing a nuclear weapon and language like 60%. But the thing is, 90%, 60%, they mastered the fuel cycle and they figured out all this technology. They could have been shut for but still 60%. Why did they then into negotiations with the United States of America about the weapons which they were uranium? Because it's that. It's a latent nuclear deterrent. It's a coordination. They were down at like 3 to 5% or something under the JCPOA until Trump backed out of that. And then under the rules of the JCPOA, because they're still in it, where that goes now, but they were allowed to. The enrichment once they were pulled out, and so they exercised that assumption of the agreement. And the idea that they were,
there was the but I've come in just a few months before the war, and testified before Congress, and it's clear as day. It's clear that it's like the more misrepresentative of the war, it's clear as day. Anyone can read it for themselves. So the Ukraine has not made a political decision to pursue a nuclear weapon in it, let alone achieved it. Your own directive says that they're not developing a weapon. Well, I disagree. Have you seen the evolution of Netanyahu over the years? Seen how close it is? That's going to be have you seen there's other compilations of him too, where he's just guaranteeing, with all his guarantees. Like there's one of him in like I think it's the year when it was for right. It's 1982, and back then he was more European sounding name was. Because they all. He was Netanyahu. But in the media, they was called him whatever. Why did he? Well, they all kind of, it's like, was that European, policy, but they were made by a bunch of European people who created Israel. They have to claim that they were the true Semitic people. I believe it. I believe that's true. I double check. I believe it's true. Information to go continue to stuff. This is the problem in terms because these are Jewish people. Exact same genetics. That's right. That's heavily regulated. Believe here you can put and focus on medical and reproductive purposes. With broad years reading increase collaboration and diagnosis. This creates a system where genetic testing is direct-to-consumer tests for ancestry determining are highly restricted. Now, why would you highly restrict anything like that? If you wanted to do something you would be totally autonomous, you would find out where your ancestors came from. Why would that be? What do you think? Like the only thing to this is that they project I don't know which one on this claim, which is his claim in a way it's like a supernatural property right claim. Right. Which if you go, there was that great documentary, the settlers, to a woman, godmother of the settlers woman, explained to you, like in very Hebrew accent, that God promised him all this land. And so like, I don't know who these other people are. God didn't promise it to them. That we're the original people of this land. And so we have like to come here now for a second that nobody can do this fashion in any other way. They could like come up with a DNA test and be like, oh, I've got something. All right, well, I'm going to march into Ukraine, knock on the door, and so there's a house bigger than 2,000 years ago. Evidence. Argument. Well, let's just say, if the Jews of 2,000 years ago weren't actually kicked out. They were forced to convert. Actually, those people who you're saying were never promised the land are actually the people who were promised the land. They converted to Islam, and some European who came in here way after that. Hypothetically, something that maybe you would want to control information on this. Well, I don't want this. Positive. The real positive case, but it's not the pessimist. I'm not sure I'm going to some of being down or something. And so, I
responses. Like it's
world ahead. That's the mindset. Way out.
You kind of, I mean, I feel this way particularly when you have kids, just because I think that the way I look at it is because kids don't think they're option to me. I don't have an option. Or just feel that it's like, oh, no, I got those kids. You're going to inherit this world. You're going to do everything like you're going to, like, I think I was like, if you say you're in your house with your family, like you've got, like, let's say you're going to in the house, and then you look outside, and you see like those like 10 guys with guns charging the house. And it's just, just have your or 2 guns. There's 10 guys with guns charging the house, and your family's there. Like, you don't have a right, like the man of your house, you don't have a right to sit there and go, oh, there's 10. Where is that future? Like, products? I don't care. I don't know. You know you're using it. If you get some gasoline in your shit, okay, you shoot the shit. Okay, get your family into the attic, get to the basement, get them to try. You still have a fleeting shot here. So you don't have the right to just feel bad about it. Yeah, maybe it's all against you, but crazy things have happened. I will say, for me, I'm just saying, even in like your analogy, you're fucked. Sure. There's a big house that you know that other people don't know. At least you know at a time. Pretty good understand. I'm not saying it's good to work out, but I'm saying in that moment you still go out and try. Now I think I think that look, I think that tyranny has a lot on you, and that we are going to experiment for the first time. Flying. They don't. Donald Trump can even control what is going to say. You know what I mean? Like that. Like you can't even count on your most influential voice in America. Like this, anything like this before. Even just in recent times, there was never something George W. Bush could have done. Really, tonight on Fox News, Sean Hannity are going to tear him apart. It didn't exist. There was never anything Obama could have done. Rachel Maddow was going to tear him apart. Like, we have this for the first time that people are waking up in a way to this stuff that's like never happened before. And I think that gives us like enormous potential for positive things to happen in the future. And the other thing that's happening is that, like, economically speaking, our system is being pushed to the point. Eventually, they're going to have to call it quits. Like, we just can't keep going on. Like, I think it's something like over $1.2 trillion a year just on the interest on the debt. Interest on the debt is like overtaking the entire budget. And at a certain point there, someone's going to have to call it quits. I mean, we just got to start getting this thing back. More support, more of their economic ability to keep running with the debt, keep the voting machines going. And I think there's going to have to be a huge adjustment made there. And I do think like this. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, what's the money on the massive economic? And yeah, so we saw how that worked out. Well, he was right. Yeah, but that was still like the first attempt. Yeah, he was right about that. So okay, so yes. Doge was a failure in terms of actually getting good stuff right now. But it was a huge success in terms of like putting a spotlight on that issue and putting it into the national consciousness in a way that it's never been before. So now it's like, okay, well, second attempt, third attempt, like we have, we're Donald Trump won the presidency in no small part by coming on this shit.
On the show, everything. And now, we're coming up on the next presidential election, like for the foreseeable future. In order to win the presidency, they got to know they got to come here and present something that might get your audience. Like, okay, he's coming with this is such a new dynamic that I just think like the potential for good is off. And so like things are still the same. Policy is still what it is, and people don't really have much control over that. But I think like very bullish on the ability of people really wake up and understand what's going on. And this changing the status of their I was reading that but there's something that just came out yesterday where they're which would change everything in economics because they were talking about these businesses, how they're taxed, and how federally they're still operating like criminals. It's like that's how it's viewed by the federal government views it as a Schedule 1 substance. If you get arrested for money laundering, where they're going to change the right now they have a limited bank, there's limited interest rates for what everything's fucked up. Just make a huge economic impact. If you want to do something, first of all, kill a lot of the interest, or a lot of the financial interest that is happening. Once it becomes legal here, like the cartels are working, they're probably going to be involved in it because they're involved in it. I had yesterday to explain they're involved in fuels, doing a business, interests. But at the very least, American businesses do legally, and air quote, it's not stuff they're finding in the cartel money. They're using these terrible business systems. It's toxic. You can use them in American crops. They're using them on this marijuana. Like dispensaries and stuff that's being sold. It's 90% of all marijuana that's sold places where they're growing. International stores because it's growing marijuana. John Forrest or find out about this way that came up with go the cartels. It's fucking crazy. So if he does that, that'll be another good thing. The other thing he's been doing is getting these people together that have been in conflict forever and making them shake hands and having conversations, peace talks, like that we different people different countries have ever agree to these talks because of Trump. This breakdown of I don't know that's intervene, but he I basically just put an overview house. It's great. So there's right? But it's so insane. Like just with I always say this is kind of like say, but
that it's kind of crazy that war still exists. It's kind of crazy. Like, it feel like if you live in society and you've gotten to the point where like you have the right language in 2-story buildings, you'd be like, you probably should figure out something other than war. You're talking about a society with the internet skyscrapers, search, like all these things, and like you said, still, and we have international governments of some sort, nations, things like that, and you're telling me like, there is international first rule isn't that like, dude, I'm sorry, we're gonna go, you guys want to get in a room together. Before we go to war, we need to know that we've exhausted every alternative option that there is, especially the United States at Russia. And yet it took all this time for the first time for the two leaders of them to sit down and meet. It's crazy. On the positive side, they need to sit down and meet. And a lot of them are not sitting down. And that's what's unique. He wants these things to happen. It really does be going. And despite what happened in Iran, it was at least limited. Seems like there was some communication that made it. Well, there's no question having a president whose setting was to design made a huge difference there. Yeah, because like if this was George W. Bush type of presidency, they could have had any excuse. You know what I mean? Like once you get to that point, they could have found any reason to keep it going. That kind of makes sense to me because people. Whereas seeing the left wing calling and saying that Ukraine was going to win this thing. Yeah, how did it? How did if you want a conclusion to the war that you're supporting, how did that flip? How did it flip? People trying so every possible way to stop, and all these people can script and lines to stop. They don't want to be there. Yeah, no, that's right. It's crazy. On August 8th, for meeting with European leaders, where he made a similar claim. I know exactly what he's doing. Don't give advice to people who have been working on these conflicts for years and were able to do a thing to stop them. So click on that where it says 6 wars. Just this folks. I was just interested in what he is. Because I know he has had people get together. He's really understanding. Trump's increased trade between the class and the next one. Thailand and Cambodia. 26 Trump social Minister of Thailand right now to likewise request a ceasefire and which is currently raging. Translating to agree to an immediate and unconditional ceasefire after less than a week of fighting through the border of Malaysia. These talks, but President Trump threatens several negotiations on reducing U.S. tariffs unless Thailand and Cambodia stop fighting. Armenia and Azerbaijan, leaders of both countries have received a peace promise for securing a peace deal, which was announced at the White House in August. It's been critical deal on the signing ceremony and pushed the parties to peace, says Mr. O'Neill. The two governments said they were ready to end the nearly 14-year conflict centered on the status of the
Africa was September 2020, when there was a Magellan enclave where many ethnic Armenians live. Egypt and Ethiopia. There's another one. After 12 years of disagreement, Egypt's foreign minister said a call between IWU and talks with Ethiopia ground to a halt. Trump said about Egypt the water in the Nile promised that the U.S. was going to resolve the issue very quickly. Egypt will not Trump's words, but Ethiopian officials say they risked inflaming tensions in the excavation. Okay. Serbia and Kosovo. Trump claimed to prevent an outbreak of hostilities between them, saying Serbia and Kosovo were going to go at it. Going to be a big war. I said, you know what? There's no trade with the United States. They said, well, maybe we'll go at it. So you just each different country is assigned an economic policy agreement. So it doesn't say is that yeah, he's trying media, I think, is the one that should get most credit because they did Ethiopia White House saying like, yeah, the chalk give him credit, like I said, I think that one thing just never had to begin with. You know, I didn't sure. And then Israel attacked them. After the attack, said basically, he was like, it is absolutely no trial. And he's fake negotiations designed to short the Arabians so Israel can get it on the next trial. I don't know what's right. He was upset that he had ceasefire. And still some off the table. Maybe destroy it. You know, that's not how you're involved. Everything the Iranians are saying is that they are going to continue having and they have the technology to know everything. So then the question is, do you think that what do next? That what's great is that these wasn't able to result on still got different people done and still waiting and saying that really is done. Money was but it's debating sometimes you like one of the things you're worried about from this just because they don't need to go out or don't need to carry around. At first we should be working with this program. And what's the other thing? Joseph Stalin and there's more of a question because you're going to pass it on this weekend. And we're going to show us that he was president. Now, say to me, evil man who's ever lived that nuclear weapons. More of the question punched over the head. That was so much of what to do about it. Joyce was on yet, so she's not doing good. Whatever. But like they tried it. It's almost like they tried to tell you this story like more. Chelsea Cameron is like not to be sorry and this became addicting.
Why would Tulsi Gabbard have been so against it?
Because she actually knew the first thing about it. Unlike these other people, they were like Tony Ben's and whatever you might say about her, myself. But she knows who the Shiites are and who the Sunnis are. And she knows which camps and which they now. They're on the other side of Bashar al-Assad. There's no one started with her. On the other side of this was ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And there she signed up. She enlisted to go fight Al-Qaeda because they have she's always furious that actually Tulsi supports the war on terrorism. Too much, I would argue. She just legitimately for foreign terrorism. She was like, I just don't think we should fight Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda. That's her beef with that one. She was absolutely right. By the way, Georgia. So, did you see this was the crazy thing that people before the international changes, which felt they were officials who were posting pictures of the show. It's like just walks back into the door. Although the fact is just like, the U.S. popped them up in 1953, so then, yeah. You're paying attention to so many century. One person. The most sincere thing I've ever said in my life. What I can do is the defect that for the last 10 years, 30 years ago, I would have lost myself. It's basically just for reach people and treat with each other and think with each other to curing types of diseases and extending life and extending people educated, connected in a way that they've never been before. And we know all these problems. We've had lots of problems. There's things like fire which is the first step to recognize fun this weekend at the most. Wow, that's always awesome. digital. You think? Yeah, it's got. It's weird. It's weird. Is so bizarrely compromised. So weird. You watch these narratives on the left and on the right. Is anybody looking traditional? Is anybody looking into this? So few. Like yourself. Just rises to the top of the game. Well, it's funny because there's something since the last time we had this is kind of like that on me now. He's a comedian. You're just and still, being not an expert, can't be your favorite moral. And I don't tear them to shines. It's actually not that hard. Like, these people aren't really experts either. But that is, these people that are talking about this are talking about not being experts while they're not experts. There's,
By the way, for those subscribers,
it's pretty much outside relations and chaos, military industrial complex, very complex, nuanced discussions that we're talking about. So many different factors at play. There's so much money, so much bullshit in terms of like what's the truth, what's the narrative, who's pushing the narrative, who's being paid to push the narrative, which is really weird. There's so many of these fucking online influencers that I think are really human beings that have like prominent accounts. Yeah. But then there's also it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss somebody. It's kind of addressing the facts. I thought it was this really funny to me was that some of the days are going aside after me and debated on the show. He went on the show. And so like after having this whole thing, 45 minutes opening the show about how you comedians are talking about he's not doing anything wrong, he's smearing two people who he's never heard of and doesn't know what they do, whatever. Like, not the best way to make it appeal to expertise. But doing it because he agrees with her. So if he wasn't really being first being a comedian, confronting with all this thing about expertise and all this, it's like he also started as a comedian. Why does this only apply to me and when I'm talking about Israel? It never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me when they agreed with me on stuff. They would just go, look, Dave, breaking it down. Now there's this one topic. Guys, to not be an expert on. And it happens to be this one topic. And the entire population is demonic. I should say the entire, but like huge numbers when someone attacks like what you do professionally versus what you're used to saying. Yeah. Why not just be able to say instead of like this appeal to authority? Right? You're not an expert, but also you have to ask me the question is to answer that question. You can only ask me a few things like that I can give you like definitive answers on. And even then, I would like to refer to expertly. You want to ask me about Julia, Jiu-Jitsu, since 1997, somewhere around there, 96 maybe. I don't know shit about you. I know I'm going to do a few classes of what someone is doing, and I can if I know how it goes, like anybody else, is how it goes by being like from the outside versus the inside. It's like, I got to defer to DC. Right? So even martial arts, I'm not totally an expert. And maybe someone who is like totally an expert, like say, a wrestler, going to be one that's like a total expert or coach or something, a total expert wrestler. And they could still get something about MMA completely off or jiu-jitsu. last UFC had it. And I was like, oh shit, Daniel didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things like the fucking choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu, you see a guy who's on his back and he's getting smothered, but all of a sudden he reaches under with his leg. And you don't know what's going on. Like, that's a fucking joke. Like a really dangerous one. Tyrell, tomorrow gets you in that, you're Foxville. There's guys, so it's like, there's areas of expertise, even in areas that I'm an expert in, that I don't call people like, this is a stupid argument. Like, what are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? What's going on? Are you funding Hamas? Is Foxy, we run the money to do this when Biden released the funds because who's allowed to be an expert on all these things?
Yeah, and then of course there are things like say like to use the word and like to have say an expert opinion on this policy. It's like okay, well, they say we're following this science. So they have an epidemiologist or something who's arguing lockdowns. Well, lockdown the transmission they turn out to be wrong, but aside, you're like, okay, but are they also an economist? Are they also sociologists and specialists in genetic development who would tell you what flows in the school? Of course, the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields doesn't exist. There isn't an expert in all of those fields, and that's the problem with that time, because that time was so fearful, and news was pushing fear was clear. I forget who it was, some the official was being interviewed recently, said that in 2020 that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans are scared, which is fucking crazy. It's a wild thing to say that your goal is to make people more fearful. So you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people more fearful, which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really sick from COVID because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out because sleep and they thought they were going to die and they were riddled with anxiety and that makes you attack people around you and then you look for a solution. These trusted institutions, which until 5 years ago I was 100% on board with everything, with vaccines, with medical innovation, other things, psychiatric medications, which I think are pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone's like hoping these people have the answers. So like, but this guy, he's also an expert. Fuck you. It's like anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It's just became this whereas because fucking because everybody's too tuned in to all of this man all day long. But you have to, if you want to implement like a tyrannical policy, you always have to scare people. I mean, that's now everyone knows, right? Like you said, like, being terrified is not good for your health. And on a human level, we also know that it's not good for good decision making. But it is excellent for I will turn my brain and give the authority to you to go do it. It was right after 9/11. People forget about this, but like the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fear monger. And Dick Cheney, the vice president of the United States of America, more than just your average vice president, he said it's not a matter of if, but when there will be another 9/11 attack. They were trying to help the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear. Do you remember the COVID warnings when they had dollars? More than when they had COVID, this is the rifle level for whatever COVID. And then one day they'd be like, it's up to yellow. Yeah. And we really still traumatized from 9/11. But the thing about it is that they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the policy they wanted to start doing. And it was the mix of the big lie, which was they hate us for our freedom, which was like the big lie after 9/11. Was like, because the American people very organically wanted to know what the beef was. Like, everybody was like, why did they hate us? What's this beef about? And that was what they hate you for your freedom. And by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second of all, so irrational. The beef with you is that, like, your grandma can go to the grocery store or something. What do you do with that? Other than saying,
is George W. Bush. You have a blank check to go and take whatever you want to, and we'll support you. Yeah, I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, these generals, military leaders these are the guys that are going to protect us now. We got to put all our faith in them. This shit is real. And come on. And this is so 2001. I wasn't that much of a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into Bigfoot. I was into stupid, the fun, stupid shit. Right. Bravo would get high. Space documentaries and freak out about aliens. That stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is that? So what is indefinite detention? When they sign the NDA, what are you talking about? It rhymes with cunt. The act passed 2015 that allowed them to use censorship or propaganda on American citizens. Yeah, I see months. It's like, okay. Like, at what point in time do I start getting really fucking suspicious? This book called Best Evidence about the assassination. And unfortunately, I read it before I'm on stage. I was by myself. I was in Philadelphia, and I was headlining, and I was just starting to headline, right? So, show Thursday, killed. Everything's great. Went back to my hotel room. Read this fucking book for like 6 hours. Freaked the fuck out. Show up at the show, like ashen face. Like, oh my god, they killed her. Like, I had never even considered that before that book. I never even thought that there's like secret government agencies that plot against the president. Like, that's the fucking thing. And everybody works together. And Lee Harvey Oswald was like, God, he fucking shot him. Oh, God. And I fucking bombed. I apologized to the staff. I apologized. And I tried to listen. I fucked up and I read this book. It's done now. You have your mind blown like that. You need time before you make it funny. Like it takes time to like then go back to a human age and then kind of stuff like right before you on stage. It's scary and real and ominous and different. So I had a but I was like, okay, you can never do that. But that started me. Just peripheral. Just watching everything. That was all interesting. I didn't get into things. I didn't get into any of that stuff. But September 11, 2001, it was wonderful. After the attack, everything was so free. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think, like, we need, every now and then, we need to get bitch slapped. You know, it's like when you see people, like, getting in people's faces for, like, waving an American flag, fucking bitch slap every now and then. Like, that guy might go, fucking, what was I doing? I'm just putting a picture in the eye of his face because I want to impress my lesbian girlfriend. So, I mean, I'm not a fight. I know I got a concussion. This guy bitch slapped me. It's on TikTok. Fuck. You know, like, you need that sometimes just to, like, of course we said, I felt like, as a country, we've been doing shady shit all around the world forever, and there's real war happening everywhere, but we're super lucky because we're separated by oceans and nothing too much really happening here. My God, it's really another fucking car. And when I was in New York City, I was filming Fear Factor, and everyone shut up. Firemen were rock stars, you know, tons of rock stars. Everybody was making it for their service. It was really these firemen for me and the Fear Factor. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. It was nuts. Everybody was so thankful. Where'd that go? Yeah, I was there. City on 9/11. I was in Brooklyn, like a few months from the Trade Center. And like, no, I saw it. So I remember seeing, I think, so like when I got out, it was nice to see in high school. And we got out. One of the girls said it was from our parents or something like that. I forget exactly how we got out. Like I was friends with the security guard. But we, but yeah, we were just all hanging out from the security guard schools. So he let us out. So anyone knows, it's like Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like, it's kind of a straight ship down to the Manhattan Bridge, and the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, people who were in the financial district had just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they weren't going to get out of town. So like, and so you see just like one guy in a suit and tie covered in head to toe, like walking off like, oh, he must have just been down there and walked up. And what I remember, now this is in Brooklyn, but even there it's very busy, but people were stopping and asking each other, people who were miles on the street that never talked to, were stopping and asking their family, everyone over there, you find this like community spirit that you just didn't feel in New York City. Just too many people, you can't talk to everybody. Yeah, but that part of it was kind of beautiful, and then of course governments do what they do, and they manipulated that into launching wars they on it from before. That had something to do with 9/11, which is, some of the trends, what the shit they tried this for a while, for years. Everyone's like, crazy. To us, I guess maybe partly like my age, because I was 18 at the time, and this is like coming of age, time. But I will never stop being furious about it. This is like, still to this day, I'm sure you see it when I'm on podcasts with you, doing stuff. I'm so angry over the war in Iraq and then subsequent wars in, Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of them. But specifically because, like, all these guys, the neoconservatives, the N-word that I'm not supposed to bring up, even though, by the way, conservatism would be needed. When I say the word neoconservatism, be careful when you're on here or something like that. Because nowadays, this was an issue. You can't discuss neoconservatism. Well, it's like I said when I was on with him, he said, when I brought it up and then said, I'm something because I mentioned voice. Okay, so that's anti-Semitism. Right, too. Well, that's good. Yes, you're talking about something really important. Neoconservatism. Why would that be the thing that you can't discuss? That sounds crazy. The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets, Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in the action from kickoff to final whistle. Betting on your go-to team or making moves mid-game as the momentum shifts, Saturdays are yours to own with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers bet $5 and $300 in bonus points instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers. Get $300 in bonus points instantly with a bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800 or call 877 or text 1-467-367. Connecticut help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccbg.org. Please be responsible. The Admiral Casino Resort in Kansas. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Additional terms and responsibility. Resources. KFT.com/1. Those guys they really hijacked American foreign policy after they have an appointing power in the Bush administration that got their watch. But if you go back and read the shit they read, and I'll never stop talking about it because it's just crazy. But if you read all of these guys, the guys who were in the George W. Bush administration, like the signatories of the 21st century, which was a thing to compete at, like detaining and going to hospital, the Paul Florence and Faith and Pearl and Dick Fox, or else like a political government. They wrote explicitly in the Project for the American Century, they were like, look, okay, so it's times. We are for the first time in human history with no superpower in the world. So what we should do right now is because no one threatens us, and so therefore we right now we have an opportunity to remake the world overthrow the old Soviet puppet states, install our own states there, and guarantee us that it says certainly does change the way you think about their mind state. When they sit there and watch an attack was intact, and they will at the very least people when we got no shows that they did not allow into life. Yeah. But it's not quite as unique as I think some people think it is. People, so like every year at least, he referred to it's pretty good. I mean, I'm not really taking anything away from this. He was right. There were a bunch of people who predicted it wrong. Himself predicted it perfectly, predicting plenty of time. Let's just say, I don't know if but at the same time, plenty of people. That's true, but the World Trade Center was attacked by Al-Qaeda guys. So, that's right. And you're having to care about the 90s right about that. But you're very that's fair. A bunch of red years ago, but even if they're just going to get a machine talking about how, in that song, when he goes to people like the World Trade, people World Trade now, it's how they do. Like he was talking about the first one, but I believe it because of the second. He has no take down, but it's just like that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make it believe. It's like it's like a way for people about it, like it was cool. So, I don't know if I find any of this as a caveat before I get